get there. Anyone who follows her on Instagram will certainly see how brother and sister, but there must be times when yes, live commentary on the BBC Sport website and app of Hampshire against Sussex. Hampshire winning the toss and choosing to bat here. And hey, dare I say, it's brightening up a little bit. Right, if you guys are ready to go, then do you want to plug in, Adrian?
Yeah.
And then we can have a bit of a chat. I'm just trying to figure out changes for Hampshire.
Well, there aren't any because there's a 13 been announced. So Allsop has come in.
Also, there's 11 here on Crick Info. Organ, Prest, Allsop, Gubbins, Weatherly, Holland, McManus, Fuller, Abbott, Curry, Turner. Well, good morning from what is now a very slightly brighter Ageas Bowl than was when we arrived, when it looked incredibly overcast and it looked like there was no way we were going to start on time, but that is what we are going to do. And the news from the toss is that Hampshire won it and have elected to bat first. Say the we bringing you the coverage today, myself, Andy Moon, in for Kevin James, alongside me, Adrian Harms and Dave Allen. Morning, Adrian, first of all.
Good morning to you, and glad to see the sun out. It didn't look too promising driving down the M27, but it's brightening up, which is terrific news.
Dave, it was a little wet in Portsmouth last night, but lucky it doesn't seem to be quite as wet here.
No, it wrecked my tomatoes last night, but I don't think it is. We had a huge storm, woke me up. Yeah, had to shut the windows, stop the rain coming in, but and I was fearful for today, but they're just roping the outfield, but it all looks quite cheerful at the moment.
Team news is, looks like just one change for Hampshire from the loss to Essex last Thursday, with Tom Scriven dropping out and Tom Alsop coming in. So we think the Hampshire 11, Felix Organ, Tom Press, Tom Alsop, Nick Gubbins, Joe Weatherly, Ian Holland, Lewis McManus, James Fuller, Carl Abbott, Scott Curry and John Turner. Need I remind you, of course, some of the superstars for both sides away in action with the 100 going on at the moment. What are we expecting from Sussex, Adrian?
Yeah, so just the one change for Sussex. David Visa, the experienced South African, coming into the side as a replacement for 19-year-old Joe Sarrow, but it's still a very young Sussex side. There are 6 teenagers in the Sussex side. So they line up Harrison Ward, Tom Clark, Tom Haynes the skipper, Travis Head, James Coles, Ollie Carter, Dan Ibrahim, Will Beer, Henry Crocombe, Archie Lemon and David Visa. But David Visa will bat in the middle order. So it's strengthened the batting a little bit with David Visa coming into the side, but still essentially a very young, very inexperienced Sussex side who performed very well in their first game back on Friday.
Now, I believe it is the same strip used for the Essex game. It does look... just see that some of the bowlers' footmarks, and Carl Abbott saying last week he wasn't expecting quite as high a scores as we saw in that game, with 270 odd being the winning margin for Essex. That's going to be interesting to see. Young and experienced Sussex side, what are we likely to see from them?
Well, they performed really well up at Sebra School, which I have to say, Andrew, was up in Cumbria on Friday, and it is the most beautiful cricket ground I've ever visited. It really was magnificent. And it was a game that really perhaps Sussex should have won. They made 270, reduced Lancashire to 115 for 7, but then a really good partnership between Danny Lamb and Tom Bailey. You have to tip your hat, they played beautifully and got Lancashire over the line. So maybe a little bit of an experience showed there. I think maybe a couple of things perhaps Tom would have done slightly differently. However, in the main, they performed really well. They're a young, enthusiastic side and some good cricketers. You'll enjoy watching young Archie Lennon bowl today. He's just turned 17. He's a leg spinner. Daniel Ibrahim, 16-year-old, bats in the middle order. So a lot of excitement around Sussex with these young players. But this is a big stage, and it looks like a pretty strong Hampshire side as well. Yeah,
Dave, and Hampshire will be disappointed with that defeat on Thursday.
Well, they will, but we did lose 6 players to the 100 if you count de Grandholm, whereas Essex only lost 2. So they were a much stronger side. I wouldn't think they would necessarily be too discouraged, although it was interesting that the big scores came from Gubbins, Weatherly and McManus, big-ish scores. Somebody needed to go on that day. Interesting to see Visa coming back and Alsop coming back, because 2 years ago in this fixture the two sides managed to score more than 700 runs on this ground. Visa scored 170 something and nearly snatched certain defeat or turned certain defeat into victory. So there are some big scorers on both sides, and I'm glad to see Alsop back, because we were all a bit bemused as to his absence through the T20 and on Thursday. And I think 1 or 2 experienced players like that playing around the youngsters is helpful to them.
Yeah, going to need that guidance. I don't think we're going to see anyone scoring 170 today, just when we look ahead and see the overcast conditions. I have to admit that the forecast is for showers throughout the day. We will hope it stays off. We know how good the drainage is here, although I'm not sure even the drainage here would cope if we've got a storm like Portsmouth experienced last night.
Well, I think it's a bit brave in some ways that Hampshire have won the toss and chosen to bat, because the target could change in the second innings, and in a sense, they've handed that initiative to Sussex a bit. But probably they're seeing other things in it. Perhaps they feel that a bit of dampness around later on will just liven the pitch up before the cover gets on. I don't know. It's difficult to speculate, but that's an interesting one.
Carl Abbott, of course, skippering Hampshire in this competition, so you would think, you'd look above and think it's the kind of conditions that he would love to have the ball in his hand, albeit I don't think you're going to see bright sunshine this afternoon.
Yeah, I think you're probably right with that. I think he might enjoy it very much, really. And they've got a lot of bowling options, although they're not all that experienced. It was a surprise to see Gubbins bowling leg breaks the other day. That he has bowled them, I think, in the T20, but actually in a 10-year career he'd never bowled in a 50-over game before. So that was an odd one. The spin bowling on the Hampshire side is a bit weak. I'm looking forward to seeing Archie Lenham. I just have a particular interest in him, really, because his grandfather, who I remember seeing play, actually coached me in the 1970s.
Wow.
Yeah. The MCC ran a school teachers coaching course, which Les Lenham, and of course then his son, Les's son Neil, was an eminent Sussex cricketer for some time. It's a great tradition in Sussex, much more than Hampshire, really. The idea of generations who've played, the Parkses and the Coxes and all kinds of people that over the years. So he's continuing that tradition, which I think is rather delightful.
Have our two umpires making their way out to the middle, and we are going to start at 11 o'clock. Sussex in pink shirts and dark blue trousers, just gathering on the boundary and preparing to make their way onto the pitch. Let me just paint the picture for you. As we mentioned, it is pretty grey overhead, although there's a lighter cloud to our right as we are sat up in the top of the hotel end, looking down straight ahead to the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion, the Shane Warne stand to the right, the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand to the left. As we look over towards the left, towards where the nursery ground is and beyond the trees over there, it is particularly black overhead and dark as we welcome the players out onto the pitch.
Can't make them out yet, but I'm just wondering if Allsop might open, which he does tend to do in this. They lost Tom Prest very early in the first game. Well, he didn't score. But, there's been an announcement, but I didn't hear it, I have to confess. So
no, we will bring that for you in just a moment. As the two batters coming out to the middle, we have our two umpires out there. The ground staff have been pretty busy, and they are, well, the forecast will tell you they're not going particularly far away to our left. They are going to be sat ready to be called on, which is likely to happen at some point. You would think it would be something quite miraculous to get through today without any rain, but we will certainly keep our fingers crossed, and of course any live action we will bring you right throughout the day and the afternoon.
it is Allsop out there, number 9, who's left-hander, just taking guard. So they've gone for an experienced opening partnership today of Allsop and Holland.
Yeah, interesting for Holland to be.
No, they haven't. They've gone for Allsop and Prest. I do beg your pardon.
Prest is going to be the non-strikers end, so Prest out there to face the first delivery. And Sussex are going to get things underway for us bowling from the hotel end. Well, we're all set, and Allsop is in, and you'd say there's that little bit more pressure on the experienced player when you've not got the Vinces and the Dawsons and the other players that Hampshire missing to the 100 around. So we're about to get underway, and let's bring Adrian in, and we'll bring Dave Allen back into the commentary box in 10 overs time. And in fact, I'll let Adrian call this first delivery as we are preparing to get underway.
Yes, and it's Henry Crocombe who comes running in, bowls a wide of, in fact he's signalled a wide, so the very first ball of the match is signalled a wide from Henry Crocombe. So Sussex with just the one change from the side that lost at Sebra School on Friday. A wonderful game of cricket against Lancashire. David Visa coming into the side at the expense of young 19-year-old Joe Surrow. So still 66 teenagers, I should say, in this Sussex lineup. As in comes Henry Crocombe, running in and bowls, and is that a chance? Difficult to see from here, but it was an edge. It went to second slip, and that is young Dan Ibrahim here. It went low to his left-hand side. I think it probably carried.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. I'm pretty sure it did carry. I think it's, I guess, maybe tough to call that a chance, because it is, it really has gone right. It's not quite carried all the way through.
Yeah.
It's having to come forward. As we know from those slip positions, diving forward is often the most difficult direction to dive. He's got a hand to it, but he couldn't get his fingers underneath it.
Yeah.
Catch it.
Crocombe in again, bowls, and forward comes Preston, plays straight back down the track, and Crocombe fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So 2 slips and a third man, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. David Visa rigorously warming up there, which makes me think he'll probably take the new ball from the pavilion end. A square leg, so Sussex with, and a deep square as well. So 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle at this stage of proceedings, as in comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and played by Prest to a ball just short of a length to backward point, and there is no run.
And after that duck on Thursday, Prest will be keen to get off the mark and get himself a first list day run of his career. You always got to think as a batsman, you don't know how long you're going to be out for with the overcast conditions, but in some ways you can't afford to think like that, and Hampshire have opted themselves to bat first here today.
Crocombe on his way again, number 5 on the back of his salmon pink shirt, drives, and Prest drives nicely into the offside, but fielded in the covers by, who's that going to turn round down there?
Is that Coles?
Yes, it is Jack Coles. Sorry, I was looking for the number on the back of his shirt. Another one of the Sussex youngsters, just 17 years of age. Let's say 6 teenagers in the side. For Sussex, as in comes Crocombe again, running right arm over the wicket, in and bowls, and Prest is going to get a run here. Just plays it quietly to mid-on, where David Visa comes trotting into field. So Prest is on his way. He'll be relieved about that. Hampshire 3 without loss in this opening over. But it would be quite nice to see a replay maybe of that Tom Alsop outside edge. It went to second slip, low down to Dan Ibrahim. But the reaction of the fielder was, on the close fielders, that maybe it was a chance, a difficult chance at that.
Yeah, going down to his left, it would have been some take, or left and forward.
Yes, it would have been. Visa in again, bowls, and also drives nicely down the ground, but only as far as Visa at mid-off. It's the end of the opening over here on BBC Radio Soda, BBC Radio Sussex, live from the Ageas Bowl. We've got underway despite overnight rain and cloudy skies, and Hampshire, having won the toss and decided to bat first, are 3 without loss, with Alsop and Prest both on 1 each.
Yeah, and the overcast conditions, if anything, are getting gloomier. Lights not on yet, which you wonder if they may come on at some point. Fascinating. You look across to the right to the scoreboard, both left and right, and there's a huge advert for a competition, which is not this one. The 100 is up in big letters. While it's Royal London One Day Cup action, it will be Friday. The Ageas Bowl gets its first taste of 100 action. Let's hope that the weather is better. It doesn't look like it's going to be Visa to open the bowling at the pavilion end.
And how have ticket sales been? Have you any idea, Andrew?
If I'm honest, I've only seen the national picture of around 60%.
Yeah.
Which, if you did get, say, 60% coming in here, as Visa comes in to press to start the new over, left outside the off stump, bit of carry, bit of bounce there. 60%, that's probably 60% full, about what you get for a T20 blast, regular T20 blast. Obviously, you might expect a few more if you've got Sussex or a particularly big game, but yeah, about that. Obviously, the hope is that people will come early and make a day of it, come for the women's game first. It was the brave women winning on Saturday rather than the men, both in action away at the Welsh Far this afternoon. As Visa into Prest will almost trying to work that down to the leg side, and comes off the splice of that away to point. No run there.
And a number of Sussex players will be making their way along the M27 to play for the Braves. I think there's, well, certainly Tamal Mills, Chris Jordan, Jofra Archer. I'm not sure that Jofra's fit enough to play at the moment. George Garton, Delray Rawlins.
Visa comes in. It's played again to point. That was a much better shot. Played firmly down into the ground. Great to see Mills bowling again. It just feels like a really long time since we have. Such an exciting player, almost a little bit of a forgotten man, Jamal Mills.
Yeah, and he's bowled really well in the T20 competition this year. He was explaining earlier on, Andrew, that over the Christmas period he spent a lot of time in a back brace. He's had a lot of injury problems, but he's got himself really fit, Jamal Mills.
Visa comes into press once more. That's played to cover, firmly struck, no run there. Lockdown Christmas in a back brace. That does not sound the dream festive period, does it?
But he's worked really hard on his fitness and has bowled really well. Picked up another injury towards the end of the group stages. But I heard him commentating on 5 Live the other night from the Oval, and he was suggesting that he was playing. So it looks like Tamal might well be fit, which is great news.
Here comes Visa in once more to press. That's played slightly more defensively up towards mid-on, who comes round to his left to do the fielding.
I heard Dave talking to you about David Visa. It was a game here, I think 3 years ago now, where he and Ben Brown put on a huge partnership for Sussex. And I remember David Visa hitting a 6 up into the Ingleby Mackenzie stand, about 3/4 of the way back. It was a massive blow.
So Visa comes in to press to. It's really caught on the crease, just plays that down into the ground, and that brings the second over to the end here at the Ageas Bowl. Hampshire winning the toss, electing to bat first, are 3 without loss, and Visa opening up with a maiden there.
Yeah, I guess it's an interesting decision to bat first today, not less because the conditions are overcast, and I wonder whether Duckworth-Lewis may come into play later on today, in which case most sides do seem to like chasing, because at least you know what you've got to do. So I just wonder whether perhaps the weather forecast is more favourable than perhaps we thought.
I'm only going on the BBC weather app, so I'll have to blame the BBC Weather Centre if I'm wrong.
In comes Henry Crocombe, running in right arm over the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who's backing across and plays very straight down the track, and Crocombe fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 2 slips in place for the left-handed Alsop, a third man backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep backward square, and a short fine leg. So from what I can see, I mean, Sussex have got the 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle, but the deep mid-wicket is out 10 yards in from the boundaries. Crocombe is in and bowls, and also drives without timing to point, fielded by Harrison Ward, and there is no run.
Yes, a big leg side boundary to the left-handed Alsop, with the strip probably only 3 or 4 from the right edge as we look from up here at the top of the hotel. It's that shorter boundary on the offside, and you have to say, if a big hitter was to get going and take a liking to that side, it's not a huge shot to...
Looks about twice the size of the boundary on the leg side to the off. As in comes Crocombe bowls, and Alsop is wrapped on the thigh pad. The ball bounces down on the onside, and Crocombe follows through and fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Noticing the results yesterday in this group, that Lancashire with another win, so they who else won yesterday, but certainly 2 sides in the group have now won 2. I think Essex, Alistair Cook making runs yesterday. As Crocombe is in again, bowls and short and pulled away by Alsop. He's going to get runs here down towards fine leg. I don't think it's going to go for 4. Wilbeer is in hot pursuit, aided by James Coles, and a bit of relay fielding. The throw comes in for the left-handed Coles, but it's 2 to Tom Alsop. He goes to 3, and Hampshire to 5 without loss.
Yeah, other sides in the group winning 2 from 2. It means whoever has no wins from 2 out of these sides at the end of the day is under pressure, although as Hampshire showed in the T20 competition, can always pull things back in the latter part.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you get the momentum going.
Crocombe in again and bowls. Good delivery, pitching around about middle and off, and played very respectfully by Alsop to mid-off, fielded by Archie Lenham, and there is no run. Yes, because the way the competition is structured, that only the top 3 from each group go through. So with Lancashire and Essex with already 2 wins in the bank, you begin to think you might need to win 5 games in this, Andrew, to get yourself a quarter-final berth.
I think you're right. You think minimum 4?
Yeah. Crocombe In again, bowls and driven nicely down the ground by also didn't time it as well as I initially thought, and it's fielded by a tumbling Haynes at mid-on. There is no run. It's the end of the over that cost 2 runs, and Hampshire after 3 overs are 5 without loss. Allsop on 3, Prest on 1, Henry Crocombe 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 5.
I think Crocombe just getting a piece of that on his follow-through, which took the momentum away, and also will feel a little frustrated that that's a good shot to play for no runs. Fair few fans sat in the Shane Warne stand, and just a sprinkling in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie. It is one of those days where I think the smart thing is to get yourself sat towards the back of those stands.
I agree.
Where the roof will give you a bit of protection. As Visa comes in for his second over to Prest, who drops it into the leg side, and they set off for a quick single, which they will get easily. And you could just tell a bit of frustration there for Visa, because he'd bowled a maiden to Prest, and he didn't really want him to get off strike. But good smart running from these Hampshire opening pair.
Yeah. An interesting David Visa in the side. I'm just looking at the other seam bowling options. So Sussex with 3 spin bowling options in the side, with Beer, Lenham and Coles. Other seam bowling options really outside of Visa will probably be Daniel Ibrahim, the 16-year-old. So looks like Sussex think this may spin a little.
Visa in once more. Still those 2 slips, and also gets up on his toes and drops that into the leg side for another quick single as Visa fields it and throws it behind him towards the stumps. Doesn't throw it anywhere near it, and the batsmen are well home anyway, and the field has to move round again as Hampshire pick up 2 singles from the first couple of deliveries.
It's funny, Sussex came here for the T20 game a couple of weeks ago now, and it was a game that Hampshire desperately needed to win and did, and then won their other games and now into the quarterfinals, which was remarkable. And it reminded me of Essex a few years ago in the T20, Andrew. I'll come back to that in a moment.
There's Visa to the right-handed press. Still those 2 slips in, and that's a big edge that goes over those slips past third man. No one's got a chance of getting a hand on that. It's not the most glamorous way to bring up the first boundary of the innings, but it's effective, and not at any point was that in danger of being caught, albeit a miscontrolled shot over the slips.
Yeah, third man fairly wide. But just coming back to the, Essex came to Hove needing to win to have any chance of qualification. They won. They won a number of games. Went on to win the competition. So it might all go well for Hampshire.
Visa comes in, and that's dropped into the leg side, and another quickly scrambled single. Thing is, Hampshire's record in quarter-finals is actually pretty good. They've obviously got to finals days. Now the problem in the past decade, when Hampshire was such a strong T20 team, was winning it when they got to final stage or making the final, but their record up to that point, and also what we saw in the second half of the competition, is that James Vince in some ways in the form of his life, Darcy Short batting well as well, de Gronton with good contributions. There are match winners there as Visa comes in and play bowl swept up towards mid-off. And look, the Hampshire T20 lineup, it is not star-studded in the way it was 5-6 years ago, but there are still match winners in it without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, and James Vince played beautifully here in the when he made 100 against Sussex on the back of the 100 that he made for England.
A wonderful moment seeing James Vince score 100 for England. Visa to Allsop, and that's down the leg side. It's shelled by the keeper, and they will come through for byes. Well, I'm sure I heard a noise. I thought that hit something.
Yeah, I agree. And Visa's reaction was that he maybe thought it had as well. He's got his hands sort of clasped to his face, David Visa, as if to suggest that did come off something other than... certainly came off of something, but...
I was waiting for the signal of either leg byes or nothing. Byes did not look like it was something I was expecting to see. And
so maybe it didn't miss the leg stump by very much. Either way, end of the over, end of the 4th over. And Hampshire are 13 without loss. Allsop on 4, Prest on 7. Live cricket here on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Andrew Moon, high up on the gantry at the hotel end of the ground, as the sun tries to come out here. And Crocombe is in, bowls to Allsop and cuts this one away firmly. That's going to be 4 runs. A little bit too much width there from Henry Crocombe. And Tom Allsop had been waiting for that. It's a very short boundary, as Andrew was explaining, on the offside, and it was cut away through backward point. No chance of the fielder. And it raced away for 4 runs. So Allsop goes to 8. He's faced 12 deliveries, and Hampshire to 17 without loss. That was a nice looking shot.
Yeah, the only thing there is control-wise, it's gone through maybe ankle height, sort of 3 or 4 yards to the left of point. Not that he had any chance of getting it, but there's a danger you might send that one straight to the fielder.
Crocombe in bowls, and that's a beautiful shot. Nothing wrong with that. That was a class shot by Tom Alsop. Henry Crocombe pitching the ball up. Not too much wrong with the delivery, to be perfectly honest. And it was drilled down the ground through mid-off. Beautifully played by Alsop. He goes to 12 and Hampshire to 21 without loss.
Yeah, if I was critical of the first one, you're not going to criticise that one. That's an absolutely beautiful shot, and a good sign for Hampshire that Tom Alsop is like that, because also that helps just take the pressure off young Tom Prest at the other end. If you've got someone going the way Alsop's now almost up to a run of ball.
It's prompted a change in the field as well, as in comes Crocombe again. Alsop drives down the ground. That's well stopped. Oh, well, that's unfortunate for Sussex. It was drilled down the ground by Alsop. Crocombe got a left hand to it, and he deflected the ball, and it deceived Tom Haynes, who was fielding at mid-on. So good shot from Alsop, but a little unfortunate for Sussex. The deflection off of the bowler carried the ball past the fielder, and it's run away for another boundary. So 3 boundaries to start the over off here. Alsop to 16, the total 25 without loss.
Yes, 3 slightly different boundaries there. That was a case of sending the keeper the wrong way there, because Haynes would probably have stopped that. There may only have been a single, maybe not even a single.
No, I would agree. The change to the field, the second slip is now out and in a short extra cover. So 4 men saving one on the offside as Crocombe's in short, pulled away by Alsop, pulls it back out of square. Going to be fielded by James Coles, who runs round from mid-wicket, gets in the throw. Just 1 to Alsop. He goes to 17 and the total to 26 without loss. A little frustrated there, Henry Crocombe, because he's certainly the 2 second fours, the one that was drilled down through mid-off and the one through mid-on, were respectable deliveries, and he'll probably feel a little hard done by that he's conceded 13 runs in the over so far.
I'm going to be fascinated to see that if we get someone hitting out at some point, are you still going to keep that fielder 20 yards in on that boundary, or is it going to be, because people can hit out and they won't reach the fielder if he's right on the boundary potentially.
Crocombe in bowls, cut away firmly, fielded at backward point by Travis Head, who took the pace off the ball, but the fielders, he couldn't stop a single being taken, so a single to Prest. He goes to 8, Hampshire to 27 without loss. Travis Head wrings his hand, but he prevented what was probably a certain boundary, because that was hit firmly by Prest, and a good stop by Head.
Yeah, he's going to be rubbing his hands for a while, I would say, after that one.
Crocombe in again, bowls, and also just covers up and plays quietly down the ground. Cricketers talk a lot about getting out of the over, and Henry Crocombe will be pleased to have got out of the over with a dot ball. Nonetheless, it's an over which conceded 14 runs. Alsop on 17, Prest on 8, Hampshire 27 without loss after 5 overs.
Yeah, and that over just significantly changing how Hampshire will view the scorecard. 5 overs in, and Alsop 3 boundaries. He's going to walk to the non-strikers end and be feeling good about himself, and Prest also look up at the scoreboard and be pretty pleased. There's a brief bit of sunshine illuminates the green outfield of the Ageas Bowl as Visa prepares to get his 3rd over underway. BBC Radio Solent, BBC Sussex live coverage on the BBC Sport website and app, as that's pulled, not totally convincingly from Prest, but he's going to get 4 runs from it. It's almost a baseball shot played past the man at mid-on. It only just beats him, but it then runs away for a 4 towards the pavilion. Another boundary, 31 without loss.
Strange shot, wasn't it? It was almost sort of like a short-arm jab through mid-on. Very effective, and the ball raced away. What's interesting, Andrew, is that though we've had obviously a bit of rain down here on the south coast, the outfield seems pretty quick, and that fair raced away to the pavilion end.
I've always wondered when they rope the outfield how much impact that has, whether it just sprays the water around, but whatever they've done, it's had a pretty good effect. So Prest getting on the action as well. Visa to him. That's a fuller delivery on the stumps, and Prest happy to defend that towards short extra cover. Still 2 slips in for young Tom Prest. 31 without loss. The Royal London One-Day Cup 50 over competition, as Visa walks back towards the end of his mark, and then he's going to turn back and deliver this one to the right-handed Prest. A similar shot to the last one, defended down towards the extra cover fielder. No run. It's not getting any brighter away to our left, which seems to be the direction the weather's coming from, but still dry at the moment, and we have got underway. And Hampshire made a good start after winning the toss and choosing to bat, which was an interesting decision when you consider it's a warm pitch and you consider overcast conditions, the kind Captain Carl Abbott you would think would like to bowl in, as Visa shorter with that delivery to Press, firmly played down into the ground, but that's fielded athletically by Head at point, coming round to his right to gather that one on the bounce. And Visa just checks his footmarks as he walks back towards the end of his run.
Yeah, just interesting watching Travis Head. He was, well, he is the captain of South Australia, and just going up there having a word with Tom Haines, only in his second game captaining Sussex, Tom Haines, just getting a little bit of advice.
Visa in, and no, that nearly cuts Press in half, and you heard that one hit his protective gear, just lobs up into the offside, but no danger. I didn't think there was any bat on it. It wasn't near a fielder anyway, no run though, and that's Visa after being slapped back past him with a cross-batted shot for 4, just reminding Alsop what he's about and the experience the South African 36-year-old has. Here he is again, and that's played once more towards short extra cover, no chance of a run, and a boundary off the opening delivery. No runs since for Hampshire, 31 without loss after 6 overs.
Elsewhere in this group, play underway at Gloucester against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 33 for 1 in 5 overs. Underway at Radlett as well, where I think you're due to go later this week, Andrew. Durham 33 for 1 against Middlesex.
Trip there for Hampshire on Friday, live with us of course from 11 o'clock. It's not quite Lords, but still one to look forward to nonetheless. Doesn't make any difference to you listening at home. Yes, myself and Kevin Hand and Raj Maru will be with you for that game at Radlett.
Yes, and Sussex have a break of a couple of days before they entertain Kent at Hove on Friday, then Gloucestershire on Sunday. But as we were saying a bit earlier on, you're going to probably need at least 4, and I suspect 5 wins in this group to make it through to the quarter-finals, just the top 3 qualifying. Travis Head sort of directing affairs out there now. He's just come across and had another word to Tom Haines, and we'll wait to see if there's going to be change in the field, and there is, because the third man is coming up inside the circle. And the 2 men out are on the leg side, so there's a fine leg way down in the distance, and a deep mid-wicket as well, as 5 men saving one on the offside. Just the one slip as Crocombe is in and bowls to Alsop, who plays this nicely through the onside. He's going to get runs here as James Coles chases around the deep mid-wicket boundary, retrieves the ball, but not before Alsop is going to come back for a 3rd run. Alsop goes to 20 and Hampshire to 34 without loss.
If he'd managed to get that less square and further up the pitch there was a genuine possibility of an all-run 4.
Yeah, there was.
So much space. And it's not necessarily what the bats are going to be thinking at this time, but just looking at fine leg right out on that big boundary, thinking there's definitely 2 if it's played correctly in that area.
It's a huge boundary. It's I think it's almost twice for the leg side here for Press. The leg side boundary is probably, well, the offside boundary is twice as far away. As in comes Crocombe, bowls to Press, who's forward to a ball pitching around about middle and off, and played quietly to mid-off, fielded by Tom Haines, and there is no run.
And the deep square leg on with the shorter boundary is basically walking in from the advertising board and then only coming over the rope when the ball is being bowled. So you've got one side the fielder well in off the rope, this side the fielder behind the rope to start with.
Crocombe, a little bit of sunshine across the ground, he's in and bowls, and Press is forward. I think he got that quite high on the bat, and the ball dribbles to mid-wicket, fielded by Ibrahim, and there is no run. So good delivery by Crocombe, who for the right-hander is bowling with a slip and a 3rd man. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep square leg and a short fine leg. David Visa inside the 30-yard circle as Crocombe again is on his way. Right arm over the wicket bowling, and Prest is forward and plays nicely to mid-off and takes a single because Haines needs to move smartly and makes a sliding stop to his left-hand side. 1 more to Prest, he goes to 13. Hampshire 35 without loss.
That's what the 18-year-old needs to do. He doesn't need to try and keep up with Alsop in the scoring, but rotating the strike, picking up the ones where he can. He's got 13 to his name, so he's got himself a start after getting a duck against Essex on Thursday.
Now we've got bright sunshine across the ground as in comes Henry Crope again. Bowls. Played again nicely by Allsop to mid-wicket. They're thinking about two here. Coles is quickly in from mid-wicket, but not quickly enough. Good bit of fielding, gets the throw in. But good running, particularly by Prest, who was running to the danger end. He was the one who was going to be in trouble if there was any trouble, but he turned quickly. Good running again between the wickets. Allsop to 22 and Hampshire to 37 without loss.
Yeah, that was... They've run pretty well all the way through, even those quick singles we saw early on. These two, sprightly between the wickets, and useful there.
Croken again bowls short, and this time Allsop is up on his toes and plays it, sort of deflects it towards first slip, but close enough to keeper Carter, who can come round and field. There is no run. So the end of the 7th over, and Hampshire off to a decent start here. 37 without loss, Allsop on 22. Prest is on 13. Henry Crocombe, 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 25. The two batsmen have a natter in the middle of the pitch, and Tom Haynes has another natter to the rather more experienced Travis Head, maybe about a bowling change or a fielding change in the next over.
Yeah, pretty solid start, and I think that'll be a pretty positive conversation just about keeping it going, because that was the problem for Hampshire on Thursday. No one went on after numerous starts and made the big score. As Visa comes in for his 4th over, 25 past 11 on BBC Radio. Solent has pressed. Well, is it a play miss? He pulled his bat out the way of the line. I think he'd probably argue the latter, but either way, Visa got a little excited with that. Visa, who is exactly twice the age of Tom Prest. So you've got very much youth versus experience here. Prest is certainly putting his end up so far. 2 slips for him though, and still that fine third man, the 2 men out. Prest, who puts that to the offside. Ball took a wicked spin off the turf.
It did.
Actually, pretty good fielding by Hampshire. Ward down there going to his right after initially gone to his left.
Fielded brilliant Zebra School on Friday. He probably saved 30 charging a boundary during the afternoon, so he is a fine fielder, and he did well then.
As Visa time over, the umpire back, not particularly on time, so come round and scoop the ball and ensure that there's no run. As that brief once more by Ward.
Yeah. That was a good shot, wasn't it? I'm sure when he hit that, he was probably thinking that because had it beaten Ward, that was 4 runs. So
You've been saying a pretty short offside boundary. In fact, if you look at the 30-yard markers,
I reckon that boundary is probably no more than 55, maybe 60 yards at the most.
Yeah, the 30-yard circle is halfway there. Probably, maybe, well, getting on for 90 the other way. Certainly 80 is Visa coming into Prest once more. The 2 slips are down, coiled, ready to leap up if the ball comes their way, but that time it's played out towards deep square leg for a single for Prest. Slightly sloppy bit of keeping on the throw coming in, but then there was no chance of an overthrow because there was 2 men backing up, as there should be. 38 without loss. We are in to the 8th over, nearly at the end of the 8th over. Still talking about overs. You don't have to worry about that if you listen to the 100. But,
yeah, is that they talk about balls, don't they? Or,
that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So this will be the 48th ball of the innings coming up. There is 300 aside here rather than just the 100. As Visa is into the left-handed Allsop, 3 on the offside, and it's hit hard towards short extra cover. That's where they're trying to make Allsop play through. Fielding done. 8th over is complete, and it is 38 without loss.
if anyone, the email address is up and running. We do have one for Sussex Cricket that anyone is welcome to use. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. We've had a couple of those in this morning as well, so thank you, Julian. He says, good morning, Adrian. Another young Sussex side. I really hope they put on a good show. I'm surprised Ollie Robinson isn't playing. I get confused as to who can and who can't play these days, but assume Van Zale is going to miss out. So yes, Ollie Robinson has or will be joining the England bubble, which I think is assembling at Loughborough tomorrow for the Test match. The Test match series coming against India. So Ollie Robinson, I think, would have played had the weather not intervened on Sunday for the game at Hove. So no Ollie Robinson in this game. No Stian Van Zale, who I would imagine is probably not going to figure in this competition. We'll have to see whether he figures in the final 4 championship matches of the season as well. Julian also asked what's the situation with Ben Brown, the Sussex skipper, who is not playing as... He's not captaining in this tournament. Tom Haynes has taken over the reins, and it was announced at the weekend that Ben is not going to be the Championship's captain either. I did speak to Rob Andrew, the Sussex chief exec, yesterday, and there's an interview we're putting up online later today with where Rob answers questions about Ben. As in comes Daniel Ibrahim, running in over the wicket, comes in and bowls to Prest, who plays firmly into the covers, and there is no run. 38 without loss, Allsop on 22, Prest on 14.
I'm afraid Kev hasn't given me the password to the Solent Cricket email, but you can tweet us at Solent Sport as Joe's done, saying good to see Tom Allsop back opening the innings. A couple of good boundaries, and these two are capable of running quick singles. We've seen quick twos as well there at Solent Sport, if you want to get in contact with us.
In comes Ibrahim again, bowls, and forward comes Prest, plays to backward point, and there is no run. Just 16 years of age, Daniel Ibrahim, and he's made quite a start. He became the youngest ever player to score a county championship half-century up at Leeds on his debut. He's a big 16-year-old as well.
As in comes, well, the bowling continuing there. That no run picked up as Ibrahim, no runs for his first 2 balls, and he'll head back to his mark. So Allsop on 22, Prost on 14, as Ibrahim makes his way back to the end of his mark. Right-handed Prest on strike, just up 1 man out on the short boundary on the leg side. Steep square leg, as it's played by Prest. Didn't come anywhere near out the middle of the bat, straight towards short extra cover, and there is no run. Ibrahim to wander back towards the end of his mark. Well, still gloomy, rain still holding off, still the supporters able to sit all around the ground, keep themselves away from just the covered air, although I sense some may be heading there if the rain does come. Ibrahim to Prest, the 2 teenagers. Prest defends that to short extra cover. 38 without loss. 1 over left after this one of the power play. Just a word there from Haynes for Ibrahim, and then Haynes decides to change his field and bring in 3rd man and send cover back out towards the boundary. Prest has got 14 from 33, Allsop 22 from 20, as Ibrahim a little stuttering start to his run, and he comes past the umpire and Allsop. Prest comes down the ground. There's a bit of a swipe across the line as it's fielded out on the boundary. Decent start for Hampshire, 38 without loss after winning the toss and electing to bat first. Tom Allsop has 22 to his name, young Tom Prest 15. Allsop hitting 3 boundaries in a row at the start of 1 David Visa over. It was gloomy and overcast when we started. It's still pretty gloomy and overcast, but the rain hasn't come yet, and we'll keep everything crossed. It holds off. Live ball-by-ball commentary available all day via the BBC Sport website and app. As Visa is going to bowl his 5th over. We'll have a change in the commentary box after this over, with Dave Allen coming into my chair. Bit of a conference going on for Visa down at the end of his run. A few discussions. Still 1 slip in for Prest. Still the 3rd man and fine leg back on the boundary as Visa to continue from the pavilion end. In he comes again, past the umpire, and unconvincing shot from Press down into the ground, but squirms away, no run and no danger. 39 without loss. Steady if unspectacular, but kind of solid start Hampshire will be hoping to provide their batting lineup. Felix Organ, Nick Gubbins, Joe Weatherly, Ian Holland, Lewis McManus, James Fuller, Carl Abbott, Scott Curry and John Turner are the rest of the Hampshire 11. As in comes Visa, who's gone for 12 from his 4 overs. That's played into the leg side nicely by Prest. Warm applause as they head off for 2. They're going to think about 3. Smartly, that option is declined. But 2 more to the score, 2 more to Prest, who's building nicely with 15 from 35 here at the Ageas Bowl. This will be his first list day game that he's played here. I have to say 50 over cricket is maybe not something 18-year-olds like him coming up, if they excel, something they're going to play all that much of. It's Vita a bit shorter there, and that's cut down into the ground. And just tell from the reaction there from Prest that he feels like he missed out an opportunity on that one. As Vita heads back to the start of his run. BBC Sussex and BBC Radio Solent. Live commentary of the BBC Sport website app. This will be live commentary of the 2 Southern Brave games in the 100 later this afternoon as well. Full, and that's a Yorker dug out by Prest that goes in the air into the offside, but not near a fielder. Feast will be pleased with that one though, as the ball is thrown back round the field, and Visa will pick it up at the end of his run. And can turn. I wonder how many we're going to see from Visa off the bat back at the start. In he comes. That's full again towards Prest, and that's played up towards mid-off. They decided to run a quick single, and again it was smart running because an aggressive throw came into the keeper's end, but even a direct hit there, and Alsop is comfortably home. These two putting pressure, and yet again the umpire just having a look at the follow-through footmarks of David Visa. No formal warning for running on the pitch, but that's just an informal way of saying having a look and keeping an eye as Visa comes into the left-handed Alsop, up on his toes, and he plays that one down into the ground, into the leg side, and that ends the 10th over with a single, 43 without loss, as we are going to have a change in the commentary box. Dave Allen is going to come and join me, and then I'm going to make way for Adrian in just a moment.
Thank you very much. Interesting comment, Andy, about the footmarks, because Visa, now he's bowling from the pavilion end, but Sussex do have 2 leg spinners, and it will be, I'm just going to put my headphones on, hang on a minute, and I'll carry on saying what I was saying. Visa's footmarks conceivably a target for a couple of leggies. On the other hand, that would mean bowling with that very short boundary on the western side, and they might not fancy that. Anyway, it's Ibrahim. I've never seen him bowl before. Of course, he's only 16 and just starting off. There's a slight misfield there at backward point, but he just bowled that slightly short of a length. Slight misfield, but no run accrued. Alsop facing. Alsop left-handed, of course, so the leggies would be doing something rather different to him. And Ibrahim back to his mark, stuttering start. I suppose about the same length of run-up as Ravi Botara's. That's driven into the covers and fielded very nicely by the man saving one. Hurls it back to the wicket-keeper, somebody else I've never seen before, Ollie Carter, keeping wicket for Sussex today. Another one of the youngsters that are on parade on both sides is Ibrahim, bowling from this hotel end. Oh, it's very full, and that's bisects the men at backward point and cover, but goes out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. So just a single. Takes the score to 44 for naught. Allsop 24, Preston 18. We're in the 13th over. I think.
11th over.
We're in the 11th over. Beg your pardon. So decent progress, really.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good to see you, Dave. Haven't seen you for a little while, so.
No. It was early in COVID 2020 came to Hove.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Ibrahim, that's full on the leg side. It's very well taken by the keeper, scrambling across. But it's a wide. Typical one day. I've been watching quite a lot there on the live stream, which helps in terms of picking up this line and so on. I did wonder about that you mentioned the bye was given off that went down the line, Ibrahim bye, and tucks up, pressed to play it well outside, but it's and they come through for another well-run single.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess anything goes down as a chance if you get your hand to it, but it would have been a quite brilliant catch by Daniel Ibrahim. I keep watching Daniel Ibrahim and sort of pinching myself, really, that this lad is just 16 years of age. Dave, I was saying he became the youngest player to score a county championship half-century ever. You know, he bowls, he made a very good 40-odd at Sedbergh School last week. He does look a really fine prospect.
Yeah. He bowls again now, that's a bit short of a length.
Commentator's curse.
Away and it's just backward of square, and therefore eludes the man out on the boundary and goes through for 4. And so Hampshire 50 without loss, 50 partnership. Tom Prest in particular will be enjoying that, having made a naught last week. But yeah, I'm sure it's a very difficult thing to decide, Adrian, isn't it, really? On the one hand, you regret the fact that the 50 over competition seems not to be taken quite so seriously as it was as a consequence of the 100. On the other hand, it's rather delightful to see these young men coming through.
Well, it is. I mean, I have noticed a number of counties are playing very strong sides. I mean, Essex have got a very strong side. They haven't lost too many players to the 100. I mean, this is a pretty strong Hampshire side. Sussex have lost a lot of players to the 100. That being said, several of those players wouldn't have played in this competition. So the likes of Luke Wright wouldn't have played, Tamal Mills wouldn't have played. So yeah, they have lost some. So the likes of Delray Rawlings, George Garton would have played in this competition.
I suppose the thing about Hampshire is all 5 would have played. Vince, Dawson, Crane,
right.
Wood and Wheel. I think Wheel would have played, certainly the other 4.
Yeah, having said actually about Luke, because he played in the 50 over competition 2 years ago, so maybe he would, but certainly I'm just looking here because there's a change of bowling at the pavilion end. It's going to be Travis Head who's going to come on, so he's going to be bowling ahead of Will Beer and Archie Lennon. Bowling is off spin. 50 without loss are Hampshire after 11 overs, and it's going to be Head. Right arm around the wicket, he's in and bowls, and a play and a miss outside of the off stump by Prest, not taken cleanly by keeper Carter, and there is no run. So 50 without loss at Hampshire. Head in again, bowls and swept by Prest back to the square on the leg side. He picks up a single fielded by James Coles, who gets in the throw. One more to the total. A couple of emails. Jamie Spears has been in touch. Hello Jamie, he says, hi Adrian, shame that the Durham game was abandoned because of the weather. Hopefully the rain will stay away for the Kent game on Friday. Thanks for Hampshire providing the pictures from Southampton, and fingers crossed for a Sharks victory. So a very good morning to you, Jamie. Mercifully, the rain is staying away from here at the moment as in comes Head and bowls to the left-handed Allsop, who just plays quietly to short extra cover, fielded there by Tom Clark, and there is no run. Head very quickly in bowls. Wide, cut away by Allsop. That's a good shot, and that's probably going to go for 4 runs. A bit too much width there from Travis Head. And James Coles is quick across the ground, but he's not that quick, and it was belted away through extra cover by Allsop. He goes to 32, and Hampshire to 55 without loss. Bit too much width from Travis Head. A nice looking shot by Allsop, who hasn't been in this Hampshire side, but he goes to 32 and looks in good touch. Hit again. Bowls wide of the off stump, and that's a repeat performance. That's going to be 4 more, I think. Coles is in hot pursuit. He's just going to drag this one up inside the boundary, but not before, with that long boundary, the batsmen decide to come for 3 more runs.
I was going to suggest to you that they'd gone to Head rather than the leg spinner, precisely because Allsop is left-handed, but those 2 balls suggest that if that's the case, it's not quite working.
Well, just before Travis Head came on, I wondered whether we might see Archie Lennon, because he was warming up as in comes Head and bowls, and I don't know if that's a chance. I think that's been put down behind the stumps by Ollie Carter. We'll have to see. It was wide outside the off stump, pressed, I think got a nick on that, and Head's reaction was that that was a chance. We'll have to wait for confirmation. 58 without loss, and possibly at the end of the day we only get 1 chance to look at this, but Head's reaction was that maybe that was a drop.
Yeah, difficult from where we are looking live, because we're looking behind the wicketkeeper and the batsman, but his reaction, well, it was either frustration perhaps at the end of an over where he's been bashed about a bit,
Yes,
and it almost got a nick, or it was a nick and went down. Yeah, as you say, we might not know for a while. It will be Ibrahim. Daniel Ibrahim.
Yeah,
that's right, isn't it?
It is. I think he pronounces his name Daniel, but it's pronounced Daniel, or it's spelt Daniel.
Yeah. And, well, that's not a drop, but that's a routine nick to first slip, and there isn't one. Allsop there. That's in a sense part of the reality of 50 over cricket, particularly once we've gone past the first power play, that the fielders begin to move out a little bit. Allsop's edged that, the first slip in the air, keeper couldn't quite get across to it, has to now kick it to umpire Illingworth, who has to pick it up with some kind of sanitising thing.
I mean, it was a good delivery, wasn't it, by Ibrahim? I mean, and Allsop wasn't attempting to run that down to third, and that was a full shot. So a moral victory for the bowler, but as you rightly say, Dave, a moral victory is rewarded by 4 runs against you, which doesn't seem quite fair.
It's 62 without loss, so it's a very good start for Hampshire. First ball of the 13th over. There's a ring of 5 men, 2 leg sides, 3 offside, saving 1. It's Ibrahim bowls pretty full. Allsop just plays it squarish on the leg side. The man at mid-wicket runs around and picks that up. And there's that ring of 5, and then there are a ring of 4 men out on the boundary. Cover and mid-wicket sweepers, wide third man, and long leg rather than fine leg. Here's Ibrahim. Slightly shorter length, nudged away by Allsop, wide of the man at third man, but he runs round and picks that up, and they just complete a single. It's very quiet, isn't it? It's nice.
Now, I have a good authority that the boundary to Tom Prest's leg side is 54 yards, and on the long side it's 65 yards. Yeah. So it's 11 yards. It looks slightly longer than that, I have to say, to the naked eye, but they're the official lengths of the boundary. So there is a very short leg side boundary.
Here's Ibrahim. Bowls and Prest. Long handle to that one, over cow corner, and it's the full 6 runs. Courageous shot, great shot. 2 youngsters doing battle out there.
Yeah.
Prest goes on to 26.
I mean, I don't think there was a huge amount wrong with the delivery, to be honest, but it is a short leg side boundary, and Tom Prest had clearly decided it was time for Ibrahim to go. So the ball was probably, I don't think he timed it quite as well as he'd hoped, but it was still a good shot over cow corner for 6. Big blow.
I think it was premeditated.
Yeah.
Ibrahim again. short of a length, slightly, just short of a length, slightly outside the off stump. Prest plays it firmly to man at point, no run. Man at point now shows the ball to umpire Illingworth, who's umpiring on the offside, and I think he's fishing for a pair of scissors. There's probably just a bit of leather or a bit of the seam has come off. And
or is I think he might be putting it into the just seeing if the ball's gone out of shape or not.
Oh, doing that? Okay.
I just wonder, it's Travis Head who's just showing the umpire the ball. I just wonder whether perhaps when it got hit into the stands, whether perhaps Travis out thought the ball had perhaps gone slightly out of shape.
Here's Ibrahim again to complete the 13th over, and Prest just plays that forward. It looks a bit cross with himself there, as if he might have driven that a little, or played that a little more square than he did. Drove it fairly straight. There's no run. It's the end of the over, and the score is 69 without loss. Allsop 40, Prest 26.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Allen, Andrew Moon on our commentary team as well today. Cloudy skies above the Ageas Bowl, but mercifully we started on time. No rain so far, and this is famous last words, Dave, but the clouds do look a little higher, to be honest. So we'll just keep everything crossed. I have absolutely no idea where the weather is coming from. What the weather forecast were saying today, that any showers anywhere today are likely to be slow moving.
It's probably coming across the Shane Warne stand towards us from the sort of southwest area.
Well, if that's the case, it looks quite encouraging because the skies there are reasonably bright. Yeah. So, good news is we've got cricket. Hampshire off to a good start. 69 without loss after 13 overs. Allsop on 40, Prest on 26. Travis Head, whose opening over cost 8 runs, is coming on to bowl, or is going to bowl his second over, and bowls to Allsop, who's solidly forward, a ball of good length and plays with soft hands straight back down the track. Head bowling from the Rod Gramsgrove Pavilion end of the ground. He's in again and bowls, and Allsop again just works this quietly to backward point, fielded by the lively Ibrahim. And again, there is no run. 69 without loss. Head in his salmon pink top, as all the Sussex players have got in. Bowls and cut away by Allsop through backward point. There'll be runs here. There could always be 4 runs, but Harrison Ward has proven a very effective fielder for Sussex in this competition in the 2 games he's played, and that's a good bit of fielding, racing around the boundary, a good sliding stop, gets in the throw, but not before Allsop has come back for his second run. He goes to 42 off 34 deliveries, and Hampshire to 71 without loss. Head again, right arm round the wicket, is off spin. Allsop works this to short five, fielded by Lem, who gets in the throw. Wasn't the best of throws, I have to say, and it was a well-judged single, actually, all called through by Prest. One more to the Allsop to 43, Hampshire 72 without loss. Round the wicket again, bowls, swept by Prest. This time it is going to be 4 runs. As a matter of short leg, who had absolutely no chance at all, and Tom Prest just belted the ball line square for 4 runs. He goes to 30, Hampshire to 76 without loss. With 1 remaining of the 4th over. This is a good start for Hampshire, Day.
Yeah, Prest is just beginning to look confident now.
So the left side field, there is a deep mid wicket and a long on. Now they're going to be a change in the field now. Henry Crocombe now going outside of the 30-yard circle. So there are 3 men back on the left side for Travis Head as he comes head bowls and worked by Allsop. Worked by Prest on through leg. Up a single, fielded by Harrison Ward. Expensive over from Travis. Another 8 coming off that over, so there's no maidens for 16. Hampshire on 77 with a loss. Allsop on 43, Prest on 31. Well, we're all enjoying watching this young man bowl. He's
He did very well against us in the T20.
Yes, he did. He played both games, and he gives the ball air, and he's not afraid to attack the batsman. So this could be, and to be fair, he's bowling now to that short leg side boundary. I know they'll be hitting against the spin to hit him over there, but that will be tempting for Prest.
I think he might like to give Prest a single, really, to get the left-hander.
Yep. And he's bowling with a slip as well, which I like to see.
Here he is, first ball of the day, and it's full and on leg stump, and he has given Prest a single. I'm not sure that was actually calculated, but it's what happened. I was saying to Andy Boone that I was interested to see him because many years ago now, in my school teaching days, I did an MCC coaching course that was run by his grandfather.
Oh right, yes,
yeah.
Yes.
And I remember years later seeing him at Hove, because he was always around, wasn't he? I guess he still is, perhaps, I don't know.
Yeah, well, they were certainly there, and Dad Neil was at the game against Hampshire as well earlier on this season in the T20 Blast.
Lennon has a better length, and it's just pushed forward fairly cautiously by Alsop. If Lennon, I don't know, but if Lennon bowls mostly leg breaks, then to Alsop they will of course be off breaks, and he was playing that ball in that way.
Yep.
With the turn, here he is again, and very full and nicely fielded off his own bowling. And yeah, I remember I went up to Les Lennon at Hove. I saw him and I said, "You won't remember me, but you coached me." And on one particular occasion, you asked for a volunteer who wanted some help with something they couldn't do very well. And I put my hand up, Lennon bowls, and that's just short. Alsop on the back foot, plays it out on the underside. They look for two, but they won't get two, they just get the one. And I put my hand up, I said, I'm tall man, I always play on the front foot, I'm okay in some respects, but I can't cut. And he coached me in front of everybody. He used me as a demonstration, coached me, and I could always cut from that point onwards. It absolutely worked, it was wonderful. That's a reverse sweep, played out just short of, it's always difficult to explain really, it's just backward of square on what would have been the offside, but in a sense, because he turns his bat round, it is almost backward of square leg to the longer boundary anyway. So another courageous shot by Prest there, and takes him up to 34. And of course, as you say, after Les Lennon came Neil. And and he's got his wicket. Prest goes back, tries to cut, and obviously hasn't been coached by Les Lennon and didn't get the cut right there at all. And
well, he's lost his off stump.
The wicket goes, and Prest is bowled by Lennon for a very good 34, but he will be annoyed with himself there. There wasn't the room. I think if you're bowled off stump, you have to suggest there perhaps wasn't the room to play that cut shot there. Although he was deliberately trying to make himself it's the sort of shot that you'd be distraught about if you played it in a test match, but in this kind of cricket sometimes that's the way of things. And that completes the 15th over, so Lennon has currently got figures of 1 over no making, 1 for 4, and Sussex will be pleased.
Well, they'll be delighted, and a good bowling change by Tom Haynes, bringing young Archie Lennon into the attack, picking up a wicket and just conceding 4 runs in that over. So the end of the over, new batsman coming in is Nick Gubbins, Hampshire 81 for 1 at the end of the 15th over. Gary Knight has been sent an email through Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, "Good morning, Adrian. Having just tuned in, I'm not sure if you've covered the decision to remove Ben Brown from the 4-day captaincy. Personally, I'm struggling to understand the rationale behind it, bearing in mind his total commitment to the club throughout his career, the need for expertise, experience to guide the younger players, and his continued good form. I'm not aware Ben has publicly commented, so I'd be interested to hear your views." Well, we did discuss it briefly earlier on this morning, Gary. I did speak to Rob Andrew, the Sussex Chief Executive, yesterday, and that's an interview that will be up online later on today with questions that I posed to Rob about Ben no longer being captain of the county championship side. Briefly, Rob did stress that he feels that Ben still has a big part to play at the club, and a lot of experience and still a lot to give. But that interview will be up later on today, so as soon as it is, we'll let you know. Hampshire 81 for 1. But thanks for getting in touch, Gary, and indeed if anyone else wants to get in touch, please do so. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Bit surprised Travis Head has been kept on here, 2 overs for 16, but he's going to bowl the next over from the pavilion end as he comes in and bowls, and Allsop works his quietly to mid-wicket and picks up a single where it's fielded by the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes, and Hampshire to 82 for 1 and brings the new batsman Nick Gubbins on to strike. Allsop on 45 off 39 deliveries.
Yeah, I think particularly surprising perhaps with a new batsman in. A chance to knock somebody over before they get going. There we are. Having said that, Head will probably bowl in first ball.
Yeah. Well, the sun is trying to make an appearance, which is good news, as in comes Travis Head around the wicket, bowls, and Gubbins plays straight down the ground, sort of flat bats it down the ground. They're going to get one and probably come back for a comfortable second. Long boundaries here at the Ageas Bowl as the throw comes in from Will Beer, so Gubbins immediately on his way with a couple of runs. Hampshire to 84 for 1 here on BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Holmes, alongside Dave Allen and Andrew Moon, who will be back with us in a little while. A slip in place now for Gubbins as Head bowls, and Gubbins is watchfully forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. From the outside, Dave, Nick Gubbins looks a good signing for Hampshire. Presumably that's with a view to something more permanent.
Yeah, the suggestion is that it absolutely is permanent.
In comes Head bowls, and Gubbins works this to short extra cover, and there is no run. I mean, a couple of seasons ago, maybe 3 seasons ago, I mean, he was very much on the England radar.
Yeah. The suggestion was he was always going to come at the end of the season.
Head in bowls, Gubbins drives uppishly, and he gets away with that. Mistimed through the offside. It wasn't a chance. It was to the left of Tom Clark, who's a very fine fielder at mid-off, who had no chance of catching it, but it was a leading edge from Nick Gubbins, who goes to 3. Hampshire to 85 for 1. Head again bowls, cut away this time by Allsop. Through back will point more runs here. Harrison Ward is very quick around the boundary, so he will cut that off, and they won't chance a third run to him because he's got a very good arm. But 2 more to Tom Allsop. He goes to 47. End of the over from Travis Head, an over that cost 6 runs, so 3 overs, 0 for 22 for Travis Head. Hampshire 87 for 1, Allsop 47, Gubbins on 3.
The outfield is not at its quickest, it's certainly at its greenest. In fact, I commentated on a pre-season friendly here against Sussex in April, and at that point it looked as if the ground was going to turn into something like the famous oval outfield of 1976 with that very dry and it's just become lusher and lusher since then with the wet summer that's followed. Just to go back to that comment about Gubbins, of course, the other thing I would say, keeping Travis Head on, is that there are now 2 left-handers together, so that makes some sense. He's Archie Lennon. Sorry, he's not John Lennon, he's Archie Lennon. And Gubbins just gets away with a slight misfield there at mid-wicket, takes a single. Allsop's face. The idea was apparently Gubbins had told Middlesex he didn't want a new contract and he was going to move, and had agreed with us that he would come at the end of the season. And then Sam Northeast disappeared from Hampshire, and we just hastened the whole thing on, really. We went back to Middlesex and said, can we have him on loan to the end of the season and then sign him permanently? Lennon bowls, that's off the edge. It was, I think, an arm ball probably there. To Allsop, trickles away to third man. Wasn't in reach of the first slip, and they come back for 2, but it was a false shot. He played inside the line and got an edge to it. So a moral victory to Lennon.
Yeah, I'm pleased to see they're keeping a slip in place, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. Here he is again, Knowles. And very quick scampered single. You can probably hear the crowd appreciative of that. The crowd has built during the day, and it's also Tom Allsop's 50. And, just walking up the wicket to punch gloves with Gubbins. He'll be pleased with that. Not featured for a while, really. He made a terrific start in the Championship and then lost form a little bit. Hasn't played, I don't think he played at all in the T20. Didn't appear on Thursday, and people were a bit mystified. So good to see him back, good to see him getting runs. Alan bowls, Gubbins on the back foot, plays to short mid-wicket. There's no ribbon. The crowd is definitely building, and particularly on the Shane Warne stand side, which is the pitches to that side. It's 5 strips across from the centre. That's very full outside the.
Well, that's wide as well, isn't it?
Wide, yeah. I thought for a moment there Gubbins was going to help himself and smash the thing through through the covers or extra cover probably for 4, but in the end it floated away. And again, that's short. That's cut away by Gubbins straight to the man out on the cover boundary, who sweeps up, and they come through for a single. It's a bit gloomier now. I don't know. I said somewhat confidently that the weather comes from across southwesterly. It's almost coming more directly from the south, I think, over the floodlight. For those who know the ground, slightly strayed towards leg stump there, fairly full, and Allsop plays it easily out to deep square leg for a single. And the 2 umpires. Oh no, they're okay. I thought they were going to have a conversation about something from earlier, but they're all right. And so, end of the over, 94 for 1, Allsop 51, Gubbins 5.
And you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Allen and Andrew Moon. I always think it's an idea when you're looking at where the ground staff are, and they don't seem to be sort of poised to be running on with the covers or anything, so hopefully their famous last words will run for a little longer.
They're sat to the left.
Yes, I can see. They don't look as if they're overly concerned at the moment.
They look all right.
Travis Head is going to bowl the next over from the pavilion end. 3 overs for 22. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Tom Allsop, who's on 51. He's in and bowls, and Allsop works this through mid-wicket. In fact, he more than works it through mid-wicket. He could well pick up a boundary here. And he does a very good bit of fielding out on that mid-wicket boundary. It was beautifully timed through Allsop, through mid-wicket, and fielded up there, but a combination of James Coles and David Lisa.
Flips Allsop to
A couple. He goes to 53 off 44 deliveries. Hampshire 96 for 1. Head again, just surveys that leg side field. He's got a long on, and a deep mid-wicket is almost deep square, as in comes Head again, just played comfortably through the offside by Allsop. He goes to 54, and Hampshire 97 for 1. I'm just a little surprised that Travis's Head is bowling. He's bowled 3 overs for 22.
Yeah, I'm surprised, but what are the other options? Will Beer is a...
Well, Will Beer bowled beautifully.
Anybody else?
As in comes Head again, bowls, and down the leg side there's an appeal by Ollie Carter. The umpire, Illingworth at the far end, says not out. I think, well, as I say, Will Beer bowled beautifully at Sedbergh School on Friday, as in comes Head again, bowls, and swept, and that's a loose delivery. And that was a bit of a gimme, to be honest. It was down the leg side, and Gubbins Ferry just swept the ball very easily down to fine leg for 4 runs, and the Hampshire 100 is up in the 18th over. And that wasn't a great delivery by Travis Head.
What does anybody else bowl? Coles?
Yes, so I would have thought the 3 spinners who would have bowled ahead of Travis Head were probably Archie Lenham, who has bowled, certainly Will Beer and James Coles. So Travis Head now 0 for 29. He's in his 4th over. Hampshire 101 for 1. He's in and bowls, and Gubbins just plays this quietly to backward point where it's fielded by Ibrahim, and there is no run. Hampshire 101 for 1. Allsop 54 off 45. Gubbins 9 off 10. Head in again, bowls, and Gubbins just plays this comfortably through the covers and picks out Harrison Ward, who comes running into field from the cover boundary. One more to Nick Gubbins. He goes to 10. At the end of the over, Hampshire are 102 for 1. Allsop on 54. Gubbins is on 10. Head 4 overs, no maidens and no wicket for 11. Hampshire going along at 5.7 and over at the moment. It has got a little darker, a little gloomier, I have to say. The ground staff is still showing no real urgency to get ready for rain, so let's keep fingers crossed that it doesn't happen. But it is going to be Archie Lenham who's picked up the 1 wicket to fall so far today. Tom Prest, he bowled for 34 when the total was 81 for 1.
And here he is, very full, and nudged away, not a full-blooded shot, nudged away fine on the leg side, but it eludes the man on the leg side behind in the circle, and runs away for 4. Archie has his hands on his head, but I think that's perhaps frustration at the ball rather than anything else. Didn't quite get that one right, but I'm enjoying watching him. And Gubbins goes on to 14 in no time, really. Here he is again. That's outside the off stump, and Gubbins gives himself room and just cuts it away square on the offside to the man at point.
I think you were saying, Dave, this is a used pitch, is that right?
Yeah, I gather it certainly looks like the same one that we used against Essex on, don't know why particularly, but outside the off stump again, played to the same man, but this time off the front foot. There's quite a lot of cricket coming up, of course. There's a one-day international T20, and then the 100, of course, finally descends here on Friday. And bowls got a bit of shape, does it? A bit of loop in that delivery. It's played out on the onside. There's no run.
I think he's a wonderfully exciting bowler to watch, Archie Lenham. He's got a variety of tricks. He's gives the ball air as well, which is always good to see for a young leg spinner.
And he's that was a quicker one and a flatter one, and it just gets through a false shot by Gubbins. Gubbins tried to flick that away towards square leg, and it was perhaps a bit too quick and a bit too full to do that, play that shot. And, just wraps him on the upper leg. He plays the same shot this time, wristily, and it's again fielded out in the deep. That's Tom Clark, is that right?
No, it's Harrison Ward out there, who's, I mean, I think there was always going to be 2 there, Dave. In fact, he fumbled the ball slightly, Harrison Ward, but I don't think he would have prevented a second run.
Yeah. So, at the conclusion of that over, the score is 108 for 1, Allsop 54, Gubbins 16, and we've had 19 overs. Well, I was a bit surprised by that suggestion that Carl thought the scores were higher than he expected them to be, just not least because of the boundary sizes. There were quite a lot of shots played on Thursday. Now, it was blazing hot day, of course, on Thursday, beautiful day, and very dry pitch. But a lot of shots went over that boundary on the western side, which is the Shane Warnstone side, and I wasn't sure that it was par really, the score. Like your game, the chases were around 270.
Yeah. Well, Travis Head will not bowl the next over because he's left the field. Daniel Ibrahim is going to bowl the next over for Sussex. I think the substitute fielder is Alistair Orr, who's come onto the field. I just saw a couple of guys down to our right-hand side just reaching for their coats, so I don't know if there is some drizzle in the air, or maybe they're feeling a little chilly, but it's certainly going to be Ibrahim who's going to bowl at the 20th over of this Hampshire innings. Hampshire 108 for 1, Allsop on 54, Gubbins on 16. Third man, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, sweeper on the cover boundary as Ibrahim is in. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Allsop, who drives without timing to backward point, fielded there by Orr, and there is no run. The leg side field, there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg. It's Daniel Ibrahim in his 4th over, figures of 0 for 19 from his previous 3. A bit of a debate now going on at the front. Is Travis Head back on the field? No, I think it was Will Beer having a chat to Tom Haynes. As in comes Ibrahim again. Bowls, cut away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Didn't intend it to go there. It had been a second slip. Then Tom Allsop would have been on his way. It was a forcing shot, thick outside edge of the ball. Raced away through second slip for 4 runs, and Allsop goes to 58 off 47 deliveries, and Hampshire to 112 for 1. It is getting sort of gloomier by the minute, although the floodlight's not yet on. Bit of a debate at the far end of the ground now between David Visa, who's joining in the conversation, with Tom Haynes, Will Beer and Dan Ibrahim.
It's one of those floodlight systems. There's just a delay here.
Well, there is. Will Beers now, a couple of overs ago, the state of the ball was queried by Travis Head, but Will Beer getting short shrift from the umpire, who throws the ball back to him and says, no, get on with it. which is exactly what Daniel Ibrahim is doing as he runs towards us from the pavilion in bowls, and a nice looking off drive by Tom Alsop, foot right to the pitch of the ball, drove the ball firmly to mid-off, fielded by Beer. There's no run.
Floodlight thing, Adrian, is, often the signal will go out and it takes 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour. I think there's a little bloke somewhere in a little room who has to start pedalling furiously to get the power going. Eventually on they will come.
Again, over the wicket bowls, and just tucks up Alsop a little, plays to backward point, fielded by Orr, and there is no run. I think actually Daniel Ibrahim's figures are a little better than they look. He was hit by one big six by Tom Prest, and a couple of edges, one from Tom Alsop, went for 4 runs through the first slip region, and then one in this over as well. In the main, he's bowled a good line and length, the 16-year-old, not 17 until later this month, on the 9th of August. And he's just having a natter away to Will Beer, who's yet to bowl in this game so far, perhaps surprisingly, having bowled so well at Sebra School on Friday. Ibrahim in bowls down the leg side. That will be signalled a wide. He just slides that one down the leg side. Taken by Carter, and there is no run. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Allen. We'll have a change in the commentary box at the end of this over, and Andrew Moon will be coming in to replace me, as in comes Ibrahim, running in over the wicket bowls, and also drives firmly down the ground, and that's a nice looking shot. Nothing wrong with that. I don't think there was too much wrong with the ball, to be honest. Just slightly over pitch by Daniel Ibrahim, and Alsop, who looks in really good touch, drilled the ball through mid-off for a lovely looking shot. He goes to 62 off 50 deliveries, and Hampshire to 117 for 1. A good start here for Hampshire in the 20th over.
Alsop's always been a very effective white ball cricketer, and somewhat frustrating in the first class game because he looked as a younger player to have real potential. Went on England A tours and the like, and didn't quite happen for him. And but in white ball cricket, always been very effective. In the 2018 final, he played superb innings, opening the batting with Riley Rosso, who made a bigger score.
In comes Ibrahim bowls and played firmly by Alsop. Might slightly missed out. He was sort of falling over as he played. The shot is the end of Daniel Ibrahim's over. 117 for 1. Alsop on 62. Gubbins on 16. I'll leave you with Dave, and then it'll be Andrew Moon.
Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, 2018 against Kent. Riley Rosso and Tom Alsop opened the batting. Russo went on to make the 100 and got the Man of the Match award, but in some ways I think the innings of the day was Alsop. It was absolutely terrific performance, and I was saying earlier, remembering earlier, that in the game between Sussex and Hampshire here 2 years ago, Alsop and Aidan Markram, the South African, they shared a big partnership together. Alsop made 100 in this fixture then, and he's looked very good today, albeit with a couple of chances. It will be Archie Lenham to continue. The slip is still there. 2 men inside the ring on the offside, and 2 men out on the boundary as he comes in on bowls, and that's a bit of width, and it's hit out to one of those men on the boundary, the man sweeping on the cover area for a single. And Andy's back.
We were chatting earlier, Dave, you sort of touched upon how there were decent scores and not big scores on Thursday for Hampshire, yeah. And now you have that opportunity where, at the risk of cursing him, you've got Alsop in and looking good.
Yeah, yeah. That's played to mid-wicket for a single. I think absolutely. I think Alsop and Gubbins in. Weatherly's in good nick in white ball cricket at the minute to come. Ian Holland, surprisingly inexperienced as a county white ball cricketer. I think it's only his 4th game for Hampshire, but of course he played international cricket for the USA. It's very full outside the off stump, but it has that lovely loop, so it just tempts the batsman and then comes down in this play to cover for no run. So I would think in the 21st over, 119 for 1, you'd be aiming for 300. Certainly. Slightly off the edge by Gubbins there, just backward of square. Very well placed field. there's a man at point inside the ring, and he is just back with the square. It goes almost directly to him.
You're also thinking the likes of McManus and Fuller, if you can lay a platform for them for the last 10 overs.
Yeah, that's wider outside the offside. I have to say that the young Sussex wicketkeeper Ollie Carter is not having the finest of days at the minute. We're not sure whether he put down a chance off Travis Head, but he's just let that ball through the legs and it's gone away for 4 byes, so he will be a little disappointed by that.
I think it was a drop. I've watched the replay. I've watched the replay 3 or 4 times. It's not a massive ball deviation. It's more the reaction of the bowler. But I'm pretty sure that was a drop.
And again bowls, and that's driven by Sex, the bowler, and the man at mid-on comes out to the boundary. There's a man at long on fields it, so they just take a single. Gubbins will retain the strike and is on 18, 124 for 1. Yeah, so that's unlucky on Head, and you have to have sympathy for wicket keepers, but he's just having a bit of a difficult day, I think.
BBC Radio Solent Sport and BBC Sussex Sport with you, live Royal London One Day Cup action. Hampshire winning the toss here at the Ageas Bowl. It has been overcast, grey, dark grey, clouds above all day, all morning, but we got underway on time, and as things stand we're looking all right, although George DeBell, the senior correspondent at Cricinfo, popular cricket website, tweeted a video earlier that he went to cover Surrey today, thought they were playing at the Oval, realised when he got there it was at Guildford, dashed to Guildford, and then he's posted a video of what looks like your Storm from Portsmouth from last night hitting Guildford. And you would have to say you worry that when you get an outground where you get a storm like that, it's going to take some recovery. We'll hope that weather band doesn't come south.
We had that experience last year, of course, because we had to play our home championship matches down at Arundel. I was down there for a few of those days with Kevin James, and every time it got wet there, you had to remind yourself that it was not the Ageas Bowl with all that special drainage that the ECB have paid for, and so on and so on.
And it probably has changed some of the characteristics of pitches in England, the drainage that has gone in, as Ibrahim comes in to start a new over to Gubbins, who drops that in the leg side and takes 1. And why wouldn't you do that at the moment when you've got someone at the other end playing as well as Tom Alsop is on 63?
I think you're quite right about that, Andy. I think what it's done is probably suck water out of a lot of the pitches. I'm thinking of somewhere like Bournemouth in the old days. There'll be Hampshire cricket followers listening to us today who can remember Bournemouth, and it was always a bit lush, it was always a bit green and slow spin bowling.
Ibrahim in, and Alsop plays that firmly, beats point, picks up 1. They run the first one hard, but there won't be a second one on that occasion.
Yeah, when, in my younger days as a Hampshire fan, you'd know that when they came to the harder surface of Portsmouth, they'd often play the third seamer. Then they'd go down to Bournemouth, and Peter Sainsbury was always in the side, but they'd bring in a second spinner, Mervyn Burden, or later on Nigel Cowley or somebody like that. Yeah, I think you're quite right about that.
And Ibrahim to Gubbins once more, just running that down to third man again. Does the first run pretty fast, and this time there will be a second, and that's credit to Gubbins because he set off at quite a lick, and he turned and saw that he was easily going to be able to get back for the second there. Fielding done by Crocombe. Yeah, still so much nostalgia for the outgrounds. Portsmouth was certainly where I first watched county cricket, back with my dad and my great uncle, who was actually a huge Sussex fan. And Ibrahim comes in, and that's played up towards mid-on. Again, a fast run, and this time Gubbins having to dive, and a direct hit is interesting there, although I suspect he might have been hung.
They've run very well today, Hampshire, but that was a bit risky. That would have been an unnecessary wicket had it gone. It's just brightened up again, hasn't it? It's changing rapidly, but just brightened up again.
Just keep everything crossed. It's one of those. But when I turned up, I didn't think we'd get through to the 22nd over without a disruption. I didn't think we'd even start on time. Ibrahim to Alsop, 64 from 53 for Tom Alsop. Full, and Alsop plays that one. I think he's trying to play that across the line. Ends up down into the ground in the offside. No run.
So when you had your dad watch a lot of cricket in Portsmouth, was he a long-term cricket watcher?
Yeah, my dad's big cricket fan. Always gone and watched Hampshire. We grew up on Hayling Island, obviously, so we did sometimes come over to Northland Road. But certainly when you had one set of games a year at Portsmouth, always would make the effort to go down there. Big appeal from that one from Ibrahim. Umpire not interested. And that brings 22nd over to an end. 1:29 for 1.
I live about, I don't know, I suppose 500 yards from Portsmouth ground now, but sadly it's no great advantage anymore. Mind you, I went to school just around the corner from it, so that was rather good, because even lunchtimes when I was a junior member, could go up at lunchtimes, take sandwiches for the day and go and see, because in those days, of course, lunch wasn't until 1:30. So if you finished school at around, I can't remember, probably 12:30, you get an hour's play. Then you were back there by tea, see the end.
I remember watching Robin Smith score a big 100 against Essex there.
Yeah.
Probably talking mid-90s, that one.
Archie Learn bowls, and it's pretty full. I think it's another one of those where there's just a bit of a loop, but it's driven up to long on, and Gobinson comes through for a single.
That's the dilemma of the young spinner bowling that loop, because that one he's put too much on it, but he's certainly shown the courage to keep doing it.
I like the look of him, really. That's flatter and a bit shorter of length, so Alsop is able to go on the back foot there and play that out the deep square leg for a single, and partnership of 50 runs. That's been pretty quick, but two experienced county cricketers batting against a relatively inexperienced attack for the most part. Just a bit short outside the off stump. Alsop is able to play that away to the sweeper on the cover boundary, fields it very nicely, sliding and picking it up, comes back to the bowler, but they complete another single.
Haven't seen anyone really target that short boundary yet on the offside as it is now for Alsop. I'd imagine that will change.
Yeah, I think you're right. At the minute, they're just, is he coming back for a second there? Yes, he is, and that's very well run again by Alsop. That's gone out to sort of deepish mid-wicket area. I think you're right about that. What I noticed on Thursday was that there was more pace bowling on Thursday. People were just picking up the pace of the ball and flicking it almost over that boundary, really, but there hasn't been so much pace bowling in evidence, and at the moment Alsop does it again there. He plays it out towards deep mid-wicket. They come through for a single. At the moment they're just picking off singles and twos here and there, aren't they, which is somewhat typical of the middle period of 50 over cricket as well. Just consolidate, and then if you get up to 30 overs with one wicket down and 150, 160, then you really can go, can't you? Lennon again bowls. That's driven on the front foot this time, but square, and again the man comes in from the cover boundary and throws it to the keeper, and Gubbins takes a single, keeps the strike. We've had 23 overs. My eyesight is getting ancient, I suppose is the truth of it. 136 for 1, Alsop 68, Gubbins 25.
It's funny, when we talk of sort of England's renaissance of 50 over cricket under Owen Morgan in the last 5-6 years, I really remember before then these middle overs being something that England so often got bogged down and going at 2 or 3 and over, and the problem is when you get bogged down at 2 or 3 and over in these middle overs, that's when the wickets start falling and it just becomes a perpetuating cycle. And just see Gubbins and Alsop by running those twos particularly hard, that just keeping it, ticking it over nicely, and not having to do anything too extravagant. As Ibrahim starts a new over to Gubbins, full. Gubbins drops that into the offside, and that's skillfully played between the two men who are not necessarily right in saving one, but well inside the circle on the offside. Another single, 137 for 1.
I think Adrian made the comment earlier that Ibrahim's bowled quite nicely, really, and his figures don't flatter him at all. I think he's a little unlucky. 5 overs, 0 for 33 before the over started. He's looked good, especially for a 16-year-old. Goodness me.
So we can see a bit of bright blue sky, and the sun really outshadows from the players at the Ageas Bowl. That's defended by Alsop to short extra cover for no run. A few more just making their way into the ground. Plenty of sun to be had for probably 5 minutes or so. You might make some sunshine. This cloud returns. We are into the 24th over, 137 for 1. It's a good start from Hampshire. Oh, Alsop's gone! He's bowled him! He played on and Alsop can't believe it. Ibrahim with one outside the off stump, and Alsop just trying to play it down into the leg side, and off the inside edge of his bat, he's just dislodged the bail, and he has to go back. Bowled by Ibrahim for 68, and Hampshire 137 for 2. That is a blow for Hampshire.
Yeah, it is a blow. I think the bounce did him as much as anything. I think it came up really quite high on the bat, and he didn't quite get solidly behind it. And well, I suggested that Ibrahim's figures were not flattering him, and I think in that sense, he probably deserves that wicket. Really well bowled, young man, and well batted Tom also on his return. It's good to see him, and glad to see him get runs.
Warm applause for Alsop as he heads off, but he'll know 68 it was an opportunity to perhaps go on and make a big score, and he got in and he's got out and has to make his way back to the pavilion. BBC Radio Solent Sport, as Joe Weatherly will make his way out to the middle to join Gubbins, who's gone okay. I wonder if we'll see Gubbins play a slightly more aggressive form as Gubbins takes the opportunity to take a drink with the 12th man running on and to have a chat as Sussex break out from their huddle and prepare to get things underway once more. 12:31 BBC Radio Solent Sport. Sussex against Hampshire here at the Ageas Bowl. Live Royal London One Day Cup. Both sides losing their opening game in this competition. And also just looked such an innocuous way for him to get out. And it will be Weatherly on strike. I think the most surprising thing, Pat, is that the sun broke out a moment or two ago. Hampshire suffering a blow just as you joined us, as Tom Alsop has gone, bowled by Ibrahim for 68. He was batting really well, and the side looked really well set at 137 for 2 in the 24th over. This having won the toss and chosen to bat earlier today. So a blow for Hampshire, losing Tom Alsop, who was well set, but they still are in position where they can go on and make a really big score in this game. Live ball-by-ball commentary continues online via the BBC Sport website and app. As that's first delivery from Weatherly, flicked off his pads and down to the long leg boundary for a single.
Both men in good nick at the minute. They both got 50s on Thursday in this competition, and scored some runs at the end of the championship, the first half of the championship season. They both got runs in that important game down at Cheltenham. So Hampshire will hope they go on today.
In comes Ibrahim to Gubbins, played down to the fine leg boundary again for one. Really fascinating the way that championship is set for those last 4 games. Not the excitement for Sussex to come, but Hampshire know they're going to need something pretty special. But there is the opportunity of a county championship, a competition which, well, has eluded Hampshire for such a long time.
Yeah. Your dad might remember it, but you don't, Andy.
I certainly don't. Ibrahim in, and that's played into the leg side just for a single for Weatherly. And it even feels in recent years with Hampshire, we've seen them finish high up in that Division 1 table at times, but never really going into the final few games have they been in contention to lift the trophy.
No, I agree with you. I think probably 2005 was the last time they did finish runners-up, and absolutely hammered the champions Notts in the last game of the season, which was ironical really. But I think since then, well, we finished 3rd 2 years ago, but we were never more than 3rd.
It's just felt that there's always been someone who's not necessarily run away with it, but been certainly out of reach for Hampshire. So 4 games coming up towards the end of the season after the 100 and the Royal London One Day Cup is complete. T20 quarter-finals are in there as well, of course, but that opportunity for Hampshire to add just a third county championship title.
Yes, I would like that very much, I have to say. I'm lucky enough to have seen both of the two sides, but not actually on the ground at the moment when it happened on either occasion. So I would rather like once in my lifetime to see that. There again, there are people in Somerset who've never had the chance at all, so in a sense Gloucestershire, Northants. 11 bowls, and Weatherly just plays that to cover. He had his hands on his head, suggesting frustration, but I think it was a pretty legitimate shot. I think he played it quite well. He's got a right hand and a bowl at, which I think he will perhaps enjoy now, and that's flatter, a bit short of a length. Weatherly just almost takes a step or two down the pitch and then plays it square on the offside. Man at back or point fields no run.
Yeah, interesting, with only 4 balls or 3 balls faced, Weatherly keen immediately to get those feet moving.
Yeah, yeah, and he just pushes that on the onside. Mid wicket runs in and picks it up, but they come through for another nicely run single. Yeah, he's struggled opening the batting in the championship this season. He even lost his place at one point. But in the white ball game, he's just looked very good from the start. That's a slower ball, which I think Gubbins had to check his shot and almost wait for that to get to him, and then plays it just backward a square on the leg side. There's no run. And it would be very good if Weatherly could be scoring runs at some rate. That's played back to the bowler. There's no.
Yeah, certainly would. Look, it's a slightly different game, but scoring runs in this would put anyone in a better frame of mind when the white clothing and red ball returns later in the summer.
The big challenge for Hampshire as a championship winning side, I think, is the opening batting, really, and maybe the top 3. Gubbins plays that really rather subtly, almost chopping it off stump as it comes through, and he just runs away for a single there. End of the over, he keeps the strike. It's 142 for 2, Gubbins 28.
Yeah, midway through the innings, so Hampshire are going to be eyeing up 300 from here. You would say they're set, providing the weather stays fair. Just talking of people witnessing championship cricket, I said when my dad also used to go with my great uncle, who was a big Sussex fan, sadly passed now, but I was so pleased that he lived to see Sussex, who had followed for years and years, lift the county championship, and used to laugh then because some of his friends that he went with wouldn't go and watch one-day cricket because they made that as the newfangled thing. And as Ibrahim starts a new over, and he did enjoy T20, but he was more one to go and take his deck chair and sit and enjoy the day at home watching championship cricket more than anything else.
Well, I've always loved the fact that we have a reciprocal arrangement with Sussex, and until the last couple of seasons, COVID thing has complicated it. I often make trips to Hove and sit in the deck chairs at the northern end, and I absolutely love it. Wonderful ground.
Ibrahim in, and that's played hard back past him, but it won't beat the fielder at mid-off. Weatherly, in fact, it must be Gubbins still on strike. I think the scoreboard is incorrect there.
Oh, it is, yeah. It certainly is Gubbins, yeah.
That was firmly played. It wasn't the prettiest of shots, but fielded mid-on. And Ibrahim, who's got 1 for 37 from just over 6 overs, comes in off the pads there. Gubbins can't get it away. Just working those 1s and 2s have just got a little bit more difficult for Hampshire past over or so. Certainly no situation to panic. Ibrahim goes back to the end of his run. Just the trees away to our right. You'll know the big green trees in the Ageas Bowl just blowing further in the wind than they have. As Gubbins pulls it, he pulled it straight to the man. He gets 4. There was a diving attempt on the boundary that always looked a slightly forlorn hope, and it is 4 runs. Getting out there was Coles, and it was one of those where part of me felt he might have been better just trying to stop the boundary rather than dive for the catch. You see why fielder goes for it, but it was going to take something very special. Comes into Gubbins, who decided he had to hit out clearly. This is short on the offside. Oh, an aggressive single. He's in trouble if he's hit. He's long gone if he's hit. And Clark misses by, well, a bit of a distance. And he probably should have run him out there, because it's an underarm throw from probably 3 metres.
Yeah, I think that's a miss, and I think it was an absolutely balmy run. They've been running really well, but I suppose sometimes you get into that rhythm of taking quick singles everywhere, and suddenly you have a bit of a brain fade, and you go off on one that you shouldn't. And yeah, Clark could almost have run in and taken the bow off there, almost.
Ibrahim is in, and Weatherly plays that into the left side for one. You think of that very famous bit of fielding where Jonty Rhodes picked up the ball and did that full-length dive to wipe the stumps out, and Clark wasn't far away from being able to do that. And one of those, as soon as it left his hand, it wished he could have had that back.
Yeah.
Because I know he's only got maybe just over one stump to aim for, but he had time to, and it's easy to say you've got time because the adrenaline will be flowing and the heart rate's pumping when you've got the chance to run someone out. It's one of those pressure moments, but he had time to set himself, steady himself before getting the throw off. He didn't actually have to release it immediately.
Nope. Could be one of those key match-changing moments, really, in the 25th over. It's one of those things I have to make a little note for.
Went twice, avoiding losing his wicket in that 26th over.
And here's Archie Lennon again, and that's played out to mid-wicket. The man just comes in this time fairly gently. I agree with you about that last over as well. The attempts at the dive and catch, I think maybe cut your losses and go for one run rather than four. Now, we were talking earlier, Adrian was talking earlier about the ground staff as through the shot there, like a slightly loose shot, if anything, by left-handed Gubbins. It's taken by the keeper. We're talking about the ground staff sitting and enjoying themselves, and I have to say that the sky is now quite a bit gloomier coming over the pavilion. That's played defensively back to the bowler, and the ground staff are on the move. They are now poised by the hover cover.
It's the sight no one wants to see. The ground staff
that's right.
stood on the cover, ready to come on.
Yeah.
It's got very, very, very dark, overhead.
It's Lennon again bowls, and that's driven to long on for no reason. Now I can't see, they take a single there, I can't see anybody at the moment putting up umbrellas, which is the next sign, of course. Anybody sat down the front rows at Hampshire for 150 now for two. The front rows of the just put up with a little bit of drizzle, it's okay, then nobody will take any notice, nobody will think it's raining. Lennon again bowls, and Gubbins gives himself room to play out on the offside, but that's a good over by Lennon there. It's, they just took it off, as I was going to tell you. I think it went for 3 runs, all singles, very nicely bowled by him. But those clouds look a bit menacing now.
They've looked menacing all morning, though. We've dodged it so far.
They're the sort of clouds that Turner would have enjoyed painting, but I'm not sure that cricketers like seeing.
No, you can tell I've slightly misjudged the weather as I stood here in my shorts and only just put my jumper on, whereas yourself and Adrian a jumper and jacket on.
Yeah. Well, it's been a pretty odd season for that sort of commentary, really. I was doing with Kevin early season in April, before people were allowed in. We were up the top end of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion in that little enclosure there, but of course because of COVID we had to have all the windows and doors open, and the wind was just roaring across from the northeast, and I was commentating with a hoodie and a scarf. Absolutely freezing, thinking this is bonkers. Who invented this game in the summertime?
Crocombe back on from the pavilion end. Yeah, I spent so much of my winter commentating on Portsmouth football with all my thermals on. I quite enjoy when you get the chance to come and commentate when it's warm. Crocombe very full on that first ball. That's well played from Weatherly. That's in front of square on the leg side. It's a long chase on that very, very long boundary, but it's fielded and it'll be just 2 runs. That's a nice shot.
Adrian and I were also talking earlier about the floodlights, and it is surprising that they're not on, particularly now. I know they take 10 minutes, quarter of an hour to warm up, but it did look earlier as though they should be on, and they're still not. They certainly should be on now.
Someone saving on the electricity bill as Crocombe comes in. No, that's not as good a shot from Weatherly. Just a danger of a leading edge, put it up in the air, but it's safely fielded up to mid-off, for mid-on, sorry, no run.
I have a feeling the first floodlit game here in the championship, at least, I have a feeling it was a Sussex match, and I think Chris Adams made some kind of complaints about the conditions, and the umpires agreed, even with the floodlights on, that we had to go off. There was all sorts of uncertainty then about floodlit ruling.
That's defended by Weatherly up towards mid-off, no run. Yeah, it's always that confusion when you've got the red ball. You're allowed the floodlights on to help the artificial light, but it can't completely take out. And we tried a bit of floodlit cricket with the pink ball. What, I had a couple of them, if I remember, as Crocombe into Weatherly. Defended, they're going to go for the quick single. This time it's well judged, and there was a run there, and it's well taken, 154 for 2.
I'm guessing 2017, I'm not sure. It was a game against Yorkshire here, when Dale Steyn was in that little spell with Hampshire, and there might have been 2 years of it, but it was pretty miserable, and an awful lot of people, instead of coming in at tea time, an awful lot of people who've been here all day went home at tea time.
Crocombe in once more. It's defended onto his pads by Gubbins, gets the fortunes and go onto his own stumps, no run.
I think evening pink ball cricket is brilliant in the tropics.
Yeah,
it's that simple. You know.
The other thing is with Test cricket in this country, I totally understand abroad where the attendances have been dropping and aren't great. You need to try something, but it feels that the Test of England one day and T20 cricket, international cricket, is so well attended in this country. You don't necessarily need to make those changes.
I think you're right.
Albeit I'm always open to ideas. It's Crocombe, final ball of the over. Gubbins tried to cut that one away. It comes really off the bottom edge down to third man, and it's again that massive boundary. They thought about 2, but the hesitation meant there was no real chance. Gubbins not quite having the room he wanted to play that, and umbrellas are going up now at the end of the 28th over, 155 for 2.
And the umpires are having a conversation. I have to say, I can't see rain in the air, but it is probably fine. Oh yes, I can, against the trees. Yeah, I can. There's actually, it looks quite heavy, although the umpires have had their conversation and decided to carry on, much to their credit, I think. Whether a bit of this will do anything to change the condition of the pitch, I don't know. It won't help the bowlers. It certainly won't help the spin bowlers. It looks to me like Will Beer is about to have a bowl, and I don't think leg spinners are going to much enjoy a damp ball to bowl with. The ball, of course, doesn't get too soft in this game because maximum it's only 25 overs because there's a white ball at each end. So at the moment we're less than 15 overs in, so it's still fairly hard. But if it gets run across the outfield a little bit, then
floodlights are on.
Yeah, so Lenham's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 32, and bowled very well. And as Andy says, the floodlights are just on now. Beer bowls, that's a bit short of a length, and it does precisely what I suggested there. It gets hit all the way to long on, trickling and across what must be slightly damp grass. Now, I'm not sure that I can see that rain anymore now, whether that's just stopped.
Disappeared for now.
And there
Might get lucky here.
yeah, umbrellas are still up, so there might be a bit, but maybe the umpires decided that. They had a look and thought, this won't be much, let's keep going. Here's Beer again. Comes in bolts, that's again just short of the length, fairly flat. Scamper across from short mid-wicket, cuts it out almost next to the umpire, and there's no run. Weatherly on 9 is facing. Gubbins 36 not out at the other end. It's 156 for 2. Here's Beer. That's again pretty flat, leg side-ish. Doesn't look to be turning a great deal, and it's played quite nicely into a gap there, so they can come back for a second run to Weatherly, who goes into double figures, and just looks there as though Beer is he's not actually wiping the ball on a towel or anything. Mason Crane, if you're a Hampshire fan, you will know that Mason Crane bowls all the time with a little piece of toweling stuck in the back of his trousers. Beer's not doing that, but he just rubs the ball and then he comes. Again, it's quite flat. Noticeably different style of leg spin bowling from Lennon.
It's interesting because I always thought, until I saw Crane this, I thought you had to get the umpire's permission to have that towel on the field. I thought it was one of those things where it had to be, if it was wet, the umpire would say yes. I didn't realise till I saw Crane using it that it was something you could have all the time.
That's just nudged onto the offside, and well, there was a shout there to get it in quick to the man at cover, but in fact he doesn't field it cleanly, and Weatherly is through quite easily for his single. So he goes on to 12. It's 159 for 2 as we approach the end of the 29th over.
Some of the umbrellas are going down again now.
Yeah, I think we got through that first little weather scare. Ooh, that was altogether the sort of thing that Richie Benno would suggest. Well, it was half decent cricket, and the ball from Beer was good and beat the batsman. I think perhaps just bounced over the top. The keeper again didn't gather it cleanly. It doesn't run away for byes or runs, but I think poor Ollie Clark will just be feeling a bit fed up with himself at the minute. It reminds you a bit of the James Bracey experience recently in the Test match, which was desperate. I felt so sorry for him. He must be a better keeper than that, I'm sure. But everything went wrong for him, didn't it?
Yeah, these things happen.
Yeah.
Gubbins really the fortunate man there. Crocombe for his 6th over. The first 5 have gone for 29. Bowling to Weatherly, who has got 12, and Weatherly plays that nicely out to square leg. That'll just be a single because it's played firmly into that side with the large boundary. 160 for 2. Gubbins 36, Weatherly 13. Allsop going for 68 earlier. He'll be a little bit disappointed there that he couldn't go on, because he looked like he had got himself set in order to do just that. Couldn't go on and make the big score. That's the thing that Hampshire missed on Thursday. Up in the air, huge shot from Gubbins. First sign of real aggression we've seen from a Hampshire batsman, and the first 6 of the innings. Gubbins getting underneath that one and launching it back over the bowler's head. The only dilemma, or the only thing to look for, was it going to reach the rope? It did comfortably. 6 runs, mid on and mid off, never in the picture.
That was a terrific shot. I mean, we're used to people hitting 6s these days, but to hit it that straight, that was beautifully picked up. And perhaps it suggests acceleration on the way.
Or is it just a one-off? Crocombe having been hit over his head, unsurprisingly, me, probably putting a little bit more into that one. And this time Gubbins sensibly doing the thing at this stage. When you hit a big 1 for 6, just take the single into the leg side, get at the other end.
I'm going to take my leave, Andy, and it's the end of the over, isn't it? Nearly.
That's correct.
Let Adrian come back in.
Okay, it's Dave Allen. He will be back later in the innings. As Crocombe comes in once more to Weatherly. Short, Weatherly pulls it. Doesn't really get the connection that he would have wanted there, but he's still going to be able to come back for 2. And maybe this is an indication that we're seeing an acceleration from Hampshire. That huge 6 from Gubbins, and attacking intent there from Joe Weatherly. Crocom's figures, he's gone for nearly 7 and over. He's had a little bit of treatment as he comes from the end of his run. Floodlights now on here at the Ageas Bowl, although the sky brightening slightly as Weatherly drops that into the offside, but he hits it straight at the fielder, so there's no chance of a single there. 10 off the over so far, 1 delivery to go. Weatherly with 15, Gubbins 43 from 48. Let's see.
It's taken as long for Sussex to get Will Beer into the attack. I mean, he bowled really nicely on Friday up at Sebra, 9 overs, 1 for 39, and it's taken until what, the 28th over, the 29th over before Will Beer bowled here today. He's remarkably consistent in one-day cricket. I didn't see that final delivery. Are you suggesting that Gubbins was dropped? I heard Dave mentioning Ollie Carter. I'm not sure if it was a drop or was it just
I think it just went through everything.
Right, okay.
I think it was one of those where you couldn't believe it hadn't hit something.
Yeah.
And it was more likely the danger of being bowled there.
Well, it is going to be Will Beer. Bit of blue sky above the ground. It's a strange day for weather, but we're playing. He comes in and bowls and driven down the ground by Nick Gubbins. Picks up a single down to long on, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim, who comes running in off the long on boundary. One more to Gubbins, who's moves to 44. We were saying what a fine signing I think he is for Hampshire. A fine player, and he's batting very nicely here today. The right-handed Weatherly takes strike. There was a slip in place, and Beer is on his way. There's the Hotel in bowls, and Weatherly is caught and bowled, and immediately Will Beer is in the wickets. In his second over, it was drilled down the ground by Joe Weatherly, and Will Beer with a good caught and bowl because it was going fast. I think at this level you expect to catch it, but nonetheless a good catch by Will Beer, who comes into the attack, and in his second over he's picked up a wicket. And well, I'm not going to say told you so, but I did think I was a little surprised that Will Beer wasn't brought into the attack a little earlier. But he's done his business out. Weatherly is on his way for 15, and a third wicket goes down for Hampshire on 170 for 3.
They're never easy, those caught and bowled, but sharp chance that Beer takes, and important for Sussex to pick up a couple of wickets here, because, as we mentioned earlier, the likes of McManus and Fuller, really big hitters, and Sussex don't want to be in the situation where they're in with 7, 8, even 10 overs to go, and the licence to hit out, and the licence to play their shots, because things could get pretty messy if that's the situation.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that there's nothing like wickets in limited overs cricket, be it this format or T20. You know, wickets do slow down the run rate. So a welcome wicket as far as Sussex is concerned. Of slight concern will be, you were asking earlier who else was going to bowl. Well, David Visa has obviously got overs up his sleeve. Henry Crocom's having a slightly difficult time of it so far. Travis Head was expensive as well, so he's just having to juggle things around here a little bit. Tom Haynes, and picking up wickets is, you know, it's going to be important in keeping the runs down. I think the skies, where that weather was coming from, got a little brighter, famous last words, Andrew. I mean, away to our right, I don't know which direction I'm looking at, it does look pretty awful for the time being.
But I think that's the direction it's been moving.
Yeah, so well, happy days.
It's definitely brightened up a little bit.
So the new batsman is Ian Holland.
He's very capable with the bat, but doesn't play a huge amount of white ball cricket.
I think he's a very fine cricketer, actually. Saw him play last year in the Bob Willis Trophy at Hove. So Will Beer has got to slip rightly in for the new batsman. Five men now up inside the 50-yard circle. Just waits. Number 18 on the back of his back is Will Beer as he comes in and bowls, and Holland drives firmly through extra cover. They've taken one. There shouldn't be two here. Ibrahim is in quickly and prevents the second.
We saw earlier that fine line between good running and stupid running, and Gubbins clearly crossed it and should have been run out, but got away with it.
It's a big outfield to defend here at the Ageas Bowl, and Ibrahim had to be on his toes to make sure there wasn't a second run. Beer comes in, bowls to Nick Gubbins, and Gubbins drives handsomely to short extra cover, fielded on the bounce by Tom Haynes. And there is no run, just the 2 runs off this over so far from Will Beer, and he's picked up the important wicket of Joe Weatherly, caught and bowled. Beer wanders back to his mark, tosses the ball from hand to hand with this straight approach to the wicket. Is in and bowls, and Gubbins cuts. He's going to get runs here. Nick Gubbins down to third man. That's going to be 4 runs. That was a nice shot by Nick Gubbins. He just waited. I'm not sure he intended to hit it quite as fine as he did. Nonetheless, it raced away to that short third man boundary, and Gubbins goes to 48. Hampshire 175 for 3.
Yeah, that's a nice looking shot from Gubbins. Only his 4th 4. He's obviously got that 6 as well. But that's just the kind of shot he'll feel good about after playing. Perfectly played, low risk. Just saw it race away.
Beer in again, bowls, and cut away again by Gubbins. This time a little squarer, and there's a sweeper on the cover boundaries, who is James Coles. 1 off the last ball of the over means Nick Gubbins will retain the strike. He's on 49 off 52. Hampshire 176 for 3 after 31 overs. Will be 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11.
And Hampshire pretty well set. 176 for 3. Still with some decent batting firepower still to come. Albeit Alsop will probably be watching this back in the pavilion, pretty frustrated that he's not still out there. Gubbins and Holland have a word. Decent show at the top of the order from Hampshire today. James Coles is going to come on to bowl, so Crocombe just a couple of overs and the change made.
Yeah, he bowled very tidily up at Sedbergh School on Friday. 9 overs, no wicket for 40. And I suspect with Henry Crocombe being a little expensive, maybe Tom Haynes has decided that spin is the way to go. Just 17 years of age, James Cole. We thought last year he'd become the youngest ever player to play for Sussex, but someone pointed out there was someone in 1880 something had actually played for Sussex at a younger age.
That's good research.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
coming out with that.
We were all caught out. Nonetheless, I can report that James Coles is 17. He was 17 in April.
Well, spin from both ends is one way to ensure we get as many overs as we possibly can in before any rain comes. Not going to be an issue with the over rate count here as Coles comes in to his first delivery, and Gubbins plays that straight towards short mid wicket. Actually, I had interviewed one of the 100 players after the Southern Brave first game, talking about they're all looking at where the over rate might be and struggling to do that calculation, which had become so automatic in their head. Coles in again, and Gubbins plays it up towards long on, and from the 54th delivery he's faced, Nick Gubbins brings up a 50, his 14th list day 50, and in addition to that, 5 times he has gone on and made it 3 figures. It's quite a good conversion rate, and he has an opportunity well set with still just under 19 overs remaining of this innings.
That's been a fine innings.
Bar the stupid run.
Bar the stupid run.
That's Holland, who has 1 from 1 ball. Take strike to Coles, coming in with his 3rd delivery on his legs, worked into the leg side, and that is the reason the sweeper out there is 10 yards off the boundary, because if he's right on the boundary, there's a chance they scamper back for 2 there.
Well, I think there's no doubt, it's certainly my opinion, Andrew, that a Nick Gubbins in form is a terrific acquisition for Hampshire, and also he'll have his eyes set on England as well.
Absolutely, as that's defended by Gubbins and bounces up and caught in one hand by the wicketkeeper Ollie Carter. No one hand, one bounce rules in Royal London Wonder. I don't think we even have that in the 100 either, as more of a garden cricket rule, that one, as that's played into the leg side for a single for Nick Gubbins.
Well, good overs so far by James Coles. So we're talking about getting out of overs, and he'll want to get out of this over now. He's only conceded 3 runs. What he won't want to do is go for a boundary now.
Just when you say with England, it's funny because you look at that for example, the England T20 side. As Coles comes in, sweep from Holland, straight to the man inside the circle at fine leg, no run, along the ground, safe. Anyone breaking into that T20 team for the World Cup, as that over ends at 179 for 3, is going to have to do something incredibly special. On the flip side, the top of the order of the Test side, well, a few good innings might be in the red ball cricket might be enough to get the selectors interested.
Well, I completely agree. I think there are spots up for grabs in the England top order. Reading on the BBC website today, apparently talks between some of those players and the ECB about the length of time players will be spending away during the winter months with the T20 World Cup and then straight into an Ashes tour. So we'll have to see how that develops. 179 for 3, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent, myself Adrian Harms alongside Andrew Moon as Will Beer begins the 33rd over of this Hampshire innings. 179 for 3, bowling to the left-handed Nick Gubbins, who's on 51. Beer is in and bowls, and Gubbins drives through mid-wicket. They've taken one, there'll be 2 here because Ibrahim has got a long way to move to his left at long on to field, but gets in the throw. And Gubbins comes back for a second run. He goes to 53, the total 181 for 3.
Yeah, I think the real gripe from some of the players is the possibility that their families won't be allowed to come to Australia, because traditionally they'd all fly out for the school holidays for 2 weeks over Christmas and New Year. But obviously, as things stand, the border is closed to Australia.
Beerin driven by Gubbins firmly down the ground. We just get a single here, fielded out on the long off boundary by Henry Crocombe. Gubbins to 54, 182 for 3.
Just wonder, politically, given that COVID has re-emerged in Australia, whether there's going to be politically an allowance for friends and family to not have to hotel quarantine on their way in. Just going to be one where no one really quite knows what's going on.
Beer comes in bowls to Holland, who's forward and plays straight back down the track. Does Holland, there is no run. And certainly those quarantine restrictions in Australia are really, really strict. I mean, there's no question of being allowed out, or you're locked in a hotel room for 2 weeks.
Yep,
that's the rule.
And even Australian players going back have been subject to that.
Yeah, and he's going to pick up a second wicket, and it's a misswept by Ian Holland, and he's caught by David Visa at short fine leg, and Will Beer has picked up his second wicket of the Hampshire innings. And Hampshire now 182 for 4, and Ian Holland on his way for 2.
Well, we saw him play one sweep shot with not particularly to great effect. And disappointment, that one, it has just looped up in the air. It couldn't have been a more straightforward catch to David Visa. And Hampshire losing those wickets certainly earlier than they would like. Felix Organ like to be in next. And that platform that we were talking about for the big hitters is still got some work left to be done to be fully constructed.
Yeah, well, he's a vastly experienced bowler in limited overs cricket. Will Beer. He's the first Sussex bowler to reach 100 wickets in the T20 format, and as I say, at risk of sounding a little bit like a broken record, he rarely lets Sussex down. I mean, perhaps we'll go around the park here later on, but I think an experienced head in a side of largely inexperienced players. We have to reiterate there are 6 teenagers in this Sussex side, and Beard brings that experience and knowledge. He'd have played here on a number of occasions as well, and he's got a big part to play here.
I said Organ, in fact it's McManus who is coming in now.
Right,
so
and he hits a long ball.
Yes, he certainly does. See that aggression from McManus.
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email, whether you're a Sussex fan, a Hampshire fan. You don't have to be a fan of either, to be honest. Just drop us a note, let us know what you're doing, perhaps where you're watching the cricket, if you're watching the excellent live stream provided here by Hampshire Cricket Club. I think there's a lot of rain elsewhere around the country. You were showing me a video posted from Guildford where Surrey are playing Nottinghamshire, Andrew, where that looks like a deluge going on there today. And actually, at an outground as well, it's very difficult to get everything mopped up, so we'll have to keep an eye on those games and see how things carry on. Anyway, Will Beer is coming in. Over the wicket comes into bowl to McManus, who's forward. A howl from Will Beer, the bowler, but McManus picks up a single just through mid-wicket, fielded by Haynes, and there's one more to the total, 183 for 4, and McManus is on his way.
Thanks to Jamal on Twitter. Now, 28 minutes ago, he said it's chucking it down in Sholing, which is not too far away from here. Not sure he'll be out long. Now, I'm hoping that that rain shower that hit Sholing half an hour ago has made a different route and is not going to come over the Ageas Bowl. Also, Tom on Twitter saying it's his first time back at the Ageas Bowl since April 2019. I sense there might be a few back for the first time in a while.
Yeah. Our friends, the ground staff, are now sort of sitting down by the big hover cover, whereas before they were sort of poised, ready to drag it on, but now they look a bit more relaxed. So maybe they think that any rain is not going to come for a while. Let's hope so. In comes Beer over the wicket bowls, and Gubbins helps that nicely. That's a nice little paddle sweep down towards fine leg. They've taken 2. I don't think they'll come back for the 3rd. Yes, they will. That's very good running, actually, particularly by McManus, who was running to the danger end. I didn't think they would take 3 because Harrison Ward is a good fielder and he was very quickly round. Nonetheless, they have come back for a 3rd, and Gubbins goes to 57 and Hampshire 186 for 4.
That'll get the blood flowing for Lewis McManus when he's only been out there for a few deliveries. Talked about the sharpness of the running all the way through, and it has been quite impressive. That's a shot of a man feeling quite confident, though. Yeah, Nick Gubbins.
Absolutely. End of the over, 186 for 4. McManus 1, Gubbins 57. Wilbeer 3 overs, 2 for 18. I think it's going to be James Coles who's going to carry on bowling from the pavilion end.
Yeah, Beer. One advantage is bringing him on late. He's still got 7 overs remaining, so he's going to virtually have to bowl through if he's going to get his 10 overs in. But you wouldn't think about taking him off at the moment. 3 overs, 2 for 18. Cole's just adjusting his field. Gubbins will be on strike with 57 from 59 balls. McManus, the new batsman, at the other end. Fuller and Organ still to come. So still a bit of firepower remaining in the pavilion for Hampshire as Gubbins plays that into the leg side, and Carter, the keeper, sprints from behind the stumps, picks it up, no run.
I guess for me the danger in 50 over cricket is that in chasing too early you can suddenly fall in a heap and suddenly find yourself 240 all out. But Hampshire will have their eyes on 300 plus from here.
Yeah, and this is the skill, really. As the wind really picked up, there's a big appeal from Coles against Gubbins. Umpire not interested.
Yeah, do you know, I think had they been given, I don't think Gubbins would have been surprised. It was the way he sort of didn't look at the umpire as if to say, oh no, I'm fearing the finger going up here.
Just have a quick look at the replay of that one. Wasn't anything too conclusive. Gubbins again places into the leg side for no runs, and Coles and Beer just applying that bit of pressure. And talk about getting scores of 300 and the skill and what's needed, what's required to get there. Well, this is certainly a test here for Hampshire as that's played into the leg side. No run again there for Gubbins, just being tied up a little.
Yes, I don't know enough of James Coles to know whether he's a turner of the ball or he just bowls that sort of nagging line and length, but certainly 4 dot balls to start the over, very welcome for Sussex.
Certainly appears more speared in as he comes into Gubbins. Little bit of width there, and Gubbins tries to cut, but it will just be 1 to point. Gubbins wanted a slightly wider delivery there to get the full swing at the bat on it. That brings McManus on strike. Still a close-in fielder to McManus, so a slip-in, which is a pretty positive move from Sussex at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, because I mean, you know, another wicket now, and it just might force a little bit of a rethink about Hampshire are going to play these final sort of 16 overs.
Coles now coming round the wicket to the right hand. McManus speared in, and McManus defends it. There's an appeal for leg before. That time there wasn't such trepidation in the batsman, and the umpire didn't really even bother giving a response as the 34th over comes to an end with Hampshire 187 for 4.
Yes, that sounded like there might have been a bad bit of bat on that, but nonetheless, a couple of good overs from James Coles. 2 overs, 0 for 4. I mean, in terms of overs left, so 16 to be bowled. David Visa could bowl 5 of those, so that would leave 11. So you'd think that might be a mixture of maybe Beer and Coles at the moment. Henry Crocombe a little expensive today. No wicket for 39 in his 6. Daniel Ibrahim has got 3 to bowl, 1 for 43. Travis Head was expensive, wasn't he? His 4 overs cost 30, so we'll have to see. But it's certainly going to be Wilbeer for the time being.
Plenty of options.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got a bit brighter as well. So all good news here at the Ageas Bowl as in comes Will Beer over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Gubbins, plays quietly to extra cover, fielded by Haynes, no run. I popped down to the press room just when I was having a little break and talking to a couple of guys down there who were saying they'd driven from Sussex and coming through Chichester and Arundel. It was hosing down, and they were thinking, well, we definitely won't start on time, but mercifully so far we've avoided the worst. Long may that continue, as in comes Will Beer over the wicket bowls. Clipped through mid-wicket by Gubbins. They've taken one. I don't think they'll get two because Harrison is very quickly in,
sweeping on that deep mid-wicket boundary. And he hit it too well. Yes, he did. One ball by Carter behind the stumps, but nonetheless it...
good sized crowd, as in comes Beer, bowls to McManus, who plays quietly to short extra cover, followed by Clark, no run.
You just can't help but feel it's been a beautiful sunny day. It may have been even more in, people having to risk the forecast.
Beer on his way, bowls and played cut through the covers by McManus, fielded by Harrison again, who comes in again, throws to Carter, just the single. The total goes to 189 for 4, McManus to 2, Gubbins on 59.
Just being quietened down, the Hampshire batsman at the moment.
It's just so interesting, isn't it, in limited overs cricket, how wickets make all the difference, and all the difference to players thinking, as in comes Beer again, bowls to Gubbins, and Gubbins is forward again and plays carefully back to Will Beer, and there is no run. You get the feeling that Gubbins is itching to get down the track here to Will Beer, but there's a long off and a long on, and he'll just be mindful that there are still 15 overs to go, so there's plenty of time for Hampshire. We want to throw it away here, as in comes Beer again, bowls, and Gubbins again is forward. Good bit of bowling by Will Beer, and that's an excellent over by the leg spinner, just conceding a couple of runs. Hampshire 189 for 4. McManus on 59. No, he's not. McManus is on 2. Gubbins is on 59, and Will Beer 4 overs, and he's taken 2 for 20.
Case there of Beer seeing him coming and just dropping it in short. Gubbins using his feet, but not in a way that's going to particularly threaten bowler. We've got Coles, looks like he's going to carry on. He's gone for just 4 runs from his first 2, and he's going to have another one, the teenager, to McManus, who has got a bit of time to build an innings here. 15 overs remaining.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of time, isn't it? If Hampshire were to score at 6 and over from here, they'd be getting up around 300.
Go. Coles round the wicket, left arm to McManus, who defends it along the ground, along the pitch, back to him, no run, and then McManus just rehearses the shot once more. Ground staff still sat on the covers on the far side, but sat in a very relaxed fashion rather than stood to attention, ready to go, as McManus off a ball that bounces up a fair amount, gets it out into the offside for 1. You can hear that wind now blowing through the Ageas Bowl.
That's why I like 50 over cricket, Andrew. You know, there is the tactics do come into it, perhaps a little more than T20.
Ebbs and flows as Gubbins beats the man at short mid-wicket, so gets it out towards long on for a single. They're happy just to get the ones at the moment, but that's what ultimately they had been missing in the past 2 or 3 overs. BBC Radio Solent and BBC Sussex Sport live from the Ageas Bowl, Royal London 50 over one-day cup action, as McManus chips that up in the air and is gone. Caught that short fine leg.
Yeah, caught by Daniel Ibrahim. And Sussex have just fought their way back into this. Andrew, we talk about how important the importance of wickets, and the spinners are doing the job here for Sussex.
And a tame way. We've seen 2 tame dismissals, similar to the Holland one that just flew up in the air off the bat, and McManus has just scooped that up. As comfortable a catch as Ibrahim could ever wish to take. And McManus goes for 3, having faced just 6 balls, and someone we were talking about coming in and being a finisher late in the innings is heading back to the pavilion still with nearly 15 overs left.
Yeah, so Hampshire have lost 3 for 21 in the last few overs, and having at one stage looked like it was at 300 plus, they'll just be looking here at Nick Gubbins, to hold this. It's still plenty of batting to come for Hampshire, of course, but maybe just a bit of a reassessment. A couple of emails we've had in. I'll just read it. We've got the change of the batsman coming in. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Benjamin's been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, I hope you're well. Really enjoying the coverage. Hope we can keep Hampshire to a chaseable score. I was wondering if you had any opinions on who will captain the Red Ball side later this summer. Robinson is obviously the vice captain, but I imagine he'll be away with England. Maybe Travis Head, ? The only other player with real experience doing it. I hope Ben Brown still has a big part to play at Sussex, as I think he's been tremendous with the youngsters, and he's a very good batsman, wicket-keeper."
It's funny with Brown because his own performances haven't necessarily dropped off. He's done okay himself. It's just the team have not got the results under him.
Well, he's Ben's averaging 41 this season. He's the second highest run scorer for Sussex. He's made a couple of hundreds. And certainly at the start of the season, you know, the Sussex view was that they were giving the youngsters a chance, and you know, they would win some and they would lose some. And I posed that very question to Rob Andrew when I spoke to him yesterday evening, which is an interview we're playing on BBC Sussex later today, probably in the cricket show which goes out. I'll get a confirmation of the time later, and we can broadcast it. Rob Andrew was saying he felt the club just needed a slight change of direction, and that Ben had a big part to play in the future of the club. But thank you for your email, Benjamin. But I was surprised that he wasn't captaining the one-day side.
Well, Coles now to Fuller, who again, Hampshire would have liked to have been bringing in at a later situation. 36th over, Coles to Fuller. Fuller drives it off the bounce straight back to the bowler. No run there. Thanks to Paul for your tweet. Come to that in just a moment. At Solent Sport is how you can contact us. Coles plays that, Fuller plays it off Coles, back to short extra cover, and 1 wicket, 2 runs from the over, and this spinning pair of Coles and Beard just strangling Hampshire a little bit at the moment.
Anthony's been in touch. He says, should the ECB have gone ahead with the Royal London Cup, considering so many first choice players are missing the 100? Are they risking the integrity of the competition? Well, I think some counties have been affected more than others, Anthony, to be honest. I mean, Sussex have lost a lot of players, Hampshire have lost players as well, but other sides have got strong sides. You know, I think on the other hand, I mean, had you been at Sebra School on Friday with that wonderful setting and a terrific game of cricket, I think you'd be saying, you know, absolutely not. I don't know what your view on that is, Andrew, but I think there's enough good players in this competition for it to be a very good competition.
Yeah, I totally agree. And also the thought of there being no 50-over cricket at all in an English summer would really concern me.
In comes Bear again, bowls, and played by Gubbins quietly to mid-wicket. They're going to pick up a single there. It's a misfield by Tom Clark. He's a good fielder, Tom Clark, and he'll just be annoyed that he's let Gubbins pick up that single. That being said, I think he might have hurt his back as well, just diving away there to his... yeah, he's just stretching himself, is Tom Clark. I hope he's okay. What it does do is bring James Fuller on strike. Maybe that's no bad thing for Bear to get a chance to bowl at the new batsman. Still a slip in place. There's Bear is on his way. Bowls, and Fuller just plays quietly straight back down the track, fielded by Bear. There's no run.
I'd also say that in all my time as a cricket fan watching England, the 2019 World Cup win would be my sort of favourite moment. You know, there's been great Ashes moments and such like, but winning the Cricket World Cup was very special, and I still think 50-over cricket is important.
Bit of bowls. Oh, he beats Fuller, gets a thick inside edge down to fine leg, fielded by Visa, but a full shot from James Fuller, and he's just asking 1 or 2 questions here, is Wilby. That was an uncertain shot from James Fuller, who's a very fine striker of the ball, particularly straight back down the ground. He picks up his first run, and Hampshire to 193 for 5. Beer just waits. Comes in bowls to Gubbins, and Gubbins works that again. Well fielded Clark, very quickly round this time from mid-wicket, and a sprawling save prevented a single. And Will Beer comes and pats him on the back. Says well fielded.
Paul's on Twitter saying, Lita and I are watching here in a very hot central Portugal. Luckily it's cool indoors. Enjoying Nick Gubbins' efforts. Very good signing. I'd agree with that one.
Beer in again, bowls. Gubbins plays forward only as far as Haynes, who comes trotting around from extra cover to field, and there is no run.
Doesn't sound like there's a danger of rain in
No,
central Portugal.
This time last week it was very hot here, wasn't it? We were all moaning, saying, oh, it's too hot. Got to get out the sun. As in comes Beer again. Bowls, and Gubbins pulls this one away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Just a little too short there from Will Beer. Nick Gubbins, who'd just been tied down in the last 2 or 3 overs, took that opportunity and pulled the ball over mid-wicket. Nice looking shot for 4 runs. He goes to 65. Hampshire 197 for 5. Will Beer 5 overs, no maidens. 2 for 26, and we've got 13 overs left.
Rare loose delivery from Beer. We haven't seen many of them, but just dragged down, and a possibility for Gubbins to pull, and he does that nicely to move on to 65. Just made me think, if that was at the other end, bowling that short, Gubbins hitting to the long boundary on that side, that would probably have landed in about the 5th row if he was hitting the other way.
Yes, the concessions might have been in trouble, Andrew. The coffee concessions, and someone selling burgers over there as well.
Here we go with Coles to start a new over, and this time Fuller just trying to work it into the leg side. And this is what Sussex have done well, is they've just, the same way having McManus, just been able to strangle the new batsman. Fuller, you can tell here, really just wants to get off strike. Still a slip in. Coles round the wicket to the right-handed Fuller, and he can't get it away. Short extra cover does the fielding, no run.
Coles, he does rattle through his overs, doesn't he? I mean, he's already back at his mark, and he's kind of at the batsman all the time.
Here we are, rattling through this, and he comes once more onto the pads of Fuller, plays that out into the vast leg side, and it's so vast they will trot through. It's no more than a trot for a comfortable 2. That doesn't get Fuller off strike, but at least it gets a couple of runs to his name.
I think who James Coles reminds me of, actually. It's just his action and the fact that he sort of whips the ball through a little bit and doesn't give the batsman anything much to hit. So far.
Coming round the wicket to Fuller, slip, 3rd man, fine leg, up in the circle. And as Coles comes in, and that's again played into the vast leg side by Fuller. It's hit slightly firmer. They're going to take on the arm and go for 2.
Good running.
And it is good running, and it gets warm applause because it brings up Hampshire's 200 and a second 2 of the over from Fuller.
I just wonder whether Tom Haynes might just consider a change in the field. I can see Will Beer is just coming over and having a word to James Coles and just saying, I wonder whether you just need if they'd have had a mid-wicket in there. But it's a big outfield, isn't it? And he's got an enormous amount of ground to cover as Harrison Ward.
Come round the wicket once more, Coles to Fuller. 5 from 8 now, and it's felt bat on ball, and happy just to defend that one for Coles to scamper to his left, do the fielding and pick it up. One more ball of this, the 38th over remaining, 201 for 5. Coles to Fuller, again trying to pin him back, but this time Fuller gets it out into the offside, behind square, but will pick up a single, and that ends over 38, 202 for 5.
James has been in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I'm loving the commentary, I've just got out of work. I wonder what you do for a job. James, he said, apologies if you've already covered this, but has there been any explanation of Ben Brown losing the 4-day captaincy? I've seen the explanation of Tom Haynes taking the 50-over captaincy, but nothing on why Ben is no longer club captain, especially as he's been our best batter over the last few years. Best regards, James. So we're having a bit of a natter about it, but we have got an interview we're going to play later today, James, which was with Rob Andrew, the chief exec, yesterday, who talks about some of the club's reasons why that has happened. Will Beer is coming into bowl from the hotel end and bowls to Fuller, who hits this one down the ground. Is he going to be caught? Oh, well, he's not caught, is the bottom line. It's gone for 6, but Henry Crocombe is on the boundary, and I thought Crocombe was going to catch that. It seemed to almost burst through his hands, Andrew. I don't know what you made of that. I don't know whether he was he a little too casual, or was it always going over his head? He's lost the ball, actually. There's a spectator who's just trying to point out where the ball has gone. But I think Will Beer's disappointed.
So I think the problem there is his footwork was too slow to start with. So he's worried about the rope, even though he's probably got foot he can step back.
Yeah.
If he had quickly moved round to his right, got his feet set inside the rope, I think there's a good chance about face height he's able to bring that in. But it was the fact he was just worried about stepping back, and he was a bit slow to get round to his right. So we ended up just putting one-handed in. It's always going to be difficult to grasp one of those with just one hand.
Here comes Beer again, bowls to Fuller. We were saying how strong Fuller is down the ground. Played into the offside this time by Fuller. He takes a quick single as Carter comes from behind the stumps but isn't able to prevent the single. Fuller to 13. 209 for 5. Mark has been in touch. He says thank you for the coverage. He's watching a great contrast from the west coast in New Zealand. How lovely. Have you been to New Zealand, Andrew?
I have. I spent 2 months there back in 2008. Absolutely beautiful country. I would highly recommend it to anyone.
Beer bowls to Gubbins, who works that down the ground. Another good stop by Clark, who's prevented a couple of singles in there in the last couple of overs. And
yourself?
No, I haven't. And the wish list and the bucket list is getting longer, particularly with, I think it's brought it into focus with COVID. You think, I've got to get on with it, you know. Here comes Beer. Over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Gubbins again and plays quietly down the track, and there is no run. He also goes on to say, where's Kevin James today? Well, he's got a day off.
Yeah, Kev's actually got a week off. Doesn't take many weeks off in the season. I did joke when I requested my accreditation for the Middlesex game at Radler. I joked that he'd received a call up to bowl a bit of left arm in the 100.
In comes Beer bowls, cut away by Gubbins. Only as far as the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is James Coles. One more to Gubbins, he goes to 66, 210 for 5, and one ball remaining in this, the 39th over. So thank you for getting in touch, Mark. I would imagine this time of year might be a bit chilly in New Zealand, is it? Sort of July going into August? Sort of equivalent to our sort of February into March, maybe?
Yeah, I was there January to March, and it was absolutely gorgeous when we arrived. And just heading in towards autumn when we departed.
Beer comes in again, bowls, takes a step down the pitch, does Fuller. The ball hits him on the pad, bounces down the track. Good recovery from Will Beer, having been hit for 6 off the first ball of the over. Nonetheless, 8 off the over. Fuller on 13, Gubbins on 66. Hampshire at the end of the 39th over are 210 for 5. Beer 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 34.
Yeah, it's one of those amusing appeals there, because who knows where that's going off the pad of James Fuller, but when you dance down, take 3 steps down the track and it hits your pad, it's going to take a very, very confident umpire to consider giving it out. 11 overs to go, and this is on a bit of a knife edge, really, this innings.
It is, yeah. I mean, it could go one of two ways here. You know, Hampshire might find themselves, if they, you could find yourself sort of 260 all out. On the other hand, if Fuller and Gubbins really get going, it could be 300 plus.
Yeah, quite comfortably. As Coles looks set to continue, this time he'll go over the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins on 66. He's 2 runs away from, or 3 runs from being the top scorer in the innings. Coles to Gubbins, an attempted reverse sweep, and he's missed that, and that's gone straight through and hit Carter, the wicketkeeper, I think in the ankle, perhaps?
Yes, or hit him on the foot or something, but he did a little dance around, didn't he, Ollie Carter? Ran around in a big circle to try and get rid of the pain.
And now he's back, and I bet that pain won't have gone, but he'll still be hoping the ball doesn't come to him. A huge shot from Gubbins, that's 6. That's 6 into the short boundary, about 8 rows back into where the Shane Warne stand is, and he's middled that. And from the moment it left its bat, there was only one place that ball was going, into the stand. 6 runs, and now Gubbins is the top scorer in the innings. That just his second 6.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Just used his feet, so he knows it's a short boundary. That was beautifully played. Joel has been in touch. He was saying it's quite right to continue with the Royal London Cup, even with the players missing due to the 100. It gives the youngsters of every county a chance, and who knows, there may be a future star in the offing.
Certainly true. Now they're just getting clarification that was a 6. I'm not sure what the umpire was watching if he wasn't sure that was a 6, but that 6 now has been signalled, and the scoreboard ticks Gubbins on to 72. Coles again to Gubbins. This time he's hit it hard behind square on the offside, run the first hard, and well, actually if that throw had come straight into the keeper's end, I think Gubbins would have been scrambling. As it was, the throw didn't come in straight away, and 2 more to Gubbins, 218 for 5.
Yeah, he has run well, apart from that one aberration. He's been excellent.
And he should have been run out. Width from Coles to Gubbins. This time it's in front of square in the offside. Again, they run the first hard. The second, they get through, but that's hit Fuller on
On the elbow, I think.
Yeah, that's painful.
Yeah, it wasn't the fielder's fault. He threw the ball in, it went past the stumps. Coles let the ball go, and it's wrapped James Fuller on the elbow. It looked like it was right on the funny bone, which is not funny.
No, and he's in a fair bit of discomfort there.
Yeah, I might just need to go for a couple of moments, Andrew, but I will be back to do my update.
In fact, we may bring Dave Allen into the commentary box now for the final 10 overs. Well, Fuller is still hobbling around. We're into a really vital part of the Hampshire innings because there's just over 10 overs remaining and Hampshire are 220 for 5. Nick Gubbins has been the standout batter so far. He is not out on 76. He's just hit a massive 6 into the leg side. James Fuller has joined him, although he's hopping around in a bit of pain because a stray ball thrown in from the boundary has hit him on the funny bone. Looks like he's shrugged that one off now. Weather watch, well, it's still gloomy, but it's still not raining. That's the main thing, and live ball-by-ball commentary, of course, can be heard via the BBC Sport website and app. Hampshire 221 for 5. That was an update for our FM listeners as Coles to continue. And, well, Fuller, we know he can really whack it. There's still a slip in. He's been quite measured so far, and that was measured again from Fuller, playing that one up towards mid-on. No run, and with 10 overs to go, Hampshire 221 for 5.
Thank you very much, Andy.
Well poised, isn't it?
There's a limbering up going on at in the outfield. I think that's Weezer, who will probably come back on. There are options, as Adrian was saying, options for Sussex. They've got to get the decision-making right, because Coles has bowled quite nicely, really. 5 overs at 4.5 and over. Well, don't know if he can keep that going as the innings comes towards a close, but those wickets, since I was last on, those 3 wickets have put Sussex back in a stronger position, and it's just difficult to know if Hampshire are going to get up to 300 now, which I think they might need to on this pitch with this short boundary.
Yeah, really just a crucial period.
So Archie Lennon is bowling, and that's just pushed up to long on. They come through for a single. Gubbins, who's 78 now, is made a good start with Hampshire. He made 62 on Thursday, 78 today. In fact, he has hundreds, of course, in list A for Middlesex over the years, but 2 very good innings for Hampshire so far. Lennon pushes another man out on the boundary. Got 3 men out on the boundary on the leg side. A square leg, a sort of wide, deep mid-on the boundary and a long on. And then he bowls rather short and wide outside the off stump. There are men out there, but they're going to come back quite easily for 2 runs. Fuller there manages that. So yeah, three men. This last phase, you can have 5 men out on the boundary, and he's got 3 men out on the leg side, and 1 at cover on the boundary, and 1 at long off on the boundary. Bowl's very full, and that's driven up to long on. The boundary fielder, and for Fuller, the man at a sort of wideish boundary mid-on, comes inside the circle, so there are only 2 on the leg side.
Just been a bit loose a couple of deliveries. Needs to be a bit careful here, Lennon.
He tries to sweep that on the full, but it just gets through the shot. Bounces off. I think it was probably pitching outside leg stump, so there was certainly no interest in an LBW shout.
Another one he's perhaps got away with there, Lennon.
He comes again, and that's a bit short again. Leg side-ish. Fuller just eases it away to mid-wicket for a single. So 225 for 5 with 9 overs and 2 balls to go. Run a ball wouldn't be what they want, really. I think that would take them up to about 280, so they want more than the run a ball, that's pretty sure. That's slogged. And I thought it was being slogged to the man at long on, but in fact it went with sufficient pace from Fuller to elude him. It was fairly straight slog, and it's gone over the boundary for 4.
It's funny because I think Leonard's bowled really well in this game, but that was just a slightly loose over, and there's one boundary, but he's probably got away with another very wide one. There was a miscued sweep, and just need to be careful there.
It can happen with leggies, can't it? I used to think sometimes watching Shane Warne bowl here for Hampshire that occasionally got away with murder because he was Shane Warne. And people thought, well, I better not do anything daft to this. Whereas actually it was a bit of a long hop, you know. You could, but you do get that. On the other hand, people take wickets, don't they? In his short career so far, it looks to me as if Lenham is a wicket taker. Different kind of bowler, but Scott Curry is that kind of bowler here. He just keeps taking wickets. He doesn't always look that extraordinary, but every time you see him, somewhere a wicket falls. It might be, it might be a steepling catch at mid-wicket on the boundary, of something a bit short of a length, but he gets wickets, and very valuable it is. Well, it is David Wiese to come back.
Yeah, Cole's bowled well, but Wiese now in to Gubbins. Gubbins plays that first one out to the man on the big cover boundary for a single, and that's going to be key for Hampshire, just working it around and then looking for a boundary and over, as they will look to try and get up to 330 and beyond. So a run a ball from here would take Hampshire to 285. That has got to be the, well, really they want to be looking 300 minimum.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They've still got Organ to come, but they don't have the freedom that they might have had if Allsop had gone on and there was only, say, 3 down, as Wiese comes into bowl. And Fuller, that's a lovely shot, played for 4 through cover. Just a really, really aesthetically pleasing effort. It's not a great delivery from Wiese, but that has been smashed for 4.
I have some news, incidentally, about Tom Allsop at last, because people have been pondering why he wasn't around, why wasn't he playing. Well, he's been on.
As we'll come back to that, Wiese into Fuller again, and this time Fuller just drops it into the offside for 1.
He's been on a concussion break.
Ah,
yeah, apparently got hit on the head in the field, close to the wicket, and I think it was just, I don't know how long it is, I think it's about 2 weeks.
Yeah, if you're diagnosed with a concussion, it is usually a 2-week break, which is sensible. As Wiese comes in now to Gubbins, who's got 80 to his name. Gubbins got a bit big on him, that one, but he manages to get it behind square on the leg side for a single. Hampshire now with 7 from the opening 4 balls of the over. Can Wiese respond, or can Hampshire find another boundary here? 2:37 for 5 is the Hampshire score in the 42nd over.
Yeah, they ran out of batsmen a bit in the Essex game, and they don't want to do that here, that's for sure.
Wiese to Fuller. Fuller drops that into the leg side. They run the first quickly, but they're not going to be quick enough to make that 2. And Fuller just trots in the end at the end of his run, so Gubbins comes on strike for the final ball. It's just can Hampshire set Sussex what's going to be a challenging total? Floodlights are on here. It's still slightly brighter. We had just that very, very brief shower. Wiese into Gubbins, who plays a lovely shot, beats short extra cover. There's no way mid-off is going to get round to cover that. That's 4 runs, and you talk about aggression in the final 10 overs. You normally think about huge shots across the line. That's just a lovely classical cricket shot. 4 runs. That ends the over. 242 for 5. Hampshire. Yep. In fact, that's a no ball and a free hit.
Well, that's a bonus all round, really. That was almost
nice to watch.
Yeah. And another 50 partnership, 53.
Now, what we're going to see from the free hit, of course, 2 for a no ball, so it's 2 4 4 for 5. And here's Visa's extra ball. Oh, and he's got away with it, has he? Yes, he has, because he's bowled a Yorker outside the off stump, which Gubbins has tried to get a bat on and failed, and it's gone through to the keeper. Gubbins looking, hoping for a wide. Of course, if you get a wide, it would be another free hit. But he's got away with one. A dot ball there from Visa. He got out the over in the end.
Yeah, I think that was a useful over for Hampshire, though. Even though Visa's only gone at 5 and over, but it was less than that before that over, and I think 8 overs to go. Yep.
Yeah, so
300 is on again now.
A runner ball gets you to 292, whereas 10 and over from here get you to 324. Fuller has played well, actually, because it wasn't an easy situation. He came in having seen McManus disappear cheaply and Holland disappear cheaply. He's come in and he's played a couple of shots, but largely just played quite sensibly. Still has got a strike rate of 130. That's what power can do for you. Think of the differences of the 2 cover drives we've seen for 4.
Yes.
Both impressive, but Gubbins aesthetically, technically beautiful, and Fuller, quite a lot of muscle in that one.
Yeah. Lenham is going to bowl now with a man at a sort of short extra cover and on the ring cover. Now that's in the air, but it falls just short of the man running in at long on. It was, I think it was deliberately tried to put that over the infield, but slightly miscalculated, overhit it, I think. But Fuller comes through for a single as a consequence.
Henry Crocombe not making the mistake of over-committing for the catch on that occasion.
Lenham bowls, and that's going down leg side, attempted sweep by Gubbins, but fails to connect. The ball comes back to the bowler. There's nobody close in really on the leg side. Man at long leg on the edge of the circle, but it means that a shot like the one he's now played, which trickles its way up to long on, is always a single, and that's what they come through for. But we think they need more than a run a ball at the minute, and they've just scored 2 from 3 in this over so far, so need to just up that a bit. There's a shout for LBW, but I think it was optimistic, probably pitched outside leg stump.
It was a lone shout. When the keeper doesn't join you in your shout as a bowler, that's never a great sign.
No, he wasn't too excited by it.
But 2 off the first 4 balls, a good start to the over from Lenham.
Here he is again, bowls very flat, and again Fuller can only just work that out to the man out on the square leg boundary for a single, so 3 from 5, good over, well bowled. 3 from 5 by a 17-year-old leggy in the 43rd over against 2 well-set batsmen is terrific effort, really. Close in on the offside for Gubbins. There's a ring of 3. Everybody out on the leg. And here comes Lenham again. Bowls, gives that lots of air, and it's hit up to long on. So very fine over there from Lenham. Four runs from that over. Leaves him with figures of 9 overs, 1 for 45. He's got 1 to go. Fuller is on 28, Gubbins on 87, and Hampshire are 248 for 5.
7 overs remaining, and Lenham can still bowl 1 of them. Now, Visa's going to continue, not his finest over the past one. He's just taking his hat and handing it over to a 12th man to run off. So you have Gubbins with 87 from 91 balls. Mentioned earlier, he's got a pretty impressive conversion rate of 50s going on to 100s in one-day cricket. More than 1 in 3. Looking to bring that up to an even better rate as Visa comes in, and that's dropped into the leg side. And that'll be just 1 run for Gubbins, so it ticks him on to 88th to 49 for 5 Hampshire in the 44th over. Now that brings Fuller, who has already shown he has the ability hit the ball a long, long way. 2 4s and a 6 for him. Just 4 6s in this Hampshire innings so far. As Visa comes in to Fuller, that's full, and Fuller plays it up towards extra cover. Reluctant to set off for the run, but once it beat the fielder, was happy to get going. Get Gubbins back on strike, and the applause is because that brings up 250 for Hampshire. They're going to go past what they made against Essex on Thursday. There is certainly work to be done. But they're laying themselves a decent platform. Can they finish it off? As Visa comes into Gubbins. Gubbins cuts that one behind square on the offside, but the cover fielder out towards the boundary on that long boundary away to our left will come round and ensure it's just a single. So after that big Visa over, just 4 runs off the over from Lenham and 3 singles to start this over from Visa. Sussex are stopping the boundaries as things stand. Visa setting off, coming past the umpire, right arm over to Fuller once more, short, and Fuller almost sticks his head out the way and just wafts his bat at it to pull it out towards square leg. 1 bounce to the fielder and 1 run.
Yeah, it was almost a help it on shot, that one. Just used the pace of the ball as much as anything. He's batting nicely though. So what's he going at? 120 per 100 balls?
Can't really argue with that as Visa comes into Gubbins. Gubbins pulls that one away into the, or cuts that one away, I should say, into the offside. Just a single. 5 singles for Visa to start this over.
So in fact, all we've had in the last 2 overs, the last 11 balls, and is singles. And somewhere along the line, they'll want to do a little bit more than that.
Yeah, that challenge of 380 is going to need more sort of 8 to 9 and over than a run of ball. Visa in, and Fuller trying to move away, plays it out into the leg side. They run the first hard, they run it well, and they will comfortably come back for a second. So the run of singles comes to an end, but still the stalemate is there. 7 off the over, Hampshire 255 for 5, and Gubbins will take strike on 90. And will we see Lenham bowl his 10th over? It looks like we will.
11 off the last 12 balls, so they'll want to finish off with the last 5 or 6 overs at a better rate than. I mean, if they could go at 10 and over for the last 6, then they would be up around 320, which would be a pretty challenging task for a fairly inexperienced Sussex side. But the other question at the moment is, will Gubbins go on and make a century? He would be Hampshire's 10th 50 over or limited over centurion against Sussex. Gordon Greenidge being the first 2. He hits that to long on for a single. When I say Gordon Greenidge is the first 2, I'm counting him as 2 separate people when I say 10. I think is he the only? No, Robin Smith made 2 as well. So there we are.
It's not a bad list to add to with those 2 names on.
Yeah. And Wallop from the people running out the way underneath the scoreboard there, as that shot from Fuller clears the boundary easily and threatens to attack 1 or 2 of the spectators. One of them is now running down to retrieve it. It's run down behind the boundary boards and is throwing it in. I think at this point, yeah, we've got the usual COVID scenario where the umpire has to run across and wipe the thing and make sure that the bowler doesn't catch anything from the spectator.
Well, there was no chance of either spectator there catching anything. They were diving for cover rather than trying to take a crowd catch.
Yeah. 262 for 5 then. Fuller's answered the call for more than a single, and he just chips the ball over a diving Lenham there. I guess if Lenham had been the size of somebody like Visa, he might well have just clung on to that, but as it is, it trickles up to long on, and they take a single. So 263 for 5.
It's a test for the young leggy.
Yeah. Here he goes again. Bowls it fairly flat, fairly tight, and it's just coming up to long on this time off the left-hander for another single. Gubbins moves on to 92 from 96, so he's kept the scoring rate going and held the innings together very well, particularly when those 3 quick wickets went down. That's really fast ball by Linham there. It'd be interesting to see. Oh, and there's a misfield, although in fact he recovers in time, and they only take the single.
Never run on a misfield.
No, that's what they say. So Fuller 40 and Gubbins 92 with 5 overs and 1 ball remaining.
Fuller picked up that quicker ball pretty quickly, but couldn't get the leverage underneath it to launch it anywhere.
That's another fairly quick one. That's just finishing Lenham's spell there, and Gubbins plays it out to the leg side boundary for a single, and there's good applause there, and deserved applause there for the young bowler. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 56. Well bowled, young man. Grandfather and father will be impressed and proud of you, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about the way he's bowled, and even that last over there, he's come back from being dispatched into the stand. A decent over for Hampshire, 11 runs off it. Again, 10 and over from here will get you 316. That is probably going to be around what they surely be looking for. And Henry Crocombe is coming back on from the pavilion end, so we know Fuller can launch it. There's still Organ in the pavilion, padded up and waiting for Hampshire. What are Gubbins and Fuller going to do? Gubbins has got that 6th List A 100 not too far away.
Yeah, it's a funny thought that Felix Organ opened the batting on Thursday in the first of these games and played quite nice. I think he made 27, and now he probably won't get a bat today. Well, he might do, I suppose, but listed at number 8.
Let's see what happens with these two as Crocombe in, and Gubbins just plays that again into the offside. It's only there for a single. Moves him on to 94. This is the 19th time he has gone past 50 in List A cricket. 5 of those previous 18 occasions he's gone on to reach 3 figures. Looking to make that 6th, and a pretty decent conversion ratio. Crocombe, 6 overs have gone for 40 so far. He's been expensive, so interesting call to bring him back. And Fuller has got 40 from 29 balls. Here comes Crocombe to Fuller, full, and Fuller will just play that up towards long on. Didn't think about running the second there. Get Gubbins back on strike. Still a lot of singles. That's the last over. If you get 5 singles and a 6, that's a pretty good over. Whereas the one before, 5 singles and a dot ball, less so.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Crocombe's come back, but
He aborted his run up, then comes in again. That's hit up in the air by Gubbins. He's nowhere got hold of it in the way he would have wanted to, and it just plugs in the outfield between where mid-on and a straightish long-on would have been. No danger of it being caught. It's a safe shot in that situation, but only 2.
yeah, that would have been a disappointing way to perish. He didn't middle that, did he? But got 2.
Not even close. A strike rate of 97, 96 to his name. Crocombe into Gubbins, and again he's tried to play that one across the line. I think it's hit him on the pad. And Crocombe does the fielding, a dot ball. 270 for 5, 4.2 overs remaining. Or 26 balls if you prefer that metric. BBC Radio Solent, BBC Sussex Sport, live for all London One Day Cup action. And here comes Crocombe for the 5th ball of the over to Gubbins, and Gubbins has launched that one straight in the air, and it's gone for 6. What a way to bring up your 100 to Nick Gubbins, his 6th List A 100. He got right underneath it and has helped it over the fine leg boundary for 6, and Nick Gubbins has 100 for Hampshire.
Do you know, I have a feeling that he was slightly anxious about that to start with. It wasn't a clean shot through the ball that sped to the... It did spoon up a little bit, and he just looked a bit worried, and then suddenly realised he was okay. and then looked rather relieved for a moment. But a well-deserved 100 anyway, there's no doubt about that.
My reaction when he first hit it, it's gone straight up in the air, and of course it's gone a long way up in the air, but he's used the pace on the ball, and it had enough movement to go for 6. What can Gubbins follow it up with? He drives it up towards mid-off. It's a time of the innings when you just take a single, even if there may not have been one there. A direct hit, he's in trouble, but the ball was well wide of the stumps, and that ends over 46 with Hampshire on 200 and 77 for 5. Gubbins is 103, Fuller 41.
Now it's going to be interesting to see who he brings back. You know, will he? I've got a feeling from movement in the field that Visa's now going to come back and bowl at this end. I'm not sure about that, but I just wondered about Will Beer, because he's not bowled out, and he bowled very effectively. I'm not sure how many overs he bowled in the end, but
6, 2 for 34,
and yet it doesn't look to me as if he's going to get another over in. I think Crocombe can bowl 3 more. And Visa can bowl 3 more, so it looks to me as if, to some extent at least, they're just going to do this a bit conventionally, bowling the quicker bowlers at the end. And I don't know really. I think I might just have liked to see 1 over at least, where he has the courage to chuck it to Will Beer and say, "See what you can do." Because if you can get one of these out, it's possible that Hampshire won't accelerate. And that's pulled around to the deep mid-wicket boundary, but there's a fielder there, so just another single to Gubbins, who goes on to 103. Fuller on 41. 277 for 5, with 4 overs less that 1 ball that we've just seen. So 23 balls. You certainly would expect them to get to 300 now, because run a ball will do that. So
it's a case of can you go 20 beyond?
Yeah, I think that would be a big task. That's yeah. I was going to say that's quite wide. I don't know that it was that wide, but the umpire, who's I think Tom Longley's thinks that it is. Visa looks a little disappointed with the shout, shall we say. The field, there's a sort of fly slip really, but I suppose he's a fly third slip, or he's not a gully, but he's on the circle. That also goes wide, and well, there's a flying attempt at mid-off to try and catch that one-handed, but it's gone over the top by Fuller. A good shot in the end, and a very effective shot, and it goes for 4 runs.
So the replay, Visa was just hopeful when that ball came off the bat it was going to be caught, and Ibrahim, he wasn't completely underneath it, but a flying right hand wasn't going to bring it in. That wide, only the 5th of the innings, so far from Visa a couple of balls ago.
Now that was a problem actually on Thursday. I remember that Hampshire bowled a number of no balls and wides, a considerable number more extras than Essex did. And you know, that gives away an extra couple of overs as well as extra runs. So I hope that they've got that under control. It's interesting, they've got a different bowling coach for this competition, because Keith Barker is in the role. He doesn't play in white ball cricket for Hampshire, but he's doing the coaching, because Alfonso Thomas is one of the men who's been pinched. That's just full there, and Fuller plays it backward of square, out on the offside, and they come through for a single. Alfonso Thomas is one of those people who's been pinched for the 100. I think he's a Southern Brave coach. I'm not quite sure, but 284 for 5. So if Alfonso Thomas is the Southern Brave coach, he's working with a number of fairly useful Sussex pace bowlers.
You'd certainly say that.
And they wouldn't mind 1 or 2 of them here today, really. I think that it wasn't to be. It's Gubbins facing, Visa bowling, and that's full, absolutely full. Seems to bowl quite a lot of his balls. He comes back for a second run. Seems to bowl quite a lot of his balls almost out the back of the hand, as if they look pacey, but he's just trying to bowl a slower ball. But that was over pitched, and so it comes away easily for 2 runs. 106 to Gubbins, but 286 for 5 the score is now the crucial moment, and that's very short. Gubbins pulls it away on the onside. He doesn't get hold of it properly, and it goes one bounce to the fielder out there, comes through for a single.
It'd be fascinating to see in the Sussex innings if we can see anyone hit a 6 over the long boundary, because it would need some effort.
Yeah.
And that one from Gubbins, he's not even got close to getting hold of it, but it is bounced 30 yards short.
Yeah. 287 for 5, and we have 1 ball remaining and then 3 overs to go. These are bolts, and hit very hard up to long on, but again it's just a single, comes through easily to the fielder. Beasley fields it to the return, gives the ball to the umpire, and that's the end of that over. 288 for 5 now with 3 overs to go.
Every over a boundary is being scored, and which is most of them at the moment, is good for Hampshire. It's just a case really of all we see Fuller and Gubbins. We've not seen brutal hitting out yet. We've seen positivity in a few boundaries. So it's time now just to free the arms for these final 3 overs. We shall see. Current run rate is 6.12. Obviously something they'll be looking to accelerate. Now we're going to see Crocombe again from the pavilion end. It looks like it's he who has the ball in his hand, so that would have to be the guess. It'll be him. 2:05, BBC Radio Solent Sport, BBC Sussex Sport. Live ball-by-ball commentary of Hampshire against Sussex. Our classic coast, as they like to call it, although it doesn't have quite the same edge when the best players from both sides are not there, but still a good test for senior pros left and a few of the younger players. It's Fuller on strike with 47 from 33. What a really useful knock it's been for him. As Crocombe again abandoned his runner, but the cover off the pitch just blows in the wind, and that's short. Fuller off his knees plays that into the leg side for another single.
Wide spaces on the leg side now. Crocombe bowling there with 4 men on the boundary and nobody else anywhere. If you're a senior Sussex supporter of my kind of seniority at Hampshire, you'll remember their famous team of 1963 and 64, the first side to win knockout competitions in England. Ted Dexter's team were famous, but one of Ted Dexter's strategies, although he was a very flamboyant cricketer, very entertaining, was that on occasions he wasn't averse, I think, to putting most of the fielders out on the boundary towards the end of the innings, because in those days there were no limitations, there was no inner ring or anything else, and that field looked a bit like that on the leg side.
Crocombe in to Gubbins. He's got hold of this one. That'll be 6. 6 over cow corner. There was a fielder directly underneath it, and he watched the ball go 3 metres over his head. 6 from the moment it left the bat of Gubbins, and it's actually quite wide outside off stump. He's gone out and reached it. It brings up the 100 partnership in some style for Nick Gubbins, who's got 113.
I wouldn't mind putting a little bet on this, at least approaching, if not reaching, record partnership for the 6 wicket for Hampshire against Sussex, but I can't check right this minute. I can do it at the end of the innings. I'll let you know. There's a brains trust going on, as there was at the beginning of the innings, up around the batsman, around the bowler, giving some advice. But I don't know that you can give a lot of advice for a shot like that. It's just a perfect pickup.
Gubbins' highest score 141. He's going to have to really go some to get that. And another Yorker outside the off stump, which umpire Illingworth is happy to let go through as a dot ball. It's funny you mentioned though the fielders all out on the boundary. I remember watching one-day cricket in England when there was the 3 Texaco Trophy games in the sort of mid-90s, when everyone else was playing white ball pyjama cricket, 50 overs, and we were still playing, 55 overs often it was, as Gubbins gets that one all wrong, stepping across, and it's through to the wicketkeeper, no run.
Well, it's been extraordinary when you think about it. In 1963, we actually started 65 overs. Then in the following year, it went down to 60. Then in 72, we introduced the Benson Hedges competition, which was 55. There was a brief period when the 40 over Sunday League went up to 50 overs and then came back again. So I think we've had everything really.
45, I remember.
Yeah, there was a 45 over at one time. There was. You're absolutely right. National League or something.
Crocombe comes in full. Gubbins again, big swing across the line, doesn't middle it in any way, and in fact he hit it so poorly that they're going to be able to come back for 2. Direct hit from the field, but umpire Illingworth not interested.
Well run. Yeah, so we've never really settled and worked it out, and it's partly a question of, well, what do people really enjoy? And I've got a feeling, to be honest, I'm not sure I'd agree with this. I've got a feeling that the most popular format of all was the Sunday League, 40 over Sunday League. I think people used to like after lunch watching that sort of game.
Crocombe in, and that's cut square on the offside by Gubbins. Again, the first is run quickly, but there's no chance of a second, so they'll settle for one, and it's not a bad over from Crocombe, that one, although there was a big 6 in it. 298 for 5 with 2 overs to go. Gubbins 116, Fuller on 48.
I don't think Gubbins will make his career best, although he's of course got his Hampshire best in list A, but it'd be nice for Fuller. Fuller's had a sort of odd career at Hampshire, really, a bit in and out as a career. He's had his moments. He took a hat-trick at Arundel last year against Surrey, which I enjoyed hugely, but he's on 48 not out, and I think it's doing a lot of good to get a 50 here, in front of a home crowd in particular.
Yeah, you have to say he's played well. It's just the innings that was needed. It's funny because the strike rate's 140, but it's not been slog. No. It's been a lot of singles. It's been working the ball. It just shows how well he's done.
Yeah. Okay, here's Visa in again for his final over, and again it's I think kind of out the back of the hand, and again it's a full toss. Gubbins takes a single, so and it's a no ball, so in fact it's 300 and a free hit, so not the first one that he's bowled. So because it took the crowd even longer than it took me to realise that it was also a no ball, and therefore the 300. That's what the applause is for.
I remember Australia once retained the Ashes in the 90s on a no ball. Yes. Is there a more underwhelming way for something to hit a milestone or something?
And it's rather nice for Fuller because he's on 48 not out, so he could get his 50 with a free hit now, because he can hammer it anywhere really. Last time Visa bowled a fairly wide Yorker at this point. Let's have a look. And that was really well, he's done it. Let's say that. Well done, Fuller. He's put it over the boundary for 6 on a free hit. And I think it was a very, very clever shot, although it was in the end a cow corner kind of slog, because I think he might have remembered what Visa did the last time there was a free hit, and actually he moved across and got himself into line precisely with that fairly full wide ball outside the off stump, and he was well enough across that he got hold of it and deposited it into the crowd. So well done, James Fuller. 54 not out from 35 balls. Just what Hampshire needed at the close of the innings. Here's Visa again, and Fuller this time Fuller this time runs himself out in the end, and he's disappointed by that. He did the same thing again. He moves across. This time Visa bowled much straighter. Could have almost bowled him around his legs. He flicked it to mid-wicket. Mid-wicket fielded it very nicely. Got the ball in quickly. Visa held on to it and took the bails off. And Fuller, as I say, is cross with himself. But he gets a pat on the back from Gubbins, who I'm sure has said, well done, terrific, excellent partnership. Really has not rescued Hampshire, but restored Hampshire after they wobbled with those 3 quick wickets. And he's getting a very generous round of applause.
It's actually really good fielding, because rather than the all-out shy at the stumps, Visa was closing in, and it's more a throw to the bowler, who's then collected it really cleanly and just used the ball to break the stumps and run him out. But that wasn't easy, and if an all-out direct hit throw from there probably misses and he probably survives. Instead, the bit of time used up. Gubbins will still be on strike though, as Fuller was running to the non-striker's end, and look, Fuller's job was to, when he came in, to try and put some runs on the board and get Hampshire near the end, and him going with just 11 balls remaining, his job done from him, and a really, really good job done.
Very good job indeed. I don't know what happens in the 100 with run-outs like that, because you're just talking about the batsman crossing, so Gubbins is now facing. Because with catches in the 100, you can't cross, can you?
Well, you can cross, but
then you have to
new
go back.
batsman, you have to go back.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. But run-outs are normal, aren't
Normal, I believe.
they? Yeah, okay. I might come on Friday night. I bought a ticket. I'm just not quite sure if I can understand exactly how to use the app. I'm completely confused by the app. And it says it's the only way you can get in. You know, buy a ticket, but then you can't prove you bought a ticket unless you can operate a mobile phone properly, which I've never been famous for doing, really. So whether I shall come or not, I'm not sure. Visa's bowling anyway, and bouncer, and quite a slow bouncer, but Gubbins. I don't think Gubbins actually could have laid bat on that. It was a pretty high bouncer, even if he'd wanted to, but he ducks underneath it. So Organ is at the non-strikers end. There are 3 balls left of this over, and then another 6. And from here on in, really, at 307 for 6, everything's a bonus, isn't it? Last 9 balls. Here's Visa. Again, it's not a bouncer, but it is a bowled halfway down the pitch. Lobs up fairly slowly, and Gubbins somewhat laboriously in the end pulls it round towards mid-wicket, and they scamper a single.
This is the skill for Organ. You come in straight away from the cold. Yeah. Can you hit us a boundary straight away?
Yeah. Don't hang about. Well, I suppose the real order is don't hang about, but also give Gubbins the strike whenever possible, which is a bit difficult now because there are 2 balls to go. So probably what he ought to do off the last 2 balls is hit 2 4s. And then let Gubbins face the last over, which is easier said than done. Field is not completely widespread, but they won't mind Organ taking a single, I should have thought. These are bowls, and Organ gets hold of that, and he hits the first ball for 6.
And a crowd catch.
Somebody catches it. Brilliant. Well, that'll do. That's a way to start. I was claiming on Thursday, actually, that Scriven, who's not playing today, got off the mark with a 5, which was a 1 plus 4 overthrows, and then the next scoring shot was a 6. And I decided that was a world record, that nobody had ever, in a List A career, had ever made his debut and got off the mark with a 5 and a 6. I've no idea if it's true or not.
You'd have to really go back to a 5 and a 6 is a pretty unlikely way to start.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I think Gubbins is saying to him, hit a 6 or a 4, but we're not taking a single here.
Yeah, I think you're right, really. Yeah, I think a dot ball would be okay for Hampshire here, to be perfectly honest. 3-14 for 6. They're bringing people in. Now, I don't quite know why, in a sense, they would want to cut out the single here. Give Organ the well, I don't know. I suppose after that shot. Well, okay. Well, that was pretty simple. That reminds me of a Robin Marler story from Sussex, actually, because Organ is now out bowled, 2nd ball for 6. There is a famous story about the former Sussex captain Robin Marler when he was a younger man. There is a story about him being sent in as a night watchman. Obviously late one evening when a wicket falls, and he was essentially a bowler, so he was sent in by the skipper as a night watchman. Now, he didn't want to go in as a night watchman. He wanted to get himself showered and changed because he was going out that night, so he was somewhat annoyed about being sent in as a night watchman. And apparently, as a night watchman, his innings lasted 2 balls and scored 6 runs. He was quite proud of it, I think. I don't know what the skipper said when he came back in. I don't know who the skipper was. It might have been David Shepard or somebody like that. But yeah,
the difference is, I sense Felix Organ's skipper will be slightly more pleased with the 6 and out outcome. Well, Organ makes his way back, long way to walk and come back, but he has contributed, really.
Yeah,
just as you would have wanted. He's found the boundary and he's left Gubbins on strike for the final ball, and I think those instructions were clear from Gubbins. We're not taking one here.
No, I think
a big swing, and he missed the second one, having hit the first one for 6.
I think that was absolutely fine, really. Yeah, exactly what had to be done. That's 3-14 for 7. You just think Hampshire will be aiming to get at least 320, maybe even a few more.
So Crocombe to Gubbins, who's got 118 not out to start this final over.
And it's hit back over the bowler's head. It's not timed at all. And
Some quickly run two, and you have to say Scott Curry, the new batsman, has done his job there, because he was halfway down the track while Gubbins is hitting that ball, and he made sure there was definitely two, and Gubbins straight on strike. 16 for 7 for Hampshire. Gubbins beaten on 120. Crow to Gubbins again, and Gubbins lofts this one over his shoulder. Has he got enough? The 6 he has over that short boundary. Only hits the rope 2 or 3 metres, but another 6 for Nick Gubbins. He's on to 126 and Hampshire 3. Crocombe into Gubbins, wide outside the off stump. Big swing and a miss, and wide, signalled by Richard Illingworth, the umpire. So 3-2-3 for 7 is the score for Hampshire.
It's a nice reward as well for all those people who looked at the weather forecast this morning and said, let's go anyway, actually, because we haven't been interrupted really, and they've had some real pleasure.
Crocombe in. Oh, big swing and a miss. This time Gubbins bows his head in frustration and rehearses. I'm not really sure how to describe the shot he rehearses.
No, it was a bit too
Almost
full
a
and
ramp shot.
wide, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a bit too full and wide to play the shot. Whether it was a premeditated shot, I don't know. But it was well bowled. 2-6
wide dot. So 3 balls remaining of this innings. 3-2-3 for 7. Can Gubbins clear the ropes once more? Pulls that one back over the bowler's head, but he's not connected with it. It'll be fielded comfortably on the boundary. 2 more. So Gubbins onto 128. Hampshire onto 325. Heading back to the end of his mark, Max Crocombe. 2 balls in. He's gone for 71 off his 8.4 overs so far. Into Gubbins once more. Full toss. Gubbins hasn't connected with it at all. He's got it over the fielder. They'll scramble through for 2, but no more. And the score moves on to 3-2-7. Gubbins on to 128.
Scott Curry was looking to come back for a third there, but Gubbins was having none of it. He's keeping the strike, that's for sure.
Well, Gubbins is, unless he's run out here, Gubbins is going to end not out naught. But his running has been, I suspect, just the fastest runner may well have been sent in to play with Gubbins. Full. Gubbins drives that one onto the leg side. They sprint hard for the first. Gubbins decides he's going to end not out. He doesn't want to run through. And there's huge applause for Nick Gubbins, and rightly so. He has scored 131 as Hampshire score 328 for 7. And you'd have to say, given the scores last week, giving a look at the pitch, Sussex are going to have to bat very well to threaten that. And Gubbins is getting such a warm round of applause, and rightly so.
Yep, they really love that, and he has played such a good innings, because it was a very responsible and at times calculated innings, and he certainly endeared himself to the Hampshire faithful in his first few weeks here with his batting at Cheltenham in the crucial championship game. A very good innings last week against Essex, and now this one. Very good indeed, and it's a daunting task for Sussex, but as I say, who knows in this kind of cricket, and if they do get close or even win it, it's going to be some pretty thrilling cricket later on this afternoon.
Certainly is. Fuller as well, and Allsop got them going. He couldn't go on, no one could go on Thursday, but Gubbins has successfully gone on today. That's really the difference.
Yeah, I think both Fuller and Allsop did very well, and Allsop, delighted for both of them. Allsop because he's coming back from what we just learned was a concussion injury, Now, in a moment too, it'll be your first sight of John Turner, I'm guessing, Andy. You won't have seen him before. He was new
No,
to
I
most
haven't.
of us. He's just got a bit of pace about him. He's a South African, but I have made some inquiries about him, and he's a South African with a UK passport, so he's not playing as our second overseas player, as somebody asked me. Kyle Abbott is the overseas man, but he's a UK passport man. Yeah, he's just got a bit of pace about him, and he got a rather nice first wicket in his career the other day, Sir Alistair Cook, which and he does appear as that on the scorecard, which is rather nice.
Never hurts to get a night. Well, more from Dave Allen, more from myself, Andy Moon, and more from Adrian Harms to come when the Sussex reply starts in around 25 to 30 minutes time. So thanks for being with us for the Hampshire innings, and please do join us for the Sussex innings when we get underway in around half an hour. Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where miraculously it still isn't raining, and I wouldn't quite go as far to say that Sussex need miracles, Adrian Harms, but they're going to need something pretty special in this response to chase down 329.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big ask, isn't it? What I would say is that Sussex will need one of their big players to really stand up here. This is crying out for, a Travis Head or a David Visa to make a really, really big score. Andrew,
I'm not saying the others can't. I mean, there's plenty of good young
batting in this Sussex side, but by comparison, this is a fairly experienced Hampshire side, and I think this is a tall order.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you on that one.
Not to say it can't be done. I mean, nothing's impossible if they can get off to a good start. But as I say, I think you're looking, Nick Gubbins, that was a quality innings. And if Sussex are going to get near to this, they're going to need an innings of similar quality from a Travis Head. It's something we haven't seen much since he's been over from Australia. So maybe this is the day.
It's funny because we talked about that sort of 33, 34 over mark. It was on a knife edge. Could you be 240 all out? Instead it went the other way, and actually the pacing of the innings from Gubbins and Fuller, and just amazing that Fuller's strike rate was 140, given that he didn't seem to hit too many huge shots.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But it was a terrific partnership. I mean, they gauged it really well. They used the short boundary to great effect, and that is something that Sussex will need to do here as well. It is a very short boundary. On the away to our, from the hotel looking to our right, and that was targeted really well by the Hampshire players. What I will also say, I was very impressed with Gubbins running between the wickets as well. Picked up the ones and the twos, kept the scoreboard ticking along.
It was the textbook of run the first one hard and see where you were.
No, absolutely it was.
Right then, here we go. We have got Carl Abbott, the skipper. He is going to get this second innings underway. Right arm around the wicket. Oh, and there's a huge swipe outside the off stump from Harrison Ward, and he'll be pleased that he got nowhere near it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Harrison Ward and James Coles are both young players who have come through the partnership that Sussex have with Oxfordshire. So they've come through that pathway to the side. Really haven't seen an awful lot of Harrison Ward. He's had a couple of opportunities, hasn't really taken them. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here. Opportunity at the top of the innings.
Well, he'll want to do better than in the first ball as Abbott comes in again. This time he plays a beautiful shot, cutting it through point for 4. That's what he meant to do the first time. Yeah. That's a positive intent.
It was. He made 4 up at Sedgeborough on Friday before he was out. Opening with Tom Clark, so there's a lot of left-handers. The top 4 batsmen for Sussex are all left-handers, which I don't know if that's got any relevance, but that will be the case.
Here we go, Abbott past umpire Lungley, and that will be another single down to third man. Full face of the bat shown by Ward, a thickish edge into the ground. 5 without loss, Sussex in this first over.
Yeah, if you want to send us some emails, I know Andrew's got his Twitter address, but if you've got any emails you want to send through, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, get your messages in, it'd be lovely here. The weather looks actually pretty good. I mean, famous last words, but the clouds look high. There's a few patches of blue sky, so who knows, we may get through this.
Abbott in once more. Bustling action, and that's defended into the offside, and the least eventful ball of the 4 that we've seen so far.
He's pacey, isn't he, Kyle Abbott? I guess what comes with that as well is that with that relatively short offside boundary for Harrison Ward, as we saw, that was a lovely time shot through backward point. But the outfielder, they've had a lot of rain, is quick as well, so Sussex will need to be positive.
They certainly will, really. Probably right from the off as Abbott comes in, and that's a thinner edge that might go for 4. Good bit of fielding down at third man, and that ensures that it's only 2.
Well, that was a terrific bit of fielding. I don't know who that is all the way down the distance, but that looked for all the world as it was going to run down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
Just interesting, this aggressive intent, because we saw with Hampshire it was quite a patient built innings, and it feels like Sussex are not going to try and match that. They're going to come out and play some shots as Abbott comes in for the final ball of the first over with the Sussex Sharks 7 without loss onto the pads there of Clark, and that is played into the leg side for no run. 7 without loss, then 1 over gone, and it's probably brighter than it has been here for some time, even though the floodlights have remained on.
Yes, absolutely. Email in from Steve Rook. Hello, Steve. He says, great pictures and enjoying the commentary as usual. We've had quite a few emails about Ben Brown. I make no apology for reading those out, but we have quite a lot of Sussex supporters who have commented on the fact that Ben will no longer be the championship skipper for Sussex when we resume in August. And Steve goes on to say, I was very disappointed to read about Ben being replaced as captain, though it seems there is no ready substitute for the championship. You've already said how proud Ben was to lead the county. I can't help feeling that he's being scapegoated for some ordinary performances by the team as a whole. After the Luke Wells saga, I hope this isn't more clumsy management for the men in charge. I think that Ben is one of the first picks on the team sheet. He has done a good job in marshalling at what times has been limited resources. Best wishes from Steve Rook. So thank you, Steve, for your email. And it's going to be Turner who's coming in bowling to Harrison Ward, who clips that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Is that right?
It is, you're correct. It's John Turner.
Thank you.
This is the South African with a British passport.
Yeah, number 6 on the back of his shirt. And just to repeat one more time, we have spoken to Rob Andrew from Sussex, Steve, and that interview will be going out after 9 o'clock this evening on BBC Radio Sussex. As in comes John Turner, running in around the wicket, bowls, and Ward is beaten outside the off stump. That was a good delivery, just moved away a fraction from Ward, and the ball rattled through to McManus behind the stumps, and there is no run.
It is funny with Sussex in the Championship, because obviously the one-day side, white ball side, is pretty strong on paper, and you look at the Championship side and just felt maybe a couple of years ago that they're in a position where they're really building something quite nicely, and it just really hasn't gone through.
Turner round the wicket, bowls, cut away by Ward, runs here, and this could run away for 4 runs. I think the fielder at cover just took the pace off the ball. It's racing towards the boundary, and it's just going to be overhauled by Tom Alsop, who gets in the throat, and that's a good bit of fielding actually, because there really should have been 3 there, and in the end Alsop turned a 3 into a 2.
Like a golf ball going from the fairway to the rough, when the ball moved from going over the cut strips to the outfield, just slowed up a little bit and allowed Alsop to cut it off on that really long boundary.
As in comes Turner again. Bright sunshine now, bowls to Ward, who's forward played to backward point, and there is no run. Yes, I mean, the situation has been that Sussex, certainly since the new coaching setup has taken over, have moved to younger players in the Championship, and many of those younger players have performed really well. Maybe not as a whole, but there's been some very good individual performances. Ben Brown has been the skipper of that side, and I think the watchword has very much been patience, which I think there was an element of surprise as to what has happened. As in comes, lovely shot by Ward. That really is a beautiful shot. Over pitch by Turner, and that's beautifully played by Harrison Ward, hammered through extra cover for 4 runs. When I say hammered, it was just beautifully timed.
We've seen a couple of plays and misses. We've also seen a couple of lovely boundaries in the early stages from Harrison Ward. It's a good sign.
He goes to 11, and the Sharks to 13 without loss. 21-year-old Harrison Ward as he waits for Turner, who's in the bowls, and Ward just plays this quite close to his body, looking to work that away on the offside. There is no run. It is the end of the over, the end of the second over. Turner 1 over for 6, Abbott 1 over for 7. Sussex are 13 without loss, with Ward on 11 and Clark on 2. And you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solo, myself Adrian Harms, alongside Andrew Moon and Dave Allen.
It's positive intent by the Sussex openers, and that is certainly what they will need. They're not going to die wandering. Just to see how Carl Abbott, the skipper, is going to approach this. He comes in for his Second over, once more round the wicket. It's defended by Clark into the offside for no run. Just one slip in.
He's got a very aggressive run to the wicket, hasn't he? He really sprints to the wicket, Kyle Abbott. There's nothing sort of half-paced about this. It's all effort.
Yes, he's not the kind of bowler who glides up. You can see him.
He's racing in, isn't he? Yeah.
It's been some signing for Hampshire since first coming a few years ago as a cold pack player. Here he is once more, and again Clark defends well. Probably more than a defend into the offside. They're going to get one. Ooh. And they're going to try two, and they'll get two. It was a slight misfield. One fielder took it away from the other. Two more to the score, 15 without loss in the third over.
That was very similar to what we saw at the opening of the Hampshire innings when Crocombe fielded the ball and the ball deflected away from Tom Haynes, who would have fielded at mid-on, and it went for 4 runs.
Not quite the greatest deflection to the boundary we've ever seen, as obviously Ben Stokes in the World Cup final a couple of years ago. Not quite that significant or dramatic, as Abbott comes in short, pulled away, and that's going to be fielded out on the square leg boundary, and just one more. They're going to play shots, these two, and with 3-2-9, the target posted, or the target required, 3-2-8 for 7 posted by Hampshire earlier today.
And I just wonder as well, Andrew, whether Sussex just might have half an eye. I mean, the weather looks okay, but just half an eye on Duckworth Lewis, because they won't want to find themselves horribly behind the clock if it does rain.
And they are currently ahead of that as things stand, as Abbott comes in. Guessing they would have to have 20 overs for this to class as a match, but if you'd asked me at the start of play, will we get enough for a guaranteed match in, I would have wavered a little, but you feel now, even if we did get a shower, the fact that it's dry now, you'd be surprised if we don't get 20 overs worth of play in, and there will be a result today, and we've touched upon both sides needing a result as Abbott comes in round the wicket once more. Full big swing, big miss from Ward.
Yeah. Bent his back then, didn't he, Kyle Abbott? He was absolutely steaming in. And really raced through to McManus. Yeah, so the DLS shows on the scoreboard as 13. I'm never sure whether that's as it is at this particular ball. I mean, some ground showed at the end of the over, some the previous over. It's never desperately clear, is it?
People have been knocked out World Cups for miscalculating that number, as Abbott in once more is defended to the leg side. No run, end of the third over, 16 without loss. Something to keep aware of. Yes, if we did have a shower now, you'd be confident we'd get 20 overs in, and realistically, whoever was to lose today probably can only afford to lose one more game.
Yes, I'm being told actually that to get a game today is 10 overs. It's 20 overs in the latter stages of the competition, apparently.
That is.
So in the group stage, it would appear that it's 10 overs to get a game, but presumably from the quarterfinals onwards, it's 20 overs, which I didn't know. So thank you, Graham, for letting us know that.
Different rules, different. You're hardly going to have a reserve day at this point of the competition, but wow, it barely feels like it's a 50-over competition if you're having a 10-over-a-side slog. You know, we've seen a few 5 overs beside T20 games.
As in comes Turner, bowls, is it my over? Bowls to Clark, who plays down the ground. There is no run. End of the over, 16 without loss. DLS is now 15, so I think it's doing this ball by ball, you know, which is probably very useful. No suggestion of rain at the minute. Indeed, our friends, the ground staff, are not poised by the covers as they were earlier.
So get ahead at 10 overs and do a rain dance could be a good tactic.
That's risky, isn't it? So one slip in place. The 2 fielders outside of the circle are a third man. Now a deep mid-wicket guarding that short boundary. Turner in bowls and flirts with one outside the off stump as Tom Clark doesn't really move his feet, and the ball rattles through to McManus. And there is no run. Sussex 16 without loss, Ward 11, Clark 5.
And from a Hampshire point of view, these bowlers are going to know they're going to be attacked and they're going to be hit and they're going to concede a few boundaries. It's going to be picking up a regular stream of wickets that's going to guarantee victory.
Turner again in bowls, and Clark gets runs down to third man. He's going to get 4 runs as well. Had there been a second slip, Tom Clark would almost certainly have been walking back to the pavilion. As it is, he gets a thick outside edge down to third man and picks up a boundary. Does Tom Clark? He goes to 9, and the Sharks to 20 without loss, and needing to score at 6.7 and over. That's Sussex to win this game. And so far they're off to a reasonable start as Turner runs in from the pavilion end, bowls and runs straight through the crease. Strange, wasn't he? He always looked like he delivered the ball. He was actually into his delivery stride.
I just thought I'd missed the ball with my eyes. I couldn't pick it up. I wasn't where it
God,
had gone.
he's quicker than we think, as the ball was in the keeper's gloves, but he ran right through the crease. So much ado about nothing as Turner, right arm around the wicket, is in again. Bowls to Clark, who's up on his toes, plays it quietly to backward point, fielded by Alsop, and there is no run. Total remains on 20 without loss. DLS at the moment is on 17. No suggestion it's going to rain at the minute. I mean, it is a little more cloudy than it was during the lunch break. There is some heavier cloud to the back of the pavilion. Turner again bowls, and Clark well pitched up and drives to mid-off. There is no run. Yeah, it is going up ball by ball. We can tell that because DLS is now 18 on the scoreboard. So the risk of being a little boring, but it may be a factor that comes into play during this game.
The thing is, even when there's not rain, I always feel DLS is a much better way of looking at whether you're ahead and behind par compared to runs per over, or where the opposition were at the same time.
Turner again bowls, and Clark works this to backward point. He was thinking about a single, but it's very well fielded again by Alsop. And there is no run, so much better over from Turner, just conceding the 2 runs. And Sussex are 20 without, sorry, just the 4 runs, that boundary down to third man. Ward on 11, Clark on 9. Abbott 2 over, well, both bowlers the same figures, 2 overs, 0 for 10. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent, myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Andrew Moon.
Really, it's honours even after those opening 4 overs. As Abbott comes back to his mark. Positive intent, it's not a surprise from these two, but you sense that the real key is, as we've been saying, can Avisa or can Travis Head get going for Sussex? Here's Abbott round the wicket and the left-handed Ward plays that down to third man. It was a thickish edge from a bit of a swipe at the ball and 1 run.
Yes, earlier on this season there was a T20 game down at Hove where DLS played a huge part, and we got to 4.5 overs being bowled by Surrey when the umpires decided enough was enough. And we came off and Sussex were ahead on Duckworth Lewis.
That went down well.
Yes, not too well. There were some rather annoyed people. Unsurprisingly.
Abbott comes round the wicket, and that is going to the third man area again, although that's pressed down there, and he can't do the fielding on this occasion. Sliding around to his left, couldn't keep that one out, and it's 4 more. In fact, it's Turner doing the fielding, third man, and it wasn't the most convincing dive, and he's palmed it over the rope for 4.
Yeah, it was a shame, wasn't it, for him, because he got round really quickly, and I thought, oh, it's just going to be a couple of runs. I think Tom Clark was even questioning whether to come back for the second, to be honest. But in the end, he picks up a welcome boundary for Sussex.
Here comes Abbott round the wicket, and it's defended once more by Clark.
Yes, I mean, interestingly, Andrew, with that result, which from had 1 more ball in the match been bowled, Sussex would have won the game and taken 2 points. As it was just the 1, and there was this lingering fear throughout the whole T20 campaign that 1 point was going to cost Sussex a place in the quarterfinals. It might well have cost them a home quarterfinal,
which is still significant. It's worth pointing, but once you're in,
yeah.
As Abbott comes round the wicket, and that's defended into the offside. As we were touching on earlier, Hampshire's good record in quarterfinals, and that good record hasn't just come here. They've had impressive performances on the road in T20 cricket in quarterfinals as well. Most notably, I think it would have been 3 years ago when Shahid Afridi hit the most ridiculous 100 away at Leicestershire. Having nearly got out twice early on, he just started spraying it to all parts of the ground, and surprisingly Leicestershire did not have an answer for that. Abbott coming in to Clark. Clark defends that into the offside, no run. 25 without loss.
So an email here from the Haynes clan. It's Tom Haynes' family, I think. So he says, good afternoon, Adrian. Ollie Haynes, accompanied by the rest of the Haynes family here. Bright sunshine here in Devon, and we're all cheering on from the south coast. Thanks as ever for the commentary. Hope Sussex can chase this total. So the Haynes family sound like they've gone on holiday without Tom. Well, I suppose he has got better things to do, to be fair. I'm sure he'd love to be on holiday with you, but...
He's got a game to win this afternoon.
He has got a game to win.
Abbott past the umpire, short pulled. Is it going to fly away for 4? There's a long chase on the mid-wicket boundary, and it will be a successful chase just, and they'll get 2. I suspect if we had a television match official, they might have just checked his feet from the fielder by the rope as the ball was collected, but we don't have that luxury, so just 2 added to the score. 5 overs gone, 27 without loss. Harrison Ward 12, Tom Clark has 15.
So thanks very much for getting in touch, Ollie. That's Tom's brother. So I hope you're enjoying your holiday down in Devon. The weather sounds like it's sunny down there. Here in Southampton, it has clouded up a bit in the last half hour or so. The ground staff are showing no inclination to sort of walk towards the covers, so we're hoping that everything is going to be okay. And Sussex off to a decent start, 27 without loss after 5 overs. Ward on 12, Clark on 15, and it's going to be Turner who's going to come running in from the pavilion end. Floodlights on, comes in and bowls, and driven by Ward. That's a beautiful shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Over pitch by Turner, and Ward just stood up and belted that through extra cover for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot. He goes to 16, and the Sharks to 27 without loss.
Yeah, best shot of the innings so far. It's not a great delivery, but wow, it's emphatically punished.
Something about left-handers and extra cover drives, Andrew, they just play better than right-handers, don't they?
James Vince would argue differently, but...
Here comes Turner and bowls, and Ward, he's dropped. He's dropped at first slip. Regulation chance, big thick edge, through to first slip, and the chance goes down. Joe Weatherly spells it, and that could be expensive. Ward on 16, Sussex 31 without loss, and Harrison Ward is given a chance.
Yeah, slip catches are never easy.
No,
if
they're
you
not.
Stood there, you know, but they don't get much more straightforward than that. Straight at him, and it's just come in and gone out again.
Turner again in and bowls, and will drive straight back down the track. Turner fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. I thought he'd gone, to be honest with you, Andrew.
I think so did everyone, and Joe Weatherly just having that look as if the ground followed him up now, he wouldn't be too unhappy.
Yeah, it's a pretty lonely place, isn't it? And I'm sure, you know, I'm never sure it's best if someone says, oh, hard luck, mate, but it's even worse when no one says anything, and we'll see what John Turner does at the end of the over. Anyway, in comes Turner again, bowls to one who's really chancing his arm here. That's short, and he clubs it away is the best way I can describe it. Over the covers for 4 more. Ward goes to 20, and the Sharks to 35 without loss, and certainly Sussex leading nothing to chance if it is going to rain. From these 2 in terms of DLS, we have to have 10 overs before we get a game.
And they're comfortably ahead at the moment, and well, I wonder if there's another boundary here, how Turner may be feeling at the end of the over about that simple drop.
Turner in again, bowls. Oh, and he bowls him off stump, knocked out of the ground, and John Turner comes down the wicket, and I think he's given Harrison Ward some send-off there, clenched his fists. The off stump went cartwheeling out of the ground, and a little cameo from Harrison Ward comes to an end. He's out for 20, and the Sharks are 35 for 1. And that was some celebration from a rather frustrated John Turner, I think.
Well, it's as if the anger was building in John Turner throughout the over. You first of all had the over pitch delivery that was dispatched for 4, then what should have been a wicket, then another 4. And you just wonder if something hadn't happened, he was going to explode. But the pressure valve released by a wonderful delivery, and for a fast bowler, he sees the stumps cartwheeling out of the ground.
Yes. And
suddenly that has a big effect on the Duckworth-Lewis Stern score as well.
Yeah, which has gone up to 50. That is really interesting. That just goes to show the effect a wicket has. So DLS, as Andrew rightly says, is now up to 50, whereas Sussex were way ahead. They're now way behind.
Time for the Haynes clan to focus.
Yes, the Haynes clan will be listening down in deepest Devon, wherever they are. I don't know if they're in a cottage or sitting on the beach or what they're doing. But brother Tom is coming out to bat. So I'm sure you'll all be crossing everything. A couple of other emails that came in. We had our correspondent Mark, who was down in New Zealand. I said, is it cold? And he said, yes, it's about 2 degrees at the moment. Cold but sunny. He supported Hampshire for 50 years since his dad first took him to a game at Bournemouth. I remember Greenwich and Malcolm Marshall with fondness. He says, I'm very impressed with Nick Gubbins. Even more so. That's a little while ago you sent that through, Mark, so thank you very much.
Any time a batsman's thrown in the same sentence as Greenwich, it must be a good thing.
In comes Turner to bowl to Tom Haynes down the leg side, and that's signalled wide. So Sussex will benefit by another ball and another run. Now this is an interesting email address. It's called Buddy Retriever Believer. And he says, shocking fielding at slip. My dog would have caught that. Harder than it seemed with the ball flying at you, though. So I don't know whether Buddy is the name of your retriever or what your name is. So it'd be nice to know. I think comes Turner again around the wicket bowls, and Haynes with a play and a miss outside the off stump and a howl from bowler Turner. You can breathe easy down in Devon because brother Tom is still there, but only just a play and a miss outside of the off stump. End of the over. The Sussex Sharks are 36 for 1. We've had 6 overs and Turner 3 overs, no maidens. He's taken the important wicket of Harrison Ward, 1 for 19.
Yeah, and you can see he's got something about him, Turner. He's reasonably quick. He didn't take too kindly to being hit around, and as he goes back to field at third man, he gets a very warm reception from the Shane Warne stand, who like what they've seen. And well, Hampshire know wickets are vital to win a game, of course, but you pick up a couple and suddenly that DLS score could disappear off in the distance.
Yeah.
For Sussex as Abbott comes round the wicket. Another huge swing and a miss, this time from Tom Clark outside the off stump.
That was quick, actually. That was really quick, and it was still sort of going up when it was taken by Lewis McManus, but Tom Clark looking to carve that one away through backward point.
I always wish you had a speed gun on some of these bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. That was really sharp.
Some contacts. Haynes at the non-striker's end. Abbott past the umpire and then him, and then delivers, and that is a much more solid looking shot from Harrison Ward. The scoreboard to our right, that seems to have broken with the graphic introducing Tom Haynes to the crease, so it's just a big screen saying declaring his name at the moment. Sussex 36 for 1 though. 329 the target.
That emailer has been back to say that Buddy was his old dog's name, so I'm sure very fondly remembered.
Abbott coming in around the wicket, short, pulled away, behind square on the leg side. It's a big boundary, but there's no need to chase that because that's going to fly away for 4 runs. So a big swing and a miss to start. A more solid defensive shot in this over, and then a pull away for 4 runs. The positivity is not going to stop despite the wicket falling.
Yeah, so the DLS went from 23 to 50 when that wicket went down. Just goes to prove.
As Abbott comes in, and it's pulled away and going to be 4 more. Fine leg up inside the circle, not going to get near that one. And it's another boundary. How did one start looking into the mathematics behind Duckworth Lewis Stern? And I have to say, I actually think it's a really good system. It's pretty difficult to come up with, but I look at all the alternatives that have been used in the past or have been suggested, and I don't think I've ever seen anything that's anywhere near as fair as the DLS.
Yeah, I would agree. It's very difficult to come up with something.
Abbott coming in round the wicket, pulled away in the air, will bounce short of the fielder. 3 bounces, skips through to deep square leg, and that is another run. 45 for 1.
I just wonder whether the outfield just may be a little bit greasy. I think that was Scott Curry fielding the ball out there, and he just sort of got round a little bit tentatively. I mean, he's a big man. I just wonder if, just maybe, once he's got quite a nice outfield to slide on, it might be quite difficult for big men to move quickly on.
Still no rain falling as yet, and the sun probably as bright as it's been all day. 45 for 1. Tom Haynes on strike. Abbott coming round the wicket. Oh, and Haynes is beaten outside the off stump, and he twirls his bat away and steps into the leg side, and is pleased he's still there to fight another day. But he is, as the over comes to an end. 45 for 1.
Yeah, good over for Sussex. So Tom Clark going along very nicely. He's on 24 off of 22. 7 overs gone. DLS is now 54, Sussex 45. But lots more blue sky around now at Southampton. So let's fingers crossed that the rain isn't going to intervene. But after another 3 overs, whatever happens, we will have a result in this game. Turner is coming running in to bowl to Tom Clark. Slip in place, bowls, and Clark drives without timing down the offside of the track. Fielded at mid-off, and there is no run. Fielded by Curry. Floodlights on. Bit of sunshine across the ground now there.
That's what we like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. The ground looks an absolute picture.
Quite bright with the sun reflecting off the cover that has never been moved away from just on the edge of the boundary in the white roof of the pavilion.
Turner in bowls, and Clark again just works that one into the offside. So 2 dot balls to start the over for John Turner. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent, Hampshire making 328 for 7, a magnificent innings, majestic innings really from Nick Gubbins. We all know he's a class player. He's come here from Middlesex, and you can see exactly why Hampshire are keen to secure his services. Wonderful knock, 131 not out. So in comes Turner, bowls to Clark, and that was not a great shot. He was looking to pull that one away to that short leg side boundary. You can see with the power play that Tom Clark is clearly keen to get on with it. He didn't really move his feet. To pull that one away through mid-wicket. He just made a signal actually towards the pavilion, and a door has been shut at the far end, so I don't know maybe if that distracted him, Andrew.
The sun is shining in that direction, and the light can be quite bright off those windows.
Turner in again, and that's the second time that he's done that, and he apologises to Tom Clark. He just runs straight through the crease and is almost on the point of releasing the ball when he decides not to.
And I think he's got a telling off from the umpire on this occasion. Get away with it the first time, but Illingsworth not happy with that one. It's quite common for there to be complaints with people sat in those balconies up there with batsmen.
Turner in again, bowls, and Clark drives nicely. A sweet-looking shot out in the middle of the bat, but straight to the fielder at mid-on. I think it's Kyle Abbott, and there is no run. Turner remains on 45 without loss. 4 dot balls in this over so far from Turner. Very fine over.
And we haven't seen dot balls, we've seen a lot of action really.
Yes.
So far.
Turner again. In bowls, and Clark again is forward to ball. Good length, played straight back down the track. Turner fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. I think, you know, this is the great thing about the 50 over competition. I think you can play out a maiden if a bowler's bowling well. You know, and he's pitching the ball up and you can only play defensively. That's not the end of the world. There's plenty of overs to go.
Hampshire got 3-2-8 and there was no point you really felt they were T20 slogging it, maybe other than the last couple of overs.
Turner bowls and Clark plays, doesn't time that to mid-off, and that's made an over from John Turner and gets a healthy round of applause around the Ageas Bowl. At the end of the 8th over, Turner 4 overs, 1 maiden. He's taken 1 for 19. Sussex at the end of the 8th over are 45 for 1. Clark on 28, Tom Haynes yet to score. And applause around the ground, I'm not sure why. Oh, for Turner making his way back to his fielding position down at 3rd man.
He's greeted by a 12th man with a well-earned drink as well. And we're going to see a change at this end now. Abbott is heading back to the start of his mark, doesn't have the ball in his hand. The umpire is either in deep conversation or just inspecting something with Ian Holland, who then chucks the ball to Kyle Abbott. And Abbott to come round the wicket to Tom Haynes. Full. Haynes plays that to cover. There is no run. Haynes, just his 3rd delivery. Feels like he's been out in the middle for a while, but hasn't faced too many balls, and he's still to get off the mark. It's been Tom Clark who's taken the lion's share of the strike. Harrison Ward, the man out. Bowled Turner for 20 off 18 balls. 4 boundaries for him in that aggressive spell. Obviously, we're still in the first power play, so only 2 fielders outside the circle. 3rd man, and deep square leg as Abbott sets off to Haynes once more. And Haynes again defends that one into the offside. Mid-off comes forward to take no run.
Just to give you an idea of the Sussex team in this game, so before Friday's game at Sedbergh, neither Tom Haynes nor Tom Clark have played a List A game, as indeed had 9 of the side. So 8 of the side today have just played that one 50-over match. So they're very much feeling their way.
This is the problem with having such a strong one-day side, first side, as Abbott comes in and Haynes plays it up to mid-on, set off for a run and then smartly went back.
Yes. Just building a little bit of pressure here. I think this is where it's important that Sussex don't panic. I know it's always good to score runs in the power play, but losing wickets is equally as important for Sussex. And you know, it's a good. Let's face it, it's a very fine bowler.
He certainly is. You look across the competition and think he must be in the top few of strongest bowlers as he comes in once more. Haynes, that's a better looking shot. This time he will get off the mark through to, well, not through to mid-on, but mid-on having to come round to his left, and everyone always wants to get a run to their name, and Haynes has done just that. 38 he got in his one game so far.
Yes, he was run out in a misunderstanding with Travis Head. It was a shame because he was going along very nicely at that stage.
Brings Tom Clark on strike with Abbott coming round the wicket, and that's defended back past Abbott for no run. We won't see Hampshire rattle through the overs quite as quickly as Sussex did with all their spin options. So you see Abbott and Turner not quite the kind who will rattle off the overs. As Abbott throws the ball from his right hand to his left hand here at the Ageas Bowl. 329 is the Sussex target. They're 46 for 1. Abbott into Clark, big swing, miss, hits the pad, half-hearted appeal, not out. And that brings the 9th over to an end with Sussex 46 for 1. Abbott's bowled 5 overs, Turner has bowled 4. Haynes with 1 to his name from 6 deliveries. Tom Clark has got 24. And it will be Turner to continue from the pavilion end. Still the field, pretty orthodox, 1 slip, 3rd man on the boundary and mid-wicket out, and it's played by Haynes towards the square leg boundary, and it beats the fielder coming around. That's 4 runs for Tom Haynes and the 50 for the Sussex Sharks.
Nice shot, wasn't it? Nicely timed off his legs by Tom Haynes.
Yeah, beats the man out there who didn't really have a chance of getting to that one. 9.1 overs gone. And certainly, not sure I'd necessarily describe it as fireworks, but there's been some passion we've seen from him. Haynes drops it into the leg side, and they do run on a misfield. They get through for 1 more for Haynes, up to 5. Sussex Sharks 51 for 1, and we are in the 10th over of their reply. That after earlier today, Hampshire scoring 328. Huge credit had to go to Nick Gubbins, who scored an absolutely brilliant 131 not out. I'd certainly say Hampshire are the favourites from here, but we've seen a pretty positive start from Sussex, and there still remains a threat of rain later today, even though we've got blue skies, a bit of sunshine at the moment here in the Ageas Bowl. If you want live ball-by-ball commentary, you can find it on the BBC Sport website and app. As Turner gets ready to start another run-up from the far end. He's coming round the wicket to Tom Haynes, and Haynes plays that into the leg side, and it will be just a single. 53 for 1. There's a lot to like about what we've seen from Turner so far. He certainly looks someone with a lot of heart, and he's got a fair bit of pace as well. As Turner goes back to the end of his run. Dave Allen's going to join me in the commentary box in a moment. As that's defended past the bowler for no run. And ball left of this opening power play and the opening 10 overs. 53 for 1. Just if you're watching Duckworth-Lewis like we have been, in the only way that numbers people can. 53 one is the score, 66 would be the Duckworth-Lewis score. Turner in, played into the leg side by Clark. He is going to get 4 for that one. He did look for a moment like the field on the mid-wicket boundary was going to come round to his right, but he couldn't make up the ground. And 10 overs gone, 57 for 1, another boundary for Clark, and Dave Allen is alongside me.
Thank you, Andy. Evenly placed, I would say, at the moment. I think Sussex have given themselves a bit of a platform, starting quite nicely, and the wicket for Turner was a useful one. One of the crucial differences is that in the Hampshire innings, Sussex spinners were quite effective. They did pretty well. Hampshire don't really have the same kind of spin bowlers and the same quality of spin bowlers. Felix Orban tends to pick up wickets with his off breaks, but he's not very experienced, particularly in this form of the game. And I think they could turn to Weatherly, Prest or Gummins, but they are all in this format at this level part-timers at best, really. So it will be a different attack, and typified in a sense by the change at this end now, which is Scott Curry coming in and bowling like Abbott did, round the wicket, right arm, fast medium, tall man. Did you, in your days of first watching Hampshire when you were a young man, did you know John Ayling, or was that just before?
No, I think that would have been just before my time.
Because Scott Curry's bowling action and run-up and so on reminds me considerably of John Ayling. He comes in and bowls now, and it's just wide enough to cut away, but goes to point, no run. He was a hugely promising cricketer who was desperately unlucky to get an injury in a pre-season friendly. He ran up the pitch to field a ball that had been played by David Smith of Surrey, I think, and they collided and effectively wrecked his knee and his career. That's slashed away on the offside square. I think it's Tim Alsop out there, but he doesn't get anywhere close to it. It's another 4 to Tom Haynes, who has, I think he's only 22, but he's the captain, and he's made a very promising start to his career, getting a lot of runs in the championship early season for sure.
There's not a lot of width there either, that's a fine shot. But this time the width is away on the outside square. So I haven't seen Robert, so let's
behind the stumps, still somewhat on the rise. Nice
good
bit of
delivery.
pace. He's not as quick as Turner, Curry, but he's a wicket taker. I think that's one of the things to say about him. He took 3 for 58 in the game on Thursday.
Wickets are going to be the way Hampshire win this.
Ageas Bowl, short of the wicket, but is nicely tumbling stop down at long leg, but he does get back for the second run. Decent effort to throw that in, but back comfortably. So end of Curry's first over. Little wayward in line, I think. Sussex Sharks are 64 for 1. That Duckworth-Lewis that we'll keep you up with it, because the Duckworth-Lewis is quite interesting anyway, even if there's no rain. It just gives you a sense of how close they are to matching their target. And the Duckworth-Lewis at the moment, the score is 70. One of the crucial things, of course, is if a wicket falls, it suddenly changes quite dramatically.
And if you're unsure exactly what the Duckworth-Lewis Stern score is, the logic it basically works upon is based on the number of wickets you have lost, how many runs would you expect to be on the board at a certain point to win the game. So at the minute they're saying that with 1 wicket down, you would expect Sussex to have 70 on the board. Of course, if you'd lost 5 or 6 wickets and you were going to win, they'd expect you to have an awful lot more runs on the board. It's an algorithm that works based on previous scores and scoring, as Fuller comes on to bowl from the pavilion end. Short, an attempted pull away from Haynes. Doesn't really get much connection to it, but it'll whittle its way down to fine leg for a single. Still blue skies and some sunshine fighting through. The floodlights on. It's probably the gloomiest it looked all day was when we first got here. And we had a bit of drizzle for maybe 5-10 minutes, and the umpires carried on. We are all good at the moment, it would seem. We've played enough for a match to have taken place. That is defended down into the ground by Clark, fielded at point, no run. Well, Fuller, no doubt, be feeling pretty good after his innings. Really useful combination. Always think when you get come to an excess of 300, you normally have someone who's getting 100, and you need someone to come in at the end and whack a few around, and Fuller did that. If you call it a finisher's job, he was a finisher who came in with quite a long way to go, played sensibly, and just picked his moments to be aggressive. Here he is with ball in hand, bowling to Tom Clark, and Clark defends that back down the pitch, and it's gathered by Fuller for no run.
There was a conversation earlier on. We were wondering whether using a pitch that had been used on Thursday, would it be a bit worn, a bit tired and so on? But actually the evidence is quite the opposite, really.
Yeah, in fact, Carl Abbott said it after the game on Thursday, that he expected lower scoring on Thursday, when it was 274, I think Essex scored to beat Hampshire. Around the wicket comes Fuller, played into the leg side, and they'll sprint through a single up towards mid-on. Throw comes in on the stumps, doesn't hit. Wouldn't have mattered if it had, as they were both comfortably through. In fact, that run I gave to Haynes at the start of the over is chalked up as a leg by.
I think one of the problems with the Hampshire attack, it's a decent enough attack in some ways. One of the problems with it is there's going to be rather a lot of right arm, something between medium and decent fast medium, and they're all bowling around the wicket at the minute. So there is a sort of clockwork feel about it in some senses. The batsman can get in and get used to it.
It's played back straight down the ground by Haynes for no run.
It's guessing that Holland might bowl as well, and he would be the slowest of the 5 that we've seen so far. But
it's quite rare you put out a team in this, certainly in this format, without a recognised spinner in, without that variety.
Haven't got one really.
No.
That's the truth. I mean, because Crane and Dawson are both off with the Southern Brave 100 side, and Organ, although he's quite useful as an off spinner, isn't very experienced really.
I wonder if we may see him at some point. Here comes Fuller round the wicket to Haynes. Haynes plays it outside the off stump. It's an aggressive stroke out towards cover, and they'll pick up just one. They thought about a second on a misfield, but it wasn't there. So 329 is the target. 12 overs have gone. Sussex are 67 for 1. Hampshire's 328 for 7. Powered along by Nick Gubbins' 131 not out, and half centuries from James Fuller and Tom Alsop.
Yep, still nothing in the game that indicates that one side is clearly on top. We shall see whether Hampshire can make another breakthrough as Scott Curry runs away from us at the hotel end, bowls. Again, it's two-leg side, and it's another nice tumbling stop down that long leg. But they again can come back for 2 as they did in the previous over. So Scott Curry doesn't quite have his line right yet. So it mustn't be too harsh on him. He made his debut, I think, quite late on last season. It was a short season, of course. I think he played in that first game down at Hove for the championship. He bowls, that's Fuller, straighter ball, but driven out square on the offside for just the 1 run. That takes the Sussex squad to 74. Ageas bowled for Hampshire on debut in that game down at Hove last year, and we haven't seen him in this competition. Given us a wide, he's bowling round the wicket and across the left-hander, Clark, who flings his bat at it, but doesn't make contact and gets the 1 run for the extra. That was one of Hampshire's problems on Thursday, that there were too many no balls and wides, far more than Essex bowled. And again, down the leg side.
Oh, he's gone!
Well, I was waiting for the umpire to signal wide again, because they looked at me, and I think it wasn't quite so wide, and in fact I think he's gloved it, and McManus has taken a decent catch down the leg side. So once again, Scott Curry, not the best ball he's ever bowled, I'm quite sure he would probably admit that, had a bit of pace on it, but once again Scott Curry strikes, takes a wicket.
Tom Clark goes for 32. Well, I'd say Clark is going to have to learn as a batsman to have a better poker face than that, having watched the replay, because as it's gone past his glove, just his head just bowed, which if the umpire was looking for a signal, it might have come from there. He knows straight away. I've got to be honest, there's no obvious ball deviation. There wasn't an obvious noise, but I'm pretty sure that is the correct decision from umpire. It is Tom Lungley at this end. And Hampshire strike again, 71 for 2, and that means Duckworth-Lewis jumps up to 99 now.
Yeah, that's a real indication of the significance of the wicket, isn't it? It really jumps to 99 from. They were almost up at 71 for 1. They were almost up with the rate of Duckworth-Lewis. And take 1 wicket, get 1 top batsman out. Off it goes. There's a groundsman rushing on. I think with an implement for hammering down the bowler's footmarks. At this end, I think Scott Curry was scuffing at them in the first over, and I think he's not quite happy with the footmarks, which are...
Initially, I thought Curry was just annoyed at himself for bowling a wide, but then when he kicked the ground, a huge amount of dust flew up, so a bit of work being done by the groundsman just to, I guess, try and flatten it out.
I thought he was going to. I thought he had one of those implements for actually hammering it down, but in fact it's just sweeping the dust away, isn't it?
Yeah.
Doing it at the other end as well. Doing it with the wind, which is thoughtful, unless you're seated on the western side, in which you might get a dust storm in a moment or two. It's a bit like grapes of wrath for a moment there. John Steinbeck. Off he goes. Job done, we hope.
Well, the groundsmen are sitting in a much more relaxed fashion than they were at points in the Hampshire innings, when they looked like they were about to jump on due to the threat of rain at any time. Travis Head in then, and you feel this is a pretty key partnership. Haynes and Head in at the moment.
Curry bowls, and just gives him a bit of width outside the off stump. It's cut away down to a wide third man, and he throws it back. They take a single, so Travis Head is off the mark. Yeah, I think these two, and I would imagine that Wiesel will be in next. I think a lot will depend on those three if they can build a total for Sussex, and if not, Hampshire will be in the ascendancy. That's full pitch, driven through mid-off. 4 runs, very inviting delivery, and 4 more runs to Haynes, who goes up to 20 from 19.
Well, it's not a great delivery, but I do hope the Haynes clan are still listening for shots like that, because that is a glorious shot from Tom Haynes, and he's just a bad ball. It's a sign of a batsman in good nick. When a bad ball comes to him, he just dispatches it with apparent ease.
Kyle Abbott has a word with Scott Curry. That will be one of the good things for Scott Curry at the moment in the early stages of his career. And again, there's just too much width there, and it's smashed away on the offside. So Scott Curry just marches straight up to the other end at that point, and is obviously somewhat disappointed with himself. He's rather giving things away after taking that wicket. I was going to suggest, however, that one of the good things is that at least he has Kyle Abbott stood next to him and offering him advice and encouragement and so on. And he needs to not get himself down about things like that, really. But it was a loose over, and he's now bowled 2 overs, 1 for 20. So,
the irony being the one was not a particularly, not what you describe as a wicket-taking delivery.
No, he's a bit fortunate to have a 1 for, really, because it's not been the best bowling so far.
New over started by Fuller, and that is worked off the legs of Travis Head. And it'll be just 1 run. So it brings Haynes back on strike. He's got 24 from 20, so good strike rate from him so far. Duckworth Lewis at 100, Sussex 80 for 2, 329 is the target. We're in the 14th over. Still a long way to go, but Sussex just slightly behind pace, but it's been a pretty positive first 13 overs from them. That's played back by Head, and the fielding done by Fuller off his own bowler. Sorry, it's Haynes on strike. 81 for 2.
I wonder with the case of Curry whether it would be worth him trying to bowl over the wicket. I understand that it's a list A game, limited overs game, and he's trying to constrict the batsman somewhat, but he's not getting the line right. Maybe if he bowled over the wicket, he could just attack that off stump more effectively.
Around the wicket here comes Fuller, and Haynes makes good contact with that, but straight to short extra cover. And a ripple of applause for the fielding that was done in there for Hampshire. Was sharp from Gubbins, who's having a good day. You'd expect the ball to stick in the field to him after what we saw from him in the outfield. Don't forget, Hampshire back in action on Friday away at Radlett against Middlesex. Sussex play Thursday in their next game. As Haynes is bowled. That is the end of him playing across the line, and Fuller has got his first wicket for Hampshire. Looked in good nick, Haynes, but he just tried to pull across the line a ball that was hitting the top of off stump. The bails have been dislodged, and Haynes is heading back to the pavilion for quicker than a runner ball 24, and Sussex are 81 for 3, chasing 329.
Well, he won't like looking at that again, really. That was I mean, it was a 50 over game shot, but it was an ugly looking shot, to be honest with you. The sky is just looking a bit gloomier again now. I don't know whether we should worry about that, but Duckworth Lewis, of course, has sped on once again to 129. So Sussex at the moment at 81 for 3 are actually 48 runs short of any Duckworth Lewis target. And odd though it may seem, and we were talking about this earlier, Adrian, I think I mentioned it in particular, that odd that it may seem, 10 overs constitutes the game, so we have a game. So Sussex have got to keep going, got to keep up with the rate, but they've got to keep reminding themselves as well that they still have to score 248 to win. It's quite a daunting task, but if there's a man who can do it, it's the man who last time they played here scored 171 for them, and very nearly took them to an improbable victory, David Beasley.
Well, you're thinking now if you're Hampshire, get these 2 out and the job is nearly done. You think that if Sussex are going to get home, it's going to take a big score and a big innings from these 2.
And it's interesting that, well, for a start, we've got a right-hander at last, so they can bowl over the wicket. Interesting, though, that James Fuller is putting in a slip. Now, he's a fly slip. No, he's not. Okay, because the keeper's coming back now. So standing quite well back. Fuller does bowl pretty quick, actually. He's one of the quicker, fast medium bowlers, but it's got a slip. Joe Weatherly.
And he comes, David Wiese, first delivery. Fuller in, and Wiese cuts it away, and he's not going to get 4 because there's an excellent bit of fielding by Felix Organ down at third man, diving away to his right, just cleaning his studs after his work, but getting warm applause because he cuts that one off and saves a boundary.
A shame he didn't have a gully there, although I think it was going at some pace, but...
That'd have been some catch.
Yeah. 1 wicket for 2 runs in this over, 1 ball to go, so very good overs from James Fuller, who's having a splendid day, really.
Fuller now coming round the wicket to Travis Head. Head plays that one short into the offside, and there is no run. And warm applause for James Fuller at the end of the over. Sussex 82 for 3, Hampshire 328 for 7, as they... Hampshire made 328 for 7, Sussex 82 for 3 in reply. There's a lot of work to do. The required run rate is slipping up towards 7. And Fuller picking up another wicket. Really, with this batting lineup, it's these 2 in that have got to do the damage.
Now, interestingly, that Scott Curry took a wicket in the last over, but we were saying he wasn't bowling very well. Kyle Abbott has just had a word with him and patted him on the back, but he's also taken him off. And probably just saying, don't worry about it, you know, you've got to get another chance. In fact, Ian Holland is coming on at this end. So Ian Holland, the slowest of the medium pace right arm bowlers, really. A very effective bowler, but had a very good season with the ball last season, but hasn't bowled much this year at all. He was the leading wicket taker in the Championship Hampshire last season. Hardly gets on this year with Abbott and Abbott and the like.
I just wondered if Curry might have got another over, given that it was a right-hander on strike to start.
Yeah, there we are. Holland it is, in and bowls to Wiese, and just drives that away on the offside. It's intercepted, I think, by Govins in the cover, running in, and he throws it to Curry. So I'm sure Curry will come back, have another bowl. So he will know himself that he was not quite on the mark today. Here's Holland running away from us towards the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion, and that's played away square on the offside, fielded by Tom Prest. At point, back it comes. Now Prest is now sent out deeper.
And he'll feel better about himself after getting a duck on Thursday, getting a few runs to his name earlier this morning.
Quite nicely, didn't he? Yeah. Disappointed to get out. Probably cut one that was tried to cut one that was too close. Holland in. It's slightly more leg side, and it's just played for a single out towards square leg. Through they come. 83 for 3. 15th over. I reckon that finish time tonight will be about 6 o'clock. We were saying earlier that when this competition first started, it was 65 overs a side. That would be 30 more overs than is planned for today. That would take us up to about midnight, the current over rates. But, Holland now round the wicket, bowls, and it's just pushed out fairly quickly there by Head.
And of course,
into the covers.
For many years there was you didn't have the mid-innings break in the same way. There was your conventional lunch and tea.
Yeah. That was a really odd thing when you think back on it now. You know, you'd be, I don't know, 40 overs into the first innings, and they'd come off for lunch, and then you'd go back out and start the next innings. Then there'd be a 10-minute break for change of innings. Then the next lot would start, and then there'd be tea. Yeah, it was. They couldn't quite think that through initially. That's a nice straight ball by Holland, just slightly short of the neck. These are on the back foot, just plays defensively up the mid-on. Yeah, I mean, over the years, these competitions have been adapted in all kinds of ways. And of course, until, I think it was 1993, the cricketers all wore white, as if it was a test match. That was quite something. Here's Holland again. Bowls, that's very full. Wiese comes forward price, but it's to Abbott at mid-on with Fields, throws it to McManus, end of the over. Good over from Holland there, 1 over for 2 runs. Sussex can't. So when Sussex came out, I mean, it was the first power play, they came out all guns blazing, taking some risks. They can't really do that now. They've got to consolidate a bit, because 84 for 3, you can build a winning target, but 100 for 5, you probably can't.
I think I'm right in saying the 92 World Cup was the first one played with coloured clothing, and that of course was in Australia. And you also have to factor in that in cricket's development, because the Australian cricket grounds are all also Australian rules football ground, they all had fantastic inbuilt floodlights. And I remember the early days of floodlight cricket in England, it very much being a case of win the toss and bat in the daylight, but gone are the days of a few trucks turning up with some lights on. I think Worcestershire, the only county now that don't have permanent floodlights, and you compare to how well lit a ground is at night compared to how it used to be. As Fuller starts his third over, and that's into Head, who works into the leg side. I think that's come off his pad. No, there must have been a bit of bat involved. No signal by the umpire.
We played a T20 quarter-final. You were talking about our T20 quarter-finals. We played one there, didn't we, at Worcester a few years ago, and they had actually came off for bad light, and we won the game. Duckworth-Lewis, yeah. I think, if I remember rightly, Chris Wood was injured trying to take a catch, and they decided it was too dangerous to field in the darkness. Off they came, and Worcester lost a quarter-final on their home ground, which can't have been much fun.
Fuller is coming in, and that's played into the offside by David Vita. I guess you have to think about it, because I know Worcester traditionally play their games sort of 5:30 to 8:30 because they don't have the floodlights, but actually even the quarter-finals are often dotted around the calendar. For example, this year they're the end of August, and you'd think planned 8:30 without floodlights at the end of August, that may or may not work for you depending on what kind of a day it is. Fuller comes in past umpire Illingworth, and that's played down into the ground by Vita, who sets off very aggressively with 2 or 3 paces down the wicket as if he wanted a single, and very smartly Head was unmoved and sent him back. 85 for 3, Sussex chasing 329 here at the Ageas Bowl in the Royal London One Day Cup.
There was an experiment with a floodlit cricket match many years ago. I don't know, probably 1990, but I've no idea really. At Stamford Bridge, actually played on a football ground.
Here comes Fuller, that's played into the leg side. This time Visa sets off with a single. It's a smart decision. He gets 1, 86 for 3. I keep trying to remember what it was, but I'm sure there was a cricket tournament played at the Millennium Stadium where you scored 10 if you hit the roof that was closed. something bizarre like that. Yeah. You'd think there'd be some short boundaries on Stamford Bridge if you put the depending on where you put the square.
Yeah, I don't think it was a great success, to be honest, my memory of it, but
good reason oval fields are needed. Full around the wicket. Oh, getting away with one there is Travis Head, inside edge, which misses the stumps and flies down to fine leg for a single. That was a chance gone. I say chance, it was just a bit of good fortune.
It's a bit tight for Sussex just at the minute, isn't it? There's a bit of pressure on them. 3 singles this over. I think that's what Kyle Abbott was thinking probably when he whipped Curry out of the attack. He said, "Well done, you've got a wicket, that's super, but can't go at 10 and over. Let's just put the screws on a bit." It's now working.
A slip in for Visa as Fuller comes in, and Visa sends it straight to slip, and Weatherly drops it. And they'll get a single, and Weatherly shells his second slip catch of the afternoon. And Abbott must have been thinking, that's what I put him in there for. Moves him the slip in for the last ball of the over. That's proactive captaincy. It was a more difficult chance than the first one for Weatherly, but no doubt a chance that should have been taken. And Visa survives, dropped on 4. Sussex 88 for 3, 16 overs completed.
Yeah, I think sadly that's the truth of it. It wasn't in a sense a straightforward catch because it was going at head height or just above, but it is one that should have been taken. It's that simple really, and you can't go on dropping catches. The last one didn't cost them, of course. Okay, here's Holland. It's a bit leg-sided. It's it's nicely fielded mid-wicket inside the circle, and there's no run, so
well, you know what captains are like, and Abbott's got 3 wickets and he'll be thinking we should have had 4, and Visa a key man back, and he'd be feeling very good about himself if that had happened.
Yeah. Here's Holland again somewhat leg-sided, goes out just past the square leg umpire, Richard Illingworth, and it's fielded by Allsop. And they take a single. Yeah, you certainly don't want to see Visa scoring 171 now, but there's that famous story of Brian Lara's 500 for Warwickshire against Durham, when now I think the Durham wicket-keeper's name was Scott, I can't quite remember now, but I think it was. He dropped Lara on about 70 odd or something and said, oh, I bet he'll go on and get 100 now. That's a bit of width, bit of bounce, off stumpish, out to Allsop, another single. So still just singles. The Duckworth-Lewis target now that Sussex would want if it were to rain is 136, the target that indicates where they ought to be if they're winning the game, and they're 90 for 3, so they're only 2/3 of the way to that target, which suggests that Hampshire are on top at the moment. It's fairly full. Visa drives that, and Abbott scrambling across from his position at mid-on fields, and there's no run. Scott Curry mops up, waits for Holland to get to him, and gives him the ball. So we've had 5 bowlers for Hampshire now, and oh, that's a mighty blow by Visa, well over Curry's head. Curry put his hands up as if he was trying to intercept it, but he was nowhere near it, in fact, and 3 or 4 bounces, it hits the boundary board just below us.
Just see the replay and Holland shouting catch and turning around with optimism, and as you said, it was a token jump in the air from Curry, but he needed to jump 2 or 3 metres in the air to be catching that one.
Yeah, he wasn't getting that. There's Holland again. And he comes, that's just shorter of a length, and Visa just place it on the onside. It's fielded by the man at mid-wicket. So that 4 broke the sequence of singles and relatively low scoring, but still Holland 2 overs for 8 and Fuller 3 overs for 8 and a wicket. So 16 from 5 overs and a wicket, and there was a wicket just before that by Curry. Hampshire at the moment on top, and Sussex just trying to wrestle their way back into the game.
Is the hope, and Fuller, who's bowled 3 overs 1 for 8. Realistically, it's smart for Head and Visa to take some time to play themselves in, as Head, I think he's just got something on that to go past McManus down the leg side, and it must have come off the bat because 4 runs are indicated coming round the wicket there, and he's just flicked it off the pad, just the faintest of touches taken away for 4. But if you work on the logic that Visa and Head are likely to have to do a lot of the lifting, then it's smart for them to be willing to take a little bit of time to play themselves in. As Fuller sets off away from the pavilion, running towards us and past the umpire and Visa to Head, and Head defends that one into the pitch. There is no run there. 98 for 3. The Sussex score, they require a further 231 in order to win this one and avoid starting this Royal London Cup with consecutive defeats. Just a confirmation, we were chatting about in the first innings, it is 3 from each group of 9 who will go through to the quarterfinals. I say quarterfinals, essentially winner of each group goes through, has a home semi-final, and then second and third in the groups effectively play quarterfinals for the right to play them, as Head drops it to the leg side and sets for the run. Visa alert, and they get the score to bring Sussex to 99 for 3.
I think it's right for both of these sides to aspire at this point to finish in the top 3 and go through. I don't think it would be a disaster looking at the relative strengths of the 2 sides. No, I think that you wouldn't want either side to be smashed badly in any of their games. You'd want them to develop confidence. But I think both these two sides are probably going to come out at the end of this not qualifying for the final rounds, but hopefully being able to say, well, we've brought, we've tried out 6 or 7 players, and if only 2 or 3 of them have made a real progress, then that's a terrific achievement.
Fuller to Visa, that's a nice looking straight drive, and they sprint up for a single, but it's cut off at mid-on. The other thing, I think I read Derbyshire had only got 1 player involved in the 100, so there are other sides elsewhere pretty much at full strength, and polite applause ripples around as Sussex reach 100.
That's right. I think that's right. Talking of Derbyshire, there will be Hampshire fans who will remember a young man who didn't play much, but he did actually play at Hove last year in the first game of the truncated championship. Harry Kane.
So that's played out to the square leg boundary from Visa. One more, 101 for 3, and that ends the 18th over.
Yeah, Harry Kane. He played at Hove last year, and he played, I think, 3 other championship games maybe. But for whatever reason, Hampshire decided not to persevere with him, which I have to say I was a bit disappointed by. But there we are. They're paid to make the judgment. But he's gone to Derbyshire. He's got a contract with Derbyshire. He made 45 today for them. He's opening the batting for them in all the T20 and 50 over games, and he's getting a few runs here and there. So good luck to him. I hope he does well. Hampshire born, so ironically not with us. I think there's 1 Hampshire born player on the field today. I'm not sure if there are more than that. Joe Weatherly. Ian Holland bowling around the wicket. It's just clipped to mid-wicket, where Nick Gubbins is doing quite a lot of work and doing it pretty effectively on the whole, as he did with the bat. Throws the ball to Scott Curry at mid-on.
And you say 1 Hampshire born, Ian Holland might be the player born furthest away from Hampshire.
Yeah.
I'd have to get my map out for that one.
And flash outside the off stump by Travis Head there, but it doesn't get a nick. It goes through to Lewis McManus. That was a bit quicker, that ball from Ian Holland. Yeah, we had a man who played, whose name has escaped me right now, in about 1920, who was believed for years and years to have been an American. He actually went off and played more for Glamorgan, in fact. Holland bowls, and again that's just flicked to Nick Gubbins at mid-wicket. And then years and years and years later, for some reason, they discovered that he'd actually been born in India. He wasn't American at all. So Ian Holland is, I think, our first United States of America born, although pretty much, I'm pretty sure, Australian raised. His parents listen in sometimes from down under. That's they won't want to hear me say that one has just been smashed away on the offside back of the square for 4 runs by Travis Head, if they are listening. I don't know what time it is in Australia now. It's
winter. They're 11 ahead, aren't they? So it'd be their winter.
They won't be listening now, will
Might be 10 past 3 in the morning.
Cool. Well, if you are listening, Mr. and Mrs. Holland, get some kip. He's in and bowls, and that's just nudged down into the gully area and not fielded as we suspected it would be. Lewis McManus scampers after it, picks it up, and I think the Sussex batsmen weren't quite alert to that, because I reckon they might have got back to 2.
Had one of our Olympic rowers' mother on the radio this morning saying that her daughter's race is at 4:40 tomorrow morning, but they will be watching from 1 o'clock. So preparing for a long night ahead.
Well, I suppose if your daughter's in the Olympics, you do, have a kip in the afternoon and stop up for that. Yeah, Ian Holland bowls, and that's just out to Gubbins, who's now at that end at filling at cover. Yeah, that's fair enough, but maybe you wouldn't stay up till 3 in the morning to listen to your little boy bowling in a 50 over.
Secondary 50 over, maybe not. It'd be good commitment if so. You never know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There are quite a lot of parents, of course, who follow Hampshire cricketers, have done over the years. Robin and Joy Smith had 2 sons, of course, who played. Sean Udall's dad, and often his whole family would come, although that wasn't too far to come. James Vince's parents are loyal followers, although I suspect at the moment I wonder if they might be listening. I don't know. Have you switched your
Southern Brave
allegiance
shirts
to
on.
this other funny team? Paul Vince knows my feelings about the 100, which I generally tell myself before. Actually, sometimes my wife tells me, she says, "Don't start."
I think we
Just
might be having
behave.
you on the radio later this week to discuss the pros and cons.
There is a
So-
rumour that I might be. Is that correct? Yes.
That's just a
Yes.
rumour I've heard. Yes.
Kevin got in touch with me and said they'd like to find somebody who's not quite sure about it, and my reply was, "No, I'm entirely sure about it." And he said, "Yeah, I was being polite." So yeah, I'm quite happy to do that, but I'm not going to start moaning about it today at all. I have no intention of doing that.
Got a good game ahead of us. We certainly saw a good performance from Hampshire earlier, and Sussex, Visa and Head taking their time. I say Visa and Head taking their time. Visa's been watchful. Head's got 17 from 16, and they're going for another quick single. This one again, well called for from Visa. This one won't go to his partner's name. Though leg buys 107 for 3 is the score.
Chris Wood's dad is another one. I don't think I've ever met him. I'm told he's quiet. And of course Liam Dawson's folks, often here. And Liam's dad's been a bit poorly. I don't know if he's listening today, but if you are, my best wishes again. Hope you're doing okay. But yeah, so Paul Terry's mum still comes. Pat Terry, she still comes. Saw her last week.
Full at short. Visa, it's a good shot, beating short mid-wicket. That is going to race away for 4, even though it is the long boundary around there.
Still a bit slow right out in that outfield, isn't it, with the lush grass? It's a bit slow, but I don't think they were ever going to catch that one.
No. 111 for 3. No, these two are capable. It's whether one of them can put something special on. Visa obviously dropped on 4. Weatherly's second drop at slip. I suspect there might be someone else coming in at slip.
Yes, he won't
Slip is
like to
required.
see that, will he, those runs?
We're hoping Fuller can save him out here, as that was a strange ball. That was a short ball which was left alone by Visa, but then it didn't even carry through to McManus. So not quite sure how Fuller made the ball do that.
It was almost tennis ball bounce, wasn't it? Just ballooned and then lost pace.
Fuller heads back to the end of his run.
He's had a funny season as well, Fuller, because he's been playing in the T20 as a number 7 batsman, but not bowling. And yet in this, they seem to fancy him as a bowler.
Certainly the finisher roll today. That short, Visa's pulling it. It's gone up in the air, but it'll land safely, maybe 20 yards beyond the 30-yard ring, and he'll get one more run for it. But Fuller won't mind if Visa is taking chances like that. Not really controlled, that pull shot. To the end of his run, Fuller goes 4.4 overs, 1 for 20 so far. Sets off once more to the left-handed Travis Head. Head pulls that one towards mid-wicket, where there'll be just the single. There's applause for the fielding coming around to the right. The fielders to move around once more again. And the umpire switches from square leg for the left-hander, square leg for the right-hander, having to break into a jog to get in position so Fuller can start this delivery and end the 20th over. Here he comes in. Sunshine, and the wind has really dropped here at the Ageas Bowl. Visa plays that behind, square on the offside, and third man sprints in. Just a single for Visa. That ends the 20th over. 114 for 3. Still another 215 needed for Sussex if they're to beat Hampshire, who made 328 for 7. You're listening to BBC Radio Solent and BBC Sussex Sport on what is now, dare I say it, a sunny Tuesday afternoon. I say dare I say it because there's black cloud moving in some direction, but we've had a charmed life for the weather so far.
I'm not clear who it was that fielded that ball, because it's wearing number. Oh, okay. I was just going to say he's wearing number 19, and I don't know who that is. But actually, having fielded that ball and thrown it in, he's now walked over the boundary, put on one of those green waistcoat things, and is going off. So we must have missed the fact that a 12th man was on.
19 is Fletcher Middleton.
Oh, is it? Okay, Fletcher, whose dad, of course, was a very good opening bat at Hampshire some time ago. Ian Holland is in, and Visa simply picks that up. That's one of those shots that we saw quite a lot of on Thursday. There's some applause. I think it's slightly ungenerous of the Hampshire loyal followers there, that they're not that delighted to see Visa clear the boundary for 6, but
effortless, wasn't it?
Did,
and
yeah.
that's one that's cleared the, if you know the Ageas Bowl, you've got that concrete concourse area, square of the wicket on the side of the Shane Warne stand, and it's cleared the seats, it's bounced on the concrete. As you can imagine, someone's had to go back and search for that ball. I think it's gone towards the concession stand. Have we got a ball returned?
Got it?
We're still looking at the
Yeah,
moment.
I think the square leg umpires just, I think he wiped it in the grass and then did the cleaning, the sanitation cleaning, and it's on its way back to Holland. So Visa is looking ominous now from a Hampshire point of view, on 22 not out from 23 balls, and Holland bowls to him. This is a more circumspect shot. It's a quite brilliant piece of fielding by, I think it's Organ, out there at mid-wicket. Throws down the stump, picking it up first time, and just in Travis Head, just makes his ground. Crowd got excited for a moment.
Just see if we're going to get a replay of that,
It's
because
one of
it
those.
looked pretty close, and you know a direct hit, they're normally in trouble, but he's got through, he survived.
That would have changed things quite considerably, but Sussex Sharks go on to 1-2-1 for 3, and Aaron bowls, and that's hit hard by Travis Head, but I don't think he quite times it, and Kyle Abbott picks up at mid-off and then points to a fielder, although nothing changes. I thought he was telling somebody to move somewhere. Holland quickly back to his mark and running in. I wonder if they're slightly conscious of the over rate here, I don't know. A heave there by Head, but he misses it, and Holland is bowling round the wicket, so it's missed the off stump, but by the time McManus takes it, he's in line with somewhere just outside the leg stump, so it's clearly at least at an angle. We're not actually behind the wickets here, so it's easier to see what's happening by watching it on the live stream, to be honest, but I think it might have swung in a little, and Holland is in again, and this time Head does connect, and Curry does very well sprawling to stop it with his left hand, get up, pick it up with his right hand and get it in, so just a single. So 6 from the first ball, but just 2 singles from the next 4, and Visa is to face the last ball of the 21st over. The strike rate is 5.9 and the required strike rate 7.1, so they're not far behind. Here he is, and well, Holland certainly fancied that. I think McManus did slightly. Visa was on the move and trying to heave it again over the leg side boundary. The trouble is that the umpire didn't fancy it. Or if you're a Sussex fan, it's not a trouble at all. You'll be very pleased to know that.
Just had a look at the replay. The camera's not the perfect angle, but from the angle I was looking at it from, that looked very close. It really did. You can see why Holland and McManus were so excited, but they get away with that one. David Visa, he's still there, 23, and he's now accelerated to 23 of 25, so strike rate of 92.
122 for 3. Duckworth Lewis is 150, so they're behind, but they're creeping up a little bit.
West Lewis doesn't take into account the fact that the two strongest batsmen remaining in the Sussex lineup are at the crease and the premium on their wicket. James Fuller is going to continue bowling right arm round the wicket to the Australian Travis Head. Oh, lovely shot from Head. That's going to be 4 runs. Lovely drive through extra cover. Dispatch that over pitch delivery. And that's going to be 4 more.
There's a bit of a partnership developing now, and one of the issues for Hampshire with the side that they've got out is where's the variety? You know, I mean, might bring Curry in, but that's replacing a right-arm fast-medium bowler with a right-arm fast-medium. Can he risk giving Organ some overs and bring some variety into the attack? Maybe he can.
Fuller round the wicket to the left-hander, and this time Head drops it. McManus throws off a glove to try and get to the ball quickly for a possible throw-in, but he couldn't pick it up cleanly, and it was a well-run single, so both were comfortably through. So Sussex 127 for 3. Still needing 202 more from the remaining 28.4 overs. So Hampshire still, you would say, in the driving seat. Sussex always will have a chance while these two are at the crease. The ball is thrown back in the hands of Fuller. Gone at just over 5 and over. Just having a word there with his captain, Carl Abbott, before he sets off far away from the pavilion. Something's not quite right. There are 3 outside the circle, but that's 4 outside the circle. That's okay. Or are there? No, I think there was a danger of there being 5 outside the circle. It was smart, whoever stopped, because that would have been a no ball.
I think McManus spotted that, actually. I'm not sure, but I think he did.
It was a good spot if he did. Here comes Fuller. Visa plays it into the leg side behind square, and that'll just be a single. 127 for 3 is the score. Fuller in his 6th over. Still coming round the wicket to Travis Head.
Both batsmen on 24. Visa off 26 and Head off 23, so they're going well.
Round the wicket once more to Head, and another lovely shot through extra cover. Not quite as aesthetically pleasing as the one earlier in the over, but just as effective, and finding the gap beautifully between the fielders. Slightly more clubbed than gliding through, but 4 runs nonetheless, and a 50 partnership up between Travis Head and David Visa, and that drop from Joe Weatherly looking more painful for the Hampshire batsmen as we go. Fuller comes in once more to Head. Can he get a response? Head again, working it behind square on the leg side, getting himself off strike. 11 for the over so far. 133 for 3, Sussex.
Yeah, that drop came when the partnership was worth 6, so it's almost 50 runs added. This is one of those moments of challenge for Kyle Abbott. He's just directing the field a little bit, but he must be thinking, okay, maybe I'll bring myself back on.
And he comes, and that's cut down into the ground and fielded by Weatherly at point. Well, he catches that one cleanly, but off the bounce. So it ensures there's no run. But it's not quite the same effect from the earlier misfields we've seen, where 2 dropped at slip. So the Sussex scorecard: Harrison Ward making 20, Tom Clark 32, Haynes 24, and then you've got Travis Head 29 not out, and David Visa 24 not out. And it's pretty inexperienced, the batting to come after that.
Well, he's persisting with Holland at the moment. I don't think either of these two bowlers are doing anything terribly wrong. That's not my thinking, really. They're both going at about 5.5 and over, which is about par for this kind of competition. I just think it's all a bit samey, really, and not disrupting these top quality batsmen. That's just chopped into the ground, and it balloons up to Weatherly at point for no run. First ball of the over. I don't know whether Felix Organ has been given the nod to warm up there, or whether he was just dropping a hint, but he bowled that ball to his captain, Kyle Abbott. Perhaps he's saying, about time for me, Skip.
A hint, if nothing else.
Holland bowls, it's full, and he fields off his own bowling quite nicely. Diving across, as it were, staying on his feet, but diving across in front of Visa. Picks the ball up.
A couple of dot balls, really, just what Hampshire needed there.
Yeah. Yeah, Sussex have to keep pushing towards the rate, but they're only 21 below the Duckworth-Lewis target now, and that can be made up quite quickly in a decent over. That's just flicked off his hip, really, out to deep square leg, and hurled in by Tom Prest, who there's a feature on him in the current edition of the cricket paper. Quite a nice little piece about Tom Prest, who's I think from down Dorset way somewhere. Made a big impression in his first major season with Hampshire.
Just 18 years of age.
Been an academy player previously, but it was a 300 for the second 11 that astonished people, and he's gone on from there. Holland over the wicket. Big shout for LBW and given not out, although I'm not sure. I say a big shout, I'm not sure it was a big shout from the wicket keeper.
Just going to see if we get a replay of that one on the picture feed. Not quite as emphatic a appeal as we saw a moment or so ago. Probably a bigger shout. Doesn't look like we will, actually.
Still, 1 run from 4 balls in this over as Holland bowls again, and Visa just gives himself room there to hit that away square on the offside. Again out to Press, who returns it, and again just the single. Travis Head to face. Don't know if Travis Head is the last of the left-handers for Sussex. I suspect Hampshire won't mind terribly seeing the back of them, although again, or if Organ were to bowl, off spinners often like bowling at left-handers because they're turning the ball away from, naturally turning the ball away from the bat. Holland again chops that into the ground this time. Travis Head goes to Weatherly, and a good over. 2 runs from that over. The crowd appreciates that. 6 overs, 0 for 23 from Holland. 6 overs, 1 for 33 from Fuller. So perhaps Kyle Abbott feels these two are giving him a bit of a hold, although actually, having said that, it now looks to me as if we're going to see Organ bowling from the far end.
Yep, the change likely to come in now, and you felt in many ways it had to come at some point, because you'll have to search back through your scorecards to find 50 overs of right arm medium to fast pace. Felix Organ is going to come on from the pavilion end to bowl his off spin towards David Visa.
It's a bit like the very old days of limited overs cricket when it first came in, and people didn't believe that you could bowl spin very often, but actually it was often very effective. So the best figures ever for Hampshire in a limited overs game of any sort are by Peter Sainsbury. He took 7 for something, I can't remember what, 7 for not many, 30 perhaps. The most famous in some ways, Brian Langford of Somerset, once in a Sunday League game, had figures of 8 overs, 8 maidens, 0 for 0.
You'd settle for that sometimes. Yeah. Organ coming in with a new over. He hits Visa on the pad, but I think that is probably pitching outside his leg stump, and that's why you're never going to get that one. Can't be out LBW pitching out. I don't think it's hitting the stumps anyway, but it's definitely pitching outside leg stump. Here he comes into Visa once more, and this time he just runs it past the wicket keeper. It's going to be fielded at short fine leg and gathered by Lewis McManus when thrown in. So 135 for 3, and at least Organ just giving something for Visa and Head to think about, something different. 25 to Visa, 30 for Head. And Organ changes his field round for the left-hander. There's a long off, deep cover, backwards square leg, and a deep mid-wicket as well. So plenty of protection, if you can call it that, for that very short boundary. Certainly trying to remove the incentive to hit through it. And Nice shot from head, straight back past Organ for a signal up towards the long off, and that means the field has to change round once more. 137 for 3.
Interesting that he's chosen to bowl round the wicket, as Travis Head himself did, to both right and left-handers. It's still round the wicket now to the right-hander.
Comes Organ, and that's played into the leg side. Not a convincing shot from Visa, but he'll get himself another run to his name. So McManus gathers the ball. Hampshire in the driving seat, you would say, having scored 328 for 7 earlier today, thanks to Nick Gubbin's 131 not out. But the two key Sussex players are in at the moment, that is South African David Visa and Australian Travis Head. They've already put on 50 between them, and you feel that if Sussex are going to get to this high target, it's going to be because of these two. David Visa was dropped at slip on 4 by Joe Weatherly, his second drop of the day. You wonder how costly that could be. Hampshire still in a good position, but with plenty of work to do. Live ball-by-ball commentary from the Ageas Bowl continues via the BBC Sport website and app. That ends the over, the end of the 24th over. So Sussex 139 for 3. I'm going to be stepping out of the commentary box in a moment. Leave you with Adrian and Dave.
Just approaching the halfway mark in the innings now. This is 25th over coming. It's a bit gloomier again now, just to keep you up to date with the weather. That just changes all the time. The only thing that's not changing is the absence of precipitation, which is really rather fine, I think. The Ageas Bowl has something of a reputation for being a bit damper than a lot of the places in the immediate surrounding area. Certainly more than Portsmouth. I can go home to Portsmouth quite often and say, well, we had rain today and my wife's been in the garden all day. But today we've been really lucky with it. It's been the Sun Bowl today as opposed to the Rain Bowl.
I don't know why. Someone with better meteorological understanding than me will be able to tell you why the Hedge End area gets so much rain, but it just always does seem to.
It does seem to, yeah. Ian Holland's bowling round the wicket to Travis Head. Bowls, it's full, it's miles up in the air. There's a possibility that Abbott's going to get under it, but he doesn't. He does reach out for it, but he's about a foot short, really, as he dives. And round of applause for the honest attempt there. But whether a more fleet-footed younger man might have got there, I don't know. Somebody with longer arms as well, but doesn't quite get there. But it was a false shot, and we'll give a little bit of encouragement to Ian Holland. Moral victory for him now. So these are with a man out on the mid-wicket boundary now as Holland bowls, but he pushes him onto the back foot, and it's well fielded by Nick Gubbins, who's still having a good day, and no run. So 1 run from 2 balls, keeping it tight. But Visa on 26 off 33 now.
It's going to take something quite special for Abbott to get round. As he said, it was a valiant effort.
I wouldn't have got close. There's an easier piece of fielding for Abbott there as it hurls it back to McManus. It's just hit up. It's wide mid-on and take a single. So it's 141 for 3. Duckworth Lewis is 161. Current scoring rate 5.8. Holland in, bowls to Head, and Head drives to long on. Scott Curry is in and fields. And he hurls that ball back to Lewis McManus, and that little dark patch seems to have just about gone now.
We're getting like a stuck record, aren't we? That we think it's going to rain and it hasn't quite, but we've certainly happy to be wrong so far.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, there are shadows on the ground now from the players, which is always particularly encouraging. And here's Holland over the wicket to Visa. And Visa drives hard and it's gone. Oh, astonishing, absolutely astonishing catch. I thought for a moment Scott Curry had at mid-on, around the circle. I thought for a moment that he'd done very well to dive and stop it, but he didn't dive and stop it. He was diving and catching the ball inches off the ground. Absolutely superb catch, and maybe the key moment in the game. I tell you what, Joe Weatherly owes him a beer.
Joe Weatherly is going to be a very relieved man that Visa's only punished them to the tune of 23 runs without 23 runs following the drop.
That was such a terrific catch, really good catch. And I mean, in a sense, and I'm certainly not being rude about Kyle Abbott now, you know, but Kyle Abbott is moving towards the end of his career, and he didn't make that catch earlier, and there's no reason he should have done it, no reason to expect him to. But the point about these younger men, these men around 20 or 21, is that they just do pull off these astonishing things. They have that degree of athleticism that, you know, for all their naivety or innocence that gets them into trouble batting or bowling, sometimes they will pull off something miraculous like that. And it's only one wicket, but it does feel to me like that could be quite a key moment in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's probably more difficult than the catch that Weatherly put down. So Sussex.
Yeah. Well, I think it's one of the catches of the season, probably, that, I suspect. I don't know. Maybe if I saw it back again, I'd say, oh, well, okay, not bad. But felt to me, I've got, yeah, I mean, he's got his back to me, so I couldn't actually see it go in. But it was a very good catch indeed. 142 for 4. Duckworth Lewis races away to 183. And the new batsman is James Coles, about whom I know, really, to be perfectly honest, nothing. But we're going to be all right, because Adrian's coming on in a moment. He can tell us everything about him.
That's why we have our Sussex expert alongside us.
Well, I used to be fairly confident about Sussex. They were one of those teams I thought, well, I know quite a lot about them, really, because I go down there and watch them quite a lot, but haven't been really since the start of last season. And the team has changed so much in that time, and indeed the coaching staff and the whole regime. So there's lots of people, and some of these people are not even in the Playfair annual. Holland bowls there, a little bit of a shout by McManus, but just falls out on the leg side. There's no run, and applause. Well-deserved wicket for Ian Holland. 6 overs, no maiden, 1 for 26. Sussex 142 for 4. Chasing 329. We are halfway through the innings. The Duckworth Lewis is 183, so that's 41 more than they've got. The required run rate now 7.5.
And after a further word from Dave, Adrian Harms will be in my chair.
And it will be, he's going to persist with Felix Organ, which I think is wise, because I was saying that Travis Head is the, well, I don't know if he's the last of the left-handers. Sounds like a movie title, really, doesn't it? But Travis Head drives that one up to mid-on, and we can check with Adrian if he. I know that their top 4 were all left-handers, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, they are. But I think in terms of Sussex getting anywhere near this total, Travis Head is absolutely key now for Sussex. He and David Visa, the experienced pair. I think all the time Travis Head is there for Sussex, there is hope, because these young batsmen can all play. The first, James Coles, just 17 years of age. And he's facing Felix Organ, who comes in from the pavilion end, and Coles just plays this quietly into the offside, and there is no run. And this will be a good test for Travis Head as well, guiding these young players. James Coles is just 17, Janely Prim, I think he'll be next, is just 16, as in comes Organ and bowls, and Coles works this down towards third man, picks up a single to the edge of the 30-yard circle, so Coles is on his way. Sussex Sharks to 144 for 4, needing to score at 7.6 and over. But we saw in the game up at Lancashire last week that, you know, if you're in touch with 10 overs to go, you've always got a shout in these games, as Organ is in and bowls, and Head drives through the offside. He'll take one to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Curry, gets in the throw. One more to the total. Head goes to 35 off of 35. And Sussex to 145 for 4, sorry, Head to 36.
and he's bowling over the wicket for the first time. He bowled over round the wicket to Visa.
In comes Organ again, bowls, and Coles again looks to play that one backward point. Fielded there by Fuller, and there is no run. 145 for 4. Sussex needing another 184 to win in 24 overs after this one. As in comes Organ again, bowls, and Coles plays it quietly to mid-wicket. There is no run, and a good over from Felix Organ. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 6 for the off-spinner. And Sussex 145 for 4, with Ward for 20, Clark for 32, Haynes 24, and Visa 27 are already back in the pavilion. In it, Travis Head, who top scored up at Sebra in the opening game of this competition, he made 56 for Sussex. So save the batting to come. Ollie Carter, the wicketkeeper, he made 55 at Sebra. Daniel Ibrahim 46, and Will be 40. So there is batting to come for Sussex, but you feel that it needs someone to play that big innings like Nick Gubbins did for Hampshire. And at this stage, you'd think that man needs to be the experienced Australian Travis Head.
A couple of years ago, Will Beer suddenly batted. Did he open the batting? Well, he got almost made 100, I think, at Arundel. That's smashed away by Head through the cover area, and they come back for a well-run second as Allsop slips slightly. Fielded it well, but slips.
Yeah, he did. Sussex had problems at the top of the order. Will Beer did indeed open. From memory, he made 93. Yeah. Didn't go on to make a 100 on that occasion, but certainly back very well up in that first game in Cumbria.
That's short and going down the side, and it's leg glance. I don't think it was a perfect glance. I think it was a bit edgy, but it's leg glanced away. And a fine leg for 4 runs.
150 up for Sussex.
150.
I mean, as I say with these games, the game up at Sebra School last week, Sussex thought they were over the line. Lancashire were 115 for 7, chasing 271. So you need to, to pick up the odd 1s and 2s, the odd boundary here. They keep in touch with 10 overs to go, and you never know what can happen in these games.
Right. Same as that game here 2 years ago when Visa almost took it away from Hampshire. Holland around the wicket, and that's hit away on the offside again. Also has to run around, slide and stop it, but again they managed to come back for 2, so well hit, well run, and 8 runs from 3. It's why I infinitely prefer 50 over cricket to the T20 or whatever, really, because so often in T20 games you can be about halfway or just after halfway and think, well, I know which way this is going. It does, whereas there are always possibilities in the 50 over, things being turned around, innings being played that change things significantly, and that's left alone outside the off stump. You don't get a lot of leave loans in white ball cricket, but
you don't. An email in, Dave, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk from Clive Jacobs. Hello, Clive. Good to hear from you. We were talking a bit earlier about Ben Brown, the Sussex captain, who's no longer the captain of either the 50 over or the championship side.
It's Holland. Bolts, and Head just pushes that easily on the onside, and ball the over, runs through for a single, 154 for 4.
Goes on to say, I will listen to the cricket show later to find out more. Yep, but for listeners in Sussex, the cricket show goes out between 9 and 10 o'clock. It's look at cricket across Sussex and indeed Surrey. And we have an interview tonight with Rob Andrew, the Sussex chief executive, who will be talking about the rationale and the thinking behind the decision to relieve Brown of his duties as county championship skipper at Sussex.
Here's Holland, and that's nudged away on the onside by Coles, who will therefore retain the strike from the last ball of the over, taking single. In fact, it's not nudged away at all, it's a leg by, and the score nonetheless goes up to 155 for 4 after 27 overs. I suppose, as a complete outsider, fond as I am of going down to Hove, I suppose
one thing I think is that since Sussex are not in the
He was very keen to stay on. So we shall more be revealed, I'm sure. Felix Organ is going to carry on from the pavilion end of the ground. We'll rattle around the scores in some of the other games in a moment. In comes Organ bowling his spin. He's in and bowls, and down the wicket comes Coles and drives firmly. That's a nice looking shot and a very good bit of fielding at mid-off. The ball is parried away. Is it going to go for 4? No, it's not. So the fielder there at mid-off, that's an excellent piece of fielding. Prevents a couple of runs. Who's that all the way down in the distance?
That's the captain.
Is that the skipper?
Yeah, did very well.
Diving full length was Kyle Abbott.
Looked like a 21-year-old.
Yeah, prevented that going for 4 runs. So 2 more to Sussex, 2 to James Coles. As he waits again, and Coles looks to hit that one away through backward point through to the keeper. There is no run. Coles on 3. The Sharks 157 for 4. As Morgan waits again. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Coles just stabs that to backward point again. There is no run. Good over this from Felix Organ so far, just conceding the 2 runs, and they're getting on with it. Here are Hampshire. Organ again. Back to his mark, bowls, and Coles just plays that quietly to square leg. And he's running between deliveries here with Felix Organ.
That's not the first time we've seen that today by the Hampshire bowlers, and I think they're just a bit conscious of the over rate.
Yeah. Organ again. Cloudy skies now. Coles drives firmly only as far as mid-wicket. Good tumbling sailing. There's James Fuller in there. Good cricket by Hampshire, keeping it very tight. Organ wants a change in his field now. He's bringing up he's moving John Turner from fine leg to more of a deep backward square. And Organ in again, bowls, and Coles just plays solidly forward, plays back to the bowler. There is no run, just there were 2 runs coming off the over. Sussex 157 for 4, Coles on 3, Head on 45. Sussex needing another 172 to win in 22 overs at a rate of 7.8 and over. Just briefly elsewhere in this group, Gloucestershire against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 228 for 7, but it's been raining in the West Country for a while, and a further inspection at 5:15. At Radlett, Durham made 288 for 8 in their 50 overs. Middlesex 162 for 3 in 28. And one other notable score at Guildford, the game between Surrey and Notts reduced to 30 overs aside. In those 30 overs, Surrey made 311 for 8 in 30 overs. Quite
That's
extraordinary.
Guildford for you.
Ryan Battelle is not a big ground. Ryan Battelle making 131 in no time at all, and Notts are 11 without loss in the second over. So if you're at Guildford today, that's the place to go for plenty of runs. There's a river runs alongside the ground in Guildford. I wonder how many balls ended up in the river today. We've got spin from both ends. I think it's going to be Gubbins.
Yeah. Well, he took 0 for 15 in the first game, and that was the first time he'd ever bowled in a list A match in about 10 years of playing. First ball is just played out on the onside. I remember Surrey's Ali Brown. I think he scored a double century against us in the list A game at Guildford many years ago, of course. That's a sharp single, partly because Travis had hesitated. He was being called there by
it was Coles' job to call him through, and I think it was a late call from James Coles, and therefore Travis Hill was a little late setting off. That wouldn't have been his fault had he been run out, and it was just it was tight, but I don't think it was the best call from James Coles.
There's some changes in the field for the Gubbins to bowl to the right-hander. He's got 3 mid-offs at the minute, although one of them is the bowler. They're all chattering away and pointing. He's got a long on, then he's got a mid-on inside the circle. He's wandering about. He's got a man at almost a sort of leg gully on the edge of the circle, and a man at gully on the edge of the circle. Then a man at backward point, almost on the edge of the circle. People drifting about. The man at mid-on has gone out to the boundary now. So there's a circle of 4 on the offside. That's the best way to conceive that, really, all inside the ring. 2 men out on the boundary on the leg side. And there are easy singles to be had, pushing the ball gently on the onside, which is precisely what Coles did at that moment, and a single he takes.
Sussex will be mindful with these 21 overs left after this that Kyle Abbott has still got 5 up his sleeve.
Yeah. Gubbins bowls and onto the back foot. Goes head, plays it out to cover. Man, extra cover really. There's a man He's about 10 yards inside the circle when he fields it, and there's no run. Gubbins gives that lots of air, and it's driven up to the captain, who fields it at mid-off, and they take a single. So it's 160 for 4. Abbott claps his hands, encourages them. The ball's played away towards square leg. Again, it's one of those gentle nudges that means that the fielders out have to run in, and they take a single easily enough. But only 4 from the over. Gubbins 1 over 0 for 4. Organ 3 overs 0 for 8. So 4 overs from 2 spinners for 12 runs. That'll keep Hampshire happy, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Sussex will be thinking here the required run rate is exactly 8 and over. They need 168 to win in 21 overs. So I think with that relatively short boundary, Sussex will still feel they're in with a shout here. What they can't probably afford to do is to lose a wicket now. And as I've said right from the beginning, it needed either Head or Visa to play a big knock. So a lot depending here on Travis Head. As in comes Felix Organ, comes running into bowl to Coles, who's solidly forward, plays with soft hands down the offside, and there is no run. He's faced 14 deliveries, James Coles, 15 deliveries for his 5 runs. Organ again, in and bowls, and Coles down the wicket driving, and that's a lovely shot. Used his feet and just drilled the ball. He picked his moment. That's a nice shot by James Coles. A bit too much air from Organ, and Coles was down the wicket and driving. It's such a short boundary on that offside. Once the ball had beaten mid-off, it just sped away to the boundary. So, a couple of those and over, and it keeps Sussex more than in the hunt, or a boundary and 3 or 4 singles.
He's going back round the wicket as a consequence of that.
Organ again. Floodlights on bowls, and Coles just nudges that back. Could have on the leg side. He was looking for a single, but it was never there. It was straight to the fielder. I think it's Preston. There is no run. 165 for 4. Coles on 9. Organ in again, and this time it's short, pulled away, and that's just going to be a single fielder, well, a misfield actually by Turner, just down in front of us at deep backward square. Coles will feel he missed out then. That was a short delivery from Organ. He was looking to pull that away on the leg side, but he pulled it straight to the fielder at deep backward square. Nonetheless, he goes to double figures. He's on 10. The Sharks to 166 for 4. Organ in again, round the wicket bowls, and Travis Head works that into the offside, picks up another single, does Travis Head. Throw comes in, misses the stumps, not collected by Organ nonetheless. Plenty of backing up going on. So I think that's 7 off the over now. 6 off the over, I do apologise. And 1 more ball to come. So needing to score 8 and over. As Organ is in again, bowls, and Coles works that onto the leg side. He was looking for the single, it wasn't there. And that is the end of the over, the end of the 30th over of this Sussex innings. So 20 overs left. Sussex needing 162 to win. They need to score just over 8 and over, 8.1 officially and over. The Duckworth-Lewis is 197, so Sussex some way below par if it does rain, but at the moment, at least the rain is staying away. Coles on 10, Head on 48, Organ 4 overs, 0 for 14, a very tidy spell of bowling.
Nonetheless, if it's true what they say, that you can double the score after 30 overs, and I think it is awfully dependent on how many wickets you've fallen, to be honest. But if it is true, then actually Sussex are winning at the moment, because they're more than halfway. And that'll help. 4 runs from the first ball. Bit of a loose ball from Gubbins, and Travis Head just gives himself space there, cracks it away through the offside, and he goes on to
that's his half century. Yeah.
They're taking their time to put it up. 52, strike rate 110, 6 fours, no sixes, 47 balls, 52 not out.
Super shot, wasn't it? It's a bit too short from Nick Gubbins, and Travis had absolutely belted that through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely shot.
In he comes again and bowls. And, well, that'll do. And the man of the match, I suspect, unless something miraculous happens, has just bowled the man who was most likely to win the game for Sussex. Nick Gubbins, who's never taken a list A wicket in something like 10 years of first team cricket, has just bowled Travis Head, and he looked very delighted as he turned round. Head 52, bowled Gubbins, and Sussex desperately needed him to go on, really, and get a big score. He's getting a decent hand nonetheless.
Well, he did, and he'll be desperately disappointed, Travis Head. He made 56 in the game on Friday at Sebra School, 52 today, but he'll know that Sussex needed a few more from him today. Looking to come down the wicket, looked like he was yorked to me by Nick Gubbins. And now it really is down to the Sussex youngsters. The new batsman is going to be Ollie Carter, young 19-year-old wicketkeeper who batted very nicely at Sebra on Friday, making 55. But you just kind of feel you need. Well, sometimes you know you've got youth out there that think, well, let's just play our natural games. But you just feel an experienced head out there would have been very useful with Travis Head. So an uphill battle here for Sussex, but let's see what these Sussex youngsters are made of. Carter coming out to bat, Ibrahim after that, then the experienced Will Beer, then Henry Crocombe and Archie Lenham. So Sussex with it all to do, and that's a big moment, I think, Dave.
I think it is, because the other thing is that Hampshire have used 7 bowlers, so they've got plenty of choices about, you know, if anybody is under the cosh from now on, they can swap people around. Curry's only bowled 2 overs, Abbott's still got overs to bowl, so too Turner, and yet the spinners are doing quite nicely at the moment. 1 for 22 in the 6th over. Yeah. That's a wide ball, although Lewis McManus does his best to take a stumping off it, which is perfectly legitimate. You can stump off a wide, but not given. So Carter plays that one away on the offside, and he's off the mark with a single, fielded by Tom Prest. Had it been stumped off a wide, he would have been out without facing any balls, because they always record how many balls you face, and if it's an extra, it doesn't count against you. So at the minute it shows Carter 1 off 1, whether he's actually faced 2 balls, but the wide doesn't count. So you get stumped off the first ball and it's a wide, you go in, out for naught, off no balls. That's outside the off stump, and Coles has a bit of a swipe at it. McManus takes it quite cleanly, and there's no run. So next ball is played square, and Prest hurtling round the offside boundary, picks up and throws in, and again it's just the 1 run. So a 4 from the first ball and a wide, but also 1.1 in this over, and that's driven to cover, short cover, fielded by James Fuller. No run, and applause for Nick Gubbins, who's followed up his 131. That was incidentally Nick Gubbins' 131 was a highest score ever for Hampshire against Sussex in a what's called, these games are called List A, limited overs games. A List A game is any game between the 40 over Sunday League and the old original 65 over Gillette Cup. Any of those games, Benson Hedges Cup, National League and so on.
So 174 for 5. It is going to be Felix Organ who's going to carry on to bowl to the right-handed James Coles, who's 11 not out. Heavy cloud now above the Ageas Bowl, floodlights on. And here comes Organ running in around the wicket to bowl to Coles, and Coles nudges that down towards fine leg. They've taken 1. There should be 2 here if Coles gets a move on. Well, there was 2 there, but in the end they settled for single, and they have been signalled as wides. So there'll be an extra ball. Had an email in from Jack Fletcher Price. Hello, Jack. Thank you for listening. Regarding Ollie Carter. He says, "Hi Adrian, all of us at Eastbourne Cricket Club are so proud of what Ollie Carter has achieved despite all the obstacles in his way." I'll read more of that email in a minute, but thank you so much for getting in touch, Jack. As in comes Organ again, bowls, and Carter is forward, plays quietly straight back down the track. There is no run. I'll finish that email at the end of the over to give it its so I can read in full, because Organ does nip through his overs very quickly. He's in again, bowls and reverse. Little sweep by Carter. He's very quick between the wickets. He's taken 1 and he's going to come back for the second. And that's really good running by Ollie Carter. And that was very much a feature of the Hampshire innings, particularly Nick Gubbins, who ran very hard between the wickets. And the moment that Ollie Carter played that little sweep, he was off for 2. He goes to 3, 178 for 5. Organ again on his way, bowls, and Carter thumps that back to the bowler. Organ fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Sussex needing to score at 8.2 and over, needing another 151 to win. 32 overs remaining, 18 overs remaining after this one, and that's down the leg side. They're going to be more wide. The ball's going to run away towards the boundary. It's going to cross the rope now, and that will, I think, be signalled. But it's been signalled as 4 byes. They were runs, were they? Okay. So he's got a little nick on that, Ollie Carter, and indeed Dave's right, he goes to 7, the total to 182 for 5, so a productive over so far for Sussex. Ollie Carter to 7 off 6 deliveries, and he's waiting again as Organ is in and bowls. Carter drives firmly into the covers, a good sprawling save in there by, who's that? Is that James Fuller? Good stop, it was hit firmly by Carter. In comes Organ again, bowls and driven again firmly by Carter to long off, fielded by the skipper Abbott. 1 more to the total. Ollie Carter goes to 8, and at the end of the over, Sussex are 183 for 5, needing another 146 to win in 18 overs at a rate of 8.1 and over. So just to read your email, Jackie says, all of us at Eastbourne Cricket Club are so proud of what Ollie Carter has achieved despite all the obstacles in his way. Master of Cricket at Eastbourne College and Kent spinner Rob Furley created such an inclusive and diverse environment where Ollie could thrive, a real testament to schoolboy cricket. Seeing Ollie stride out with pride gives the whole community confidence to keep being themselves. Enjoying the commentary as usual. Thanks so much, Jack. Great to hear from you.
I remember something about Rob Furley as Gubbins bowls again, and that's only half stopped in the covers.
Could be 2 here.
They come through for 1. When I say I remember something about Rob Furley, what I mean is his name. I think he played for Kent, didn't he? But his name rings a bell. But
Ex-Kent spinner. Yep.
Yeah, I can't think what it is that I remember about him. So never mind. Gubbins bowls. That's played out on the onside, and they just trot through for a single there to Coles. Coles on to 12, Carter on 9 will face. The score is 185 for 5 now. The Duckworth Lewis, if that does indicate, is 222, and it's a bit of an under edge there from Carter. He tries to hit that out on the onside, and so again just comes through for a single.
But I think if Sussex can keep picking up the 1s and 2s here,
Yeah.
as I say, if they could get to 10 overs to go and they're still in the hunt.
Yeah, absolutely. They've still got wickets, so let's just push forward defensively on the offside, and there's no run. I think from Hampshire's point of view, Gubbins' performance with the ball is a bonus, however many overs he might bowl. He's now pushed his long on back, and that's just played nonetheless backward of square on the leg side, and there's a fielder there who throws it in, and in the modern fashion he hurls it at the ground and it bounces the wicketkeeper. The attempt there is to soften the ball and make it harder to hit successfully. Sometimes umpires have a word with fielders about that and tell them to stop mucking about. And Gubbins has now taken the 2nd wicket of his long list A career, about 1 over after, in fact not about 1 over after he took the first one. Hit across the line by Carter, and I'm afraid he's on his way. So that's a pretty crucial wicket, I would say, in terms of the balance of the game now, with Sussex. Well, I can't see the score anymore because they've taken it off the board.
187 for 6.
Yeah.
So
Well,
Carter out for 10. He looked disappointed as he wanders toward. I think he was what Ollie Carter was looking for that short leg side boundary, and he's probably mindful of the fact that Sussex do need to pick up at least 1 boundary and over.
Yeah.
And he was hitting towards that short leg side boundary. But a good delivery by Nick Gubbins, and Ollie Carter playing around it, and he's bowled. So he's on his way. The new batsman is young Daniel Ibrahim, just 16 years of age. There's a 16-year-old and a 17-year-old now batting for Sussex. Ibrahim, who made 46 in the game up at Sebra School. A fine young player, but this is a big ask now with just 4 wickets remaining.
Well, I don't know if they still do a man of the match in this particular competition. They certainly used to in the good old days. You had people like Frank Woolley and Alec Bedser who would turn up, Cyril Washbrook, Bill Edrich. They would turn up and judge somebody. Then it used to be given over to the press, and now I'm not even sure they have one, but...
in goes Felix Organs, ball the next over to James Coles, who plays this firmly through the offside, picks up a single to the sweep on the cover boundary. The total goes to 188 for 6. Coles goes to 14, and it brings young Dan Ibrahim on strike. Not 17 until August, but a fine young prospect. Sussex now needing to score 8.4 and over as Organ is in again and bowls, and Ibrahim just plays that back to the square on the leg side. Fielded there by Prest, and there is no run. 141 to win in 17 overs after this one, as in comes Organ again and bowls, and Ibrahim is forward and plays quietly through the covers, picks out the sweeper on the leg side boundary, fielded out there by Tom Alsop. Ibrahim is on his way. Sussex to 189 for 6. 140 to win. 16 overs after this, I should say, as in comes Organ again, and just played by Coles quietly down to fine leg, picks up another single. I think Hampshire will be happy enough to give Sussex the singles here. And Sussex will know they need to pick up, you know, a boundary and over just to keep this rate from sneaking up towards 9 and then 10 and over. Organ in bowls, and Ibrahim just plays quietly straight back down the track, and there is no run. He then surveys that leg side boundary, where there's plenty of twos out there. It's a long boundary patrolled by 3 men at the moment, as Organ is in and bowls. Ibrahim uses his feet and drives back down the ground. Organ fields of his own bowling. That's a good over by Felix Organ, who's bowling very nicely here for Hampshire. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 26. The Sussex Sharks are 190 for 6. Coles on 15, Ibrahim on 1. Sussex needing 139 to win in 16 overs. They've only got 4 wickets left in the bank, and they're going to need to score at 8.7 and over. So someone's going to have to play a terrific innings here for Sussex if they're going to get over the line. But we have to remember there is still that shortish leg side boundary, and that makes it possible, not impossible, that Sussex could still get there.
Pitch is pretty good, really.
Yeah, it is a good pitch. I mean, I have to say that Kyle Abbott's still got 5 overs to bowl, and that could be really important as far as Hampshire are concerned.
Yeah. But at the minute, he will persist with his spin bowlers, and Gubbins, who's having one of the games of his life, at least. I don't know enough about his Middlesex career to assert too much of that, but certainly he's never had such an all-round successful game as this one. That's nicely hit through extra cover, although it will be cut off by Tom Prest, and they come back for 2. Yeah, Gubbins, his only wickets in any limited overs matches, and he's got 2 for 17 to add to his 131 record score for Hampshire against Sussex. That's a slashed hit through the covers for a single. Gubbins calls his long on up.
Just one interesting stat here: after 34 overs, Sussex were 190 for 6, Hampshire 187 for 4. Yeah, which goes to show what a good knock it was from James Fuller.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Absolutely right. Yeah, it's tossed up by Gubbins on leg side, and it played out to the square leg boundary, and they come through for a single. And yeah, I think the key perhaps is the difference in wickets between those 2 scores, and because Sussex now almost can't afford to lose another one in the near future, I would think, and they just have. And Gubbins, it's quite extraordinary really. As I say, Gubbins had never bowled in a limited overs game before last Thursday. He took 0 for 20 odd, I think, then. He's now got 3 for 19, and Coles also having a heave on the leg side, and perhaps a little bit of the naivety that one can reasonably expect from a young batsman gets out just at the point where Sussex didn't want him to get out. It's 194 for 7, and I think what I'll do is let Adrian chat about that, and we'll hand over now to Andy Moon to take up the commentary.
Yes, I think it's been good captaincy actually from Kyle Abbott to bowl Nick Gubbins from this hotel end of the ground, because the right-handers are hitting towards that short leg side boundary, and I think that's what both James Coles was looking to do, as well as Ollie Carter. So it's always been a tall order for Sussex. I think it needed either Head or Visa or both to play a really big innings to get somewhere close, and expecting an awful lot of this lower order for Sussex to get over the line. Will Beer coming out to bat, who's he's a useful lower order batsman, Will Beer, who certainly won't give this up. Batted very nicely last week at Sebra School, where he made a very quick 40 to keep Sussex in the hunt. But I just think this is a powerful Hampshire attack still, with Kyle Abbott to bowl 5 overs. Turner has still got 5 overs to bowl as well, so there's plenty of firepower for Abbott to call upon. And Sussex are going to have to play out of their skins if they're going to reach this target of 329 to win.
And you mentioned Abbott's captaincy. Remember, he brought a slip in the ball before Visa hit the ball straight to slip, which would have been saying great captaincy if Weatherly had clung onto it. Here comes Gubbins to complete his 4th over full, and that'll be driven up to Abbott, who's doing the fielding at mid-off, and that brings the 35th over to an end. Warm applause. What a day for Nick Gubbins. 3 for 19 on 4 overs. Sussex 194 for 7, needing an unlikely further 135 from 15 overs. Yeah, well,
someone's going to have to play an innings such as James Fuller played, but I think Dave made a very good point that Hampshire had wickets in the bank, which is always so important in terms of limited overs cricket. And James Fuller, a fine player, very good 54 he made, whilst Gubbins was in full flow. So what can young Daniel Ibrahim do? He's 2 not out, 194 for 7, as Andrew was saying. So Sussex needing 135. They need to score a 9 and over in these next 15 overs. Not impossible, but a tall order as Organs in bowls, and Ibrahim pulls, and he's dropped at mid-wicket. Is that Tom Prest?
I think it is.
It was pulled away by Ibrahim. It was in the air. I think Prest to be disappointed. It was above his head to his left-hand side, but I thought he'd caught it, and Ibrahim escapes when he was on 1.
The thing is with Fuller's innings is he'd lost his insurance policy effectively, because you'd seen McManus and you'd seen Holland come and go cheaply at a point when Hampshire seemed to have loads of wickets in hand, and suddenly had he gone cheaply, things would have been pretty tricky.
Organ in bowled, reverse swept by swept I should say, down to fine leg, so Will Beer is on his way. Sharks to 195 for 7. Beer on 1, Ibrahim on 2. Sussex still needing another 134 to win. As Organ in again, bowls to Ibrahim, who drives through the covers. Now they've taken 1, and that's all they'll take, as Ibrahim goes to 4. Sussex to 197 for 7. I have to say, it's the most beautiful afternoon now, Andrew. Lots of blue sky above the Ageas Bowl. We haven't had any interruptions at all. At one stage, it did look as if it was going to hose down, but we've been uninterrupted, which has been terrific, as in comes Organ over the wicket, bowls, and Beer plays quietly to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
And just seemed so improbable at the start of the day.
It did. No, it certainly did, and the forecast wasn't good. Heavy showers were forecast, but we've mercifully escaped them. As Organ is on his way again, bowls, and Beer back on his stumps, plays straight back down the ground. It's been a really good spell of bowling this by Felix Organ. He's got 1 more ball to bowl in this, his 7th over. Figures of 0 for 29. He's just going up just over 4 and over. And Will Beer waits. Organ in bowls, and Beer just dabs that to backward point.
You would worry about chasing that number of runs, even with your big hitters still to come, for a vastly inexperienced lower order to do it. It really is asking a huge amount. And Nick Gubbins has got 100. He might fancy picking up a couple more wickets here. Floats his first one up outside leg stump and wide. Just reminding everyone that he's not a particularly hugely used bowler. In fact, hasn't ever taken a wicket in a first-class game. That's just one career wicket before this one. And now he's just gone and bowled Ibrahim, and he's got 4 for 20. And Nick Gubbins is putting forward the kind of day he will not be forgetting about in a hurry. He's got the 100. Now he's closing in on a 5-wicket haul.
Well, I think your post-match interview is probably sorted, Andrew.
Someone's going to have to do something pretty good in these
I think
minutes.
We were making the point, weren't we, about bowling, bowling the leg spinner from this end of the ground. Right-handed batsman probably thinking, well, this is my chance to hit to that short leg side boundary, which is just over 50 metres. But Ibrahim falls another victim, and this looks like it might be Archie Lenham making his way out to bat. Who I'm told by those who've seen him play in the nets, and I've not seen him bat too much, is that he's a perfectly capable batsman, although he's only just 17 years of age, the leg spinner. He picked up just the 1 wicket today, 1 for 56, but I think from here we're into sort of miracle territory now for Sussex.
I also think realistically with someone like Lenham, I don't know what the dressing room would say, but are you telling him to go and try and hit 6s and get through, or back yourself in and get yourself a bit of experience out in the middle? Gubbins, just if his day with the bat wasn't good enough. I must confess, I don't quite know how the loan system works, but I'm guessing he would be allowed to play against Middlesex on Friday.
Yes, I don't know. I mean, certainly in sort of football circles, if you're on loan, you're not allowed to, aren't you? But I honestly don't know what the situation is, but I'm sure he'd like to play against his former county.
Yes, well, I will certainly be seeking clarification of that, and
yeah.
I think you're right. I suspect he might be the man put up for interview. Here he comes to the new man, Lenham. Rocks back and defends that one. 198 for 8, so realistically it's 2 wickets for Hampshire to win here, because Sussex now 100 runs behind the DLS score. In he comes, Gubbins again. And a defensive shot into the offside. Lenham wanted a run, but is smartly sent back.
Yeah, fancy getting off the mark, didn't he, Archie Lenham? I don't blame him, really.
And Sussex, as we touched upon, will be left with a mountain to climb in this competition. Full from Gubbins, that's almost a Yorker, and Lenham digs that one out.
Well, I think you've probably got to win 5 matches to finish in the top 3 places, and Sussex would have played 3. They've had 1 rained off, but no margin for error now.
Defended into the offside, no run. Hampshire will have a win to take to Radlett to face Middlesex away on Friday. Back in action on Sunday. That's onto the pads there of Lenham. Works into the leg side, no run.
Well, terrific spell of bowling, isn't it, by Nick Gubbins? 5 overs, no maidens, 4 for 20. Tried to 131 not out, and as Dave was saying, if there were a man of the match award, I don't think they'd get too much choosing from whoever the adjudicator would be.
Need an expert adjudication panel, would you?
But a heavier cloud coming across the ground now. It's not going to save Sussex, because Duckworth Lewis at the moment is 293, and Sussex are 198 for 8. So whether Will Beer will go for broke, I mean, there's nothing to lose for Sussex. I don't see an awful lot of value in just playing out here. You may protect your run rate, but let's see what he does, Will Beer. He's on 1 or 5 deliveries. It's going to be Felix Organ who's going to carry on from the pavilion end. In and bowls, reverse swept by Will Beer, or an attempted reverse sweep. I expected to see that speeding towards the boundary, but he didn't make contact. Stopped by McManus behind the stumps, and there is no run. Beer waits again. Comes Organ, and Beer drives, but without timing to cover.
Those 2 shots don't suggest comfortably play the innings out is the option in Will Beer's mind at the moment.
No, I think he's thinking about a few boundaries as in comes Organ and bowls, and Beer is beaten outside the off stump, taken by McManus. Again, there is no run, and the run rate required is now going up really very quickly, 10.5 and over. Sussex needing 131 in 12 overs after this, with only 2 wickets left. Beer on 1, Lenham yet to score. And Organ in his 8th over in bowls, and Beer using his feet clips that one through mid-wicket, picks up a single, does Will Beer. He goes to 2, the total to 199 for 8. I think probably here that Kyle Abbott might be just keen to keep his spinners on and just rattle through these overs. The cut-off time I think is 6:30 looking at the score, but I can't quite see. So plenty of time in which to bowl these remaining 12 overs after this one.
Interesting, him and John Turner's only bowled 5 each, Curry only 2.
Morgan again in bowls and driven by Lennon, and he's going to get his first run, and that's nice to see for a young 17-year-old. Plays it into the offside, and the Sussex 200 comes up, and there's more than a smattering of applause. I think rather sort of sympathetic applause from the Hampshire crowd. Sussex to 200 for 8, but nonetheless generous, as in comes Morgan and bowls, and Beer plays that through the inner ring of fielders to the sweeper on the cover boundary. It is a single. Another good over though from Felix Organ that just yielded 3 runs. It's the end of the over. 201 for 8. Beer on 3, Lenham on 1. Sussex needing 128 to win in 12 overs, and they need to score at 10.7 and over. Of course it's possible. Everything is possible in the great game, but I have to say, with just 2 wickets in the bank, it is unlikely, particularly when you've got the likes of Kyle Abbott, who's a very fine bowler, still with overs up his sleeve as well. So I think for the time being it's going to be Nick Gubbins, who I'm sure has got his eyes on a 5-wicket haul here, Andrew.
Yes, I'm told the fans vote for the player of the match using the Hampshire app. I wonder at what 90 what percent of the vote will Nick Gubbins get will be the intrigue, as Gubbins from the end of his run comes into Will Beer, who's not suggested he's going to die wandering. Gubbins is going to fancy a 5-wicket haul. In he comes. Beer hits it up in the air, and it's going to fall just short of a diving mid-on, and it might run away for 4. In fact, no, it's just going to be 3 picked up there. Abbott was diving, and you can understand in these circumstances why he took the risk of making the catch and knew he would sacrifice runs if he didn't get there, but it was worth it.
Yeah,
it felt like it was in the air for an age.
It did. You know, there's no one on that leg side boundaries. I wonder whether Archie Denham thinks, do you know what, I quite fancy popping one over there.
And it comes from Gubbins, and that's watchfully defended into the offside from Lenham. No run. 204 for 8, chasing 329 for victory. Comes once more. Here we go. There is the club into the leg side. 1 bounce 4. Lenham rightly deciding to have a go.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one out on that leg side boundary. It's a short boundary as well. Nick Gubbins tossing it up. I think he's now just said, yeah, I think no, he was going to post a long on, but he's decided not to.
Look, he'll give 30 runs away if it gets him that 5th wicket. That's what he's after here. He's got runs to play with. How many more chances will he get for a 5-wicket haul, as that's watchfully defended from Lenham, having been tossed up?
It is extraordinary, though, isn't it, that Hampshire can pick up a player the quality of Nick Gubbins, and it says much about them.
And it comes a huge appeal as it hits the pads of Lenham, but
that looked optimistic from here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to hit the stumps. I'm pretty sure it's pitched outside leg. Not out, the decision, unsurprisingly. Comes Gubbins again, pitches it up again, and driven through extra cover by Lenham again. Diving stop just about in the outfield, and they have to settle for 2, so that's decent field.
It was, although I think there was 3 there actually with the tumble in the misfield, and that was very much a feature of the Hampshire running. Anything that went out to this side of the ground, the amount of 2s that were turned to 3s and 1s to 2, and I think there were 3 there. However, it looks like it's probably in a lost cause for Sussex. That being said, these 2 will just be, you never give a game up until it's done. I mean, there are 11 overs left, Sussex needing to score at 11 and over. It's a huge ask, but the only mitigating factor is that short leg side boundary. But whether these 2 and Henry Crocombe to come are capable of getting Sussex anywhere near, we'll have to see. I think it's doubtful, but you never know. As in comes Organ and bowls a bit down the wicket and hammers. That has gone miles. That has gone miles and miles. That's a big hit straight down the ground by Will Beer. Well, can they do it? Well, if Will Beer hits a few more shots like that, perhaps they can. That's a mighty blow. He goes to 12, and the Sharks to 216 for 8.
Yeah, that's virtually gone straight in the line of the fielder, but at no instance did he ever think that ball was coming to him.
In comes Organ again, and this time will be a sweep, so he's going to get 4 more. Reverse swept, down to final leg, 4 runs. So Sussex need just over 10 an over. They've got 10 off this over so far. I don't think it'll be too long if this carries on before the skipper will decide it's time that he came on to bowl. Felix Organ has bowled very nicely, but just 10 off the first 2 balls of the over. And Hampshire won't want to give Sussex a sniff here.
You also feel, how long can these batters go on playing like this without doing something wrong? Organ
in bowls, and hammers that one away, and he's going to be caught at Cow corner. Yes, he is. Will Beer is on his way. Well, you called it, Andrew. I think that's Scott Curry all the way out there. Hammered away by Will Beer. He was looking for the leg side boundary. He was going to try and go out in a blaze of glory. But Curry takes the catch. Beer is on his way for 16 of 13 deliveries. And Sussex sliding to defeat. 220 for 9. Still needing 109 to win. And the last man is coming out, Henry Crocombe. And disappointing because Sussex have only faced, only in the 41st over.
I've got to say, it's a really good catch, because he's got to worry about his footwork on the boundary. He can't just watch it all the way. And then catching it, his momentum takes him backwards. But he's got the presence of mind to put a foot down inside the rope and just regain his balance by doing that. And that ensured he didn't step onto the rope and give 6 runs away.
Well, there will be those Sussex supporters who are listening, and you know, we talk about picking young players and giving young players experience. There will be Sussex supporters who are listening, thinking, well, they could have done with perhaps a little bit more experience in the middle order, and there will be those perhaps wondering why Ben Brown isn't playing in the game today, or whether he'll be playing in any of the other 50-over games, because Sussex they've just lacked a little bit of experience here, haven't they? You know, with Visa and Head in the middle order. But the innings has rather fallen away since when Travis Head were out. They were 171 for 4.
The problem is when you struggle in the Championship, and then you have a competition like this where, yeah, you could argue Ben Brown will be playing, but Sussex are always going to be up against it given the number of players unavailable. It just doesn't help things.
Organ in bowls, and Crocombe is beaten outside the off stump.
Gubbins is thinking, do not take the wicket here.
I'm sure he is.
I want at least another over.
Yeah. Felix Organ in again from the pavilion in bowls, and Crocombe uses his feet and drives without timing down the ground too long on. Picks up a single, does Henry Crocombe, so he's on his way. Sussex 221 for 9, still needing 108 to win in 10 overs. I think we can see fairly certainly that Hampshire are going to win this game.
And Gubbins will want them to keep trying to hit 6s when he's bowling. He won't mind if they connect with a couple.
Organ in again bowls, and Lenham is forward and just plays quietly back down the ground. There is no run. It's the end of Felix Organ's over. Sussex 221 for 9. Organ has bowled 9 overs, no maidens, taken 1 for 43. Sussex needing another 108 to win in 10 overs. And you have to say, Andrew, that Hampshire's season is turning out to be pretty exciting. They're in the first division of the county championship, which will be finished late August into September. They're in the quarter-finals of the T20 Blast, and who would count against them? They go to Trent Bridge for their quarter-final, but having almost been out the competition, they'll be full of confidence. And this looks a pretty strong side to me in this 50-over competition as well.
Yeah, I guess it's the case of if they can find the consistency in this competition to get a top 3 slot. But yeah, they really can't be any complaints as Gubbins comes in, and it's full and a big swing and a miss. And that was so close, Crocombe, to being bowled there. That was the moment Gubbins thought he was going to have a 5-4. He's got 4 for 29. Gubbins comes in once more, and that's on the pads, and that hits the pads, and there will be no run. You don't know how long this partnership's going to last. Gubbins might not get another go. Gubbins wants long on to go back. So, see, trying to discourage the shot over the top. In it comes. It's going to fall short of the man who's going to catch it on one bounce, and that's going to be launched in. Well, Gubbins, he's not too far away. I feel like he's got chances. We've only got 3 balls left in this over. He's going to turn his arm over once more to Crocombe, who tried to ramp shot over the goalkeeper, wicket-keeper. That one's come off. Is it going to reach its way through for 4? It is. So 4 more for Sussex, 226 for 9. Gubbins is denied with his 4th delivery. 328 for 7 Hampshire made earlier, largely thanks to Gubbins' 131 not out. He's now looking to try and pick up a 5th wicket, something he's not done in his career. He's only taken 1 T20 wicket in his career before this day. His body probably won't be used to bowling 7 overs. In comes Gubbins, full, and that one defended by Lenham. Didn't want to be done by that one. So Gubbins has got one more ball to try and pick up that wicket, or Organ is going to have the opportunity with his 10th and final over perhaps to end this game. It is just a matter of time before Hampshire wrap up the win. Gubbins, it's launched over his head, 1 bounce, 4. Good shot from Lenham, back over Gubbins' head. Never any chance of long on coming around to catch that. So that ends over number 41. Hampshire 328 for 7 and Sussex 230 for 9 in reply. They would need a highly unlikely 99 from the final 9 overs with 9 wickets down. And Organ is taking the ball once more as Gubbins' hat is brought back on by a 12th man. Abbott's going to go back to his mid-off position, and Crocombe will be on strike with Lenham at the non-strikers end. Crocombe's got 2, Lenham's got 15 off 15 balls, and these two unsurprisingly not willing to die wondering. Here comes Organ to Crocombe, defended into the leg side, no run. Ball back in the hands there of Felix Organ. Organ in. And you join me just as Hampshire have won the match. You can hear the cheers in the background as the final wicket of Crocombe for Sussex falls. They have been bowled out for 230. That after Hampshire made 328 earlier in the day. So Hampshire winning this Royal London One Day Cup game by 98 runs. No question who's the man of the day. Nick Gubbins hit 131 not out for Hampshire earlier with the bat, and then with the ball he hardly ever bowls. Well, he has today, and he's picked up 4 wickets for 38. His best career bowling performance. Hampshire emphatic winners. They move on to Middlesex on Friday. Reaction to come on our Twitter site at Solent Sport, and I'll be speaking more to Adam Blackmore about this result after 6 o'clock this evening. Cheers, Sharon.